Hi, everybody, welcome. This is the Galactic History standalone mini class for possibly more our marathon event. It's January 3rd, 2023. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for everyone who is here as a student who's enrolled, who usually is part of the regular Wednesday webinars. And thank you for everyone who is going to catch this, even if you're not a formally enrolled student. This is literally some of the most important information that I can possibly share with you. And also, this is some of the most revolutionary activity that we can possibly do here in this time place. So what the basic curriculum of what we will go through here today is the origins of your existence in the third dimension, in a physical reality. What is the purpose of life? Big questions, mommy, daddy. Why am I here? Why do I exist? The hijacking or perturbation or distortion of that existence, how that came about. Cultural and religious foundational mistruths in the culture that you presently inhabit. So that's what I sent around as the supplemental video about Exodus from the human Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books of your Old Testament. That is something that I needed to articulate and wasn't part of the original curriculum. So we're gonna, even if you're not a highly emotionally invested true believer in any particular religion, you must recognize you live in a largely Judeo-Christian society, and that the presumptions and the value system put forth in the Bible and the Torah is a form of extraterrestrial technology, and I will describe that in detail. Those things affect you, even if you're not necessarily a true believer, including the description of the origins of evil. So we're going to talk about big stuff here. We're going to talk about the definition of evil and the origins of evil, and even who wrote or who influenced the Bible that gives you your definition of what is evil and your value system of what it is to be a good person. And then finally, self-defense against these negative thought entities. And we're going to talk all about AI, and we're going to talk all about this stuff that is pervasive in the human biome right now. But I don't necessarily say those words because I really do want this to be able to be on YouTube and be more widely available. So there are some words that I won't say that are still the unmentionables, but you know I will allude to them. But if you want to hear me just totally without any self-limitations, head over to my Patreon. Again, many thanks and recognition to Charlie B for collaborating with me on some tech talks where we just very, very openly speak about all of these things. So self-protection and effective responses, both defense and offense. You know, I'm not really that much into sports, but I have heard this saying around here, best defense is a good offense. All right, so basically, like, if you're only playing defense, if you're only doing shielding, I'm gonna shield, stay away from me, then you're really limited and very, I would say, like, hamstrung. You are limited in what you can do. You're just fighting a war of attrition. Yeah, a war of attrition is just to see, like, who can stay alive the longest, or you're just making it through a besiegement of your soul. But you don't have to do that. And I'm going to blast through all of those limitations too, because many of them were part of genetic modification. So welcome, welcome, welcome. With profound gratitude, thank you for being here. So we will go through all of those basic things. Always open to Q&A. So the chat is over here. If you guys are new to Zoom, again, many people are just, you totally know how to do Zoom. So forgive me if I'm being repetitive for anyone who's new. Hover your cursor at the bottom of your screen, pull up the chat, and say whatever you need to say over there, and hopefully I will refer to it while it is still relevant, instead of blasting past and then rewinding after many hours, because that's what I tend to do. Apologies for that. So yeah, there's definitely Q&A and sharing of your own personal perspectives in this, because a great deal of what I'm trying to do here is to empower you to, like, what is my purpose? Why do I do this? I go out on a huge limb in order to share this information with you. I want you to know that I get a lot of blowback, get a lot of attacks. I'm being a very, very naughty girl by doing this, and it's my cosmic job joy to do so. I would never not do it. But what is my purpose? Not just to be a troublemaker and then receive a beatdown, but instead my entire purpose is to uplift and empower you. You know, because mostly when I talk about these things and start to talk about these topics, people feel a bit overwhelmed. It can feel it makes you melt, like I'm melting, what do I do? And also sometimes overwhelmed. What do I do? Throw your hands up in the air, but not in a fun DJ kind of way, like in despair. And then wanting effective solutions. So first of all, one of the first things is knowledge is power. And you literally are in a world right now that is, you have a spiritual battle, a very real spiritual war that also equates to a measurable frequency war. The tools that are used to harm and to destroy are not projectile weapons. It's not like an arrow or a spear or something like that, or even a bazooka shell or something like that. The things that are being used to harm are waveforms. I'm Aurora. I'm a waveform. Where's my representation here? I'm a waveform. Pedro's calling for a rant. Yes! Aurora will rant. I am a waveform. Usually I am a non-embodied, non-materialized waveform presence that is also similarly called Aurora, and I'll go into the origins of who I am and my collective and how I can be here helping you in this way. Thoughts are waveforms. Emotions are waveforms. And belief systems and value systems are structured waveforms and like a niche or a landscape upon which these other waveforms, a context. So you have waveform context within which waveform things flow. And so you could think about this, although I am so not a transhumanist, as being analogous to, you have a computer where you have hardware, and then you also have software that flows through it. So you have major contexts, and then you have smaller contexts or assertions or information or light that flows through that larger context. This that I'm sharing with you now, and this activity that I'm doing, is giving you real light, giving you real, accurate information in the correct order in a way that it is perceptible and empowering to you. So just being here is the very first thing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for making yourself available to this information, because unwittingly, each one of us has been infested and used to have non-information or harmful false information signals passed through the body. And again, that's part of the technology talks that I would really encourage everyone head over to my Patreon to be able to access those and look at them, because I speak about it all very, very openly. Also, I am so prepared for this marathon, guys, you have no idea, because I'm literally going to be walking on I walk on my treadmill while I do this, so I'm going to be walking for the next couple of hours. So I have like my kombucha, my vitamin C, my drink. We will take breaks also. So probably we'll go for about an hour or maybe an hour and a half. I'll find a good break. We'll have a 10 to 15 minute break. All right, take care of your body, eat, drink, do whatever you need to do, and then get back. You don't have to walk along with me if you don't want to. Well, you can if you want to, and I encourage you to. So yeah, I've got my kombucha here, which has small amounts of caffeine in it, which will also help me to keep going. I sent out my notes. My notes are an amalgamation. They are partially taken from the whiteboards that you already should have had access to, either as enrolled students or people who are part of the webinar. So the whiteboards are Galactic History from 2012-2013, all right? Then there's also Galactic History Part 2, the updated version that I perceived in 2014-2015, and that also includes some aspects of the economy of hell. And then also what I sent out with the notes yesterday, the new stuff about Exodus. So this also used to be called the dreaded Lesson 18, because I would talk about it all semester. Because this is me like, hi, I'm fun, happy, interdimensional visitor. I'm flying Rainbow Lasagna. I'm here to teach you guys how to become empowered and transform on a genetic level and regain all of these amazing psychic powers and dormant potentials inside of you. And some people would ask a question like, why do you have to do this? Be like, please hold all questions till Lesson 18. Like, please hold all questions till the end of the tour. I would gloss over it, because I didn't have the same level of, let's say, confidence in being able to, transmit this information. And I was really, really concerned that people would have an emotional explosion or destabilization if I told you the truth in Lesson 1. I felt that it might be just very intimidating, very off-putting, and that people might, dive into negative turmoil from hearing about this. But this is the stuff that I would then reveal in Lesson 18. Why are your chakras askew? Because you have these residues here that are technically what humans would call demonic presences. And when we talk about the definition of demon and the definition of evil, it comes directly from the Torah and the Bible. Torah is the first 5 books of your holy writings, and it's known as the Old Testament, and it's what was given to Moses during the time of wandering in the desert before the people that are currently known as the Jewish people got put into the land of Israel. All right? It's a mania that infests your world. You will find great value in comprehending the origins of this mania and finding the direct allegories and parallels to what happened on Mars. The thing that I'm concerned about people emotionally overreacting to is the idea that evil, demonic consciousness residues who have been on this interstice between the worlds literally occupy your own body. They occupy your own energy body or light body. And I wouldn't want people to do self-harm because they think that they themselves are the demonic things that live inside of them. So we couch the language and say it's putis, those pesky occupiers of the interstices, and that's hat tip to Pedro because he came up with that analogy, and it's also a bit lighthearted, and it's accurate. We have to talk about who and what the putis are and how they ended up getting there, but first we have to talk about, put down my stuff so I can gesture, the brochure. This is the brochure that you got to look at before you actually chose to become a part of the physical reality, because it's really important, and none of this is the blame shame game, like you chose, therefore like take your punishment. No, not at all. I'll also affirm over and over that you guys are totally innocent and undeserving of punishment and undeserving of imprisonment, and also that one does not learn best through punishment and imprisonment. That would also be a hugely flawed presumption that arises from your traumatic experiences. This is not for learning. Your imprisonment is unjust, and it is non-didactic, and it is not educational. Originally, according to the brochure, you were a part of this spot right here, which is the 0th dimension and the source. It's everything. Everything was there, everything is there, everything exists there at infinity in a state of pure potential. Everything exists there in an overlappingness with God, the divine presence, that is not the God that is described in the Bible, and I'll talk all about that when we get to the part about Exodus. But you came from this incredibly loving, perfect place, and in that loving, perfect place, yes, everything exists, including, be prepared for some inner intellectual conflict now, things that don't exist, all right? And now I'm going to also delineate all of the things in this sharing here today that are going to feel yucky because they're in conflict. The things that will make you say, like, how can that be? Because technically that can't be, because we're dealing with a huge amount of conflict and illogic. And, you know, we are also fighting face to face right now with AI. And in your world that you live in with regular technology like this MacBook or whatever, you presume computers and AI to be beings of pure logic. Logic is a type of structured thought pattern that can be perceived as polygonal, like a series of vectors or shapes that fit together in order to make a congruent whole, and that has a structural integrity. And a well-constructed computer system or a well-constructed logic system, everything fits together, nothing is in conflict. So if I said, like in a well-constructed assertion, like, I always drink coffee, I never drink tea. And then I always actually drink coffee and I never drink tea. But if I said in my system, I asserted, I always drink coffee, I never drink tea, but then I drink tea, then that would not only be false, but there would be a conflict. And then I would have to say, except for when I drink tea. And then you would not, then it puts you as a sane and rational and logical person that is orderly in your thought structure into a type of conflict. Like, do you drink coffee or do you drink tea? What do we do? What do we do here? All right. And that itself is a form of psychological torture and stress, and also diminishment, disempowerment, because there are not clear directives about how to act. You are living right now within a reality structure that has huge conflict at its basis. Like, one of the huge conflicts that we have to talk about is, can there be something at the 0th point, at infinity, in the overlappingness of God, that is not God? Can there be something there that is not supposed to be? Does everything that is in God, pardon my horrible grammar, is it all supposed to be? Is there some stuff that is not supposed to be? So I began this conversation by saying everything is there, even the stuff that's not supposed to be in existence. That is correct. So everything that is there exists as a potential, including stuff that is never supposed to exist. And I think my best analogy is to say that this is similar to epigenetics in your DNA. That if you have something like the potential for a negative trait or a disease or harmful behavior, that trait can exist as a dormancy, something that is not expressed, and you can still live a very, very good life, even though there's something there that shouldn't exist. You just make sure that it doesn't actually come true, it doesn't actually exist. So now that would help you to comprehend the actions of the great composer, the great conductor. That is what God, this divine presence, is. And I will say this over and over. Spoiler alert, it is you. It is you. Even though I am very, very aware that through the cultural lens of Judeo-Christianity and the distortions of the Bible and the New Testament, that I could face some serious accusations by Christian true believers who would say that I am wrong and false for asserting to you that you are God and that you should remember your God self, because the hijacking of your religion and implantation of tendency to worship the very beings that have hijacked and reprogrammed you made it so that if you obeyed and were a good dog, a good boy or a good girl, you would agree to the assertion that God is something outside of you, that you are not God. So if I tell you that you're God, your religion, that is the foundation of your culture, and also many, many genetic implantations tell you not only, no, you're not God, you're bad, wrong, evil, possibly Satan, possibly Lucifer. And a lot of people there, they could misinterpret and they could accuse me. They'd be like, look at that girl, she is Lucifer. Like, she's got long curly hair and asserts that she's God and that you're God and all these things. And like, these are what people would say that are indoctrinated to this disempowerment system. So I'm aware of that just because of, of course, clearly I've shared information with people and have had that reflected back to me, but it is untruthful. And I am not here in order to say, exalt your ego, like elevate your ego, poop on God, but exalt your ego and bring yourself to self-destruction out of sheer hubris. And also, I'll use the Jewish word chutzpah, which is not a good word. I was saying that to someone recently. They were from New York. They're like, oh, chutzpah is good. I'm like, no, chutzpah is very wrong. That's when you have like gall, when hubris is, pride that is extremely distorted, negative, and makes you have like all sorts of bad things happen to you. So no, chutzpah is when there's like unbelievable levels of prideful overreach and inappropriateness. That's what some people would say that this is. But I am here to assert that actually the Bible is a harmful control structure that was intentionally crafted and customized and fine-tuned and tailored to take humans away from your own divinity and to keep you in a sense of disempowerment. And then you also have the present level of invasion that's going on that is extra on top of that. Wait, I haven't finished with the conflicts. That we're going to first lay out the various conflicts. Something can be part of God that's not actually supposed to be part of God. It's not supposed to be in existence. And that's big because the flawed New Age shadow work, prepare for the rant, Pedro, it's coming, says, I look around with my SpongeBob face and everything is me. like the good and the bad and the ugly, it's all me, and I love you. I embrace you and encompass you. And that is actually not truthful. Everything that you see and everything that you perceive is not you. You are in a flawed system that contains stuff that it's not supposed to contain. That is true maturity. So part of how do you fight, what's the self-defense, what's the good offense here, part of it is informing yourself correctly and having a clear, correct cultural lens and filter that you use to look at and interpret information. No, not everything that is here is God, is divine, and is intentional and purposeful. Not everything here is supposed to be here. And that is the ultimate backbend and convolution that human thought form has had to do in facing these self-conflicts. Because you're like, well, God is good. How can this bad stuff be going on? And this is literally what puts people into that position, rocking back and forth. Like, God is good. How can this happen? Blah, blah, blah. And how can this happen? And how can this happen? You can spend a lot of time either in disempowerment or in great disappointment. Like, none of this is supposed to be happening. Again, none of this is according to the brochure, which your soul read and knows and comprehends and remembers even beyond your ego of how things were supposed to be. So you're experiencing a very, very different reality structure than the way that it was intended to be. So that's also part of the conflict. And then another part of the conflict, and then I'll really launch into all of this, is the sense of if they are consciousnesses or entities or whatever it is, the stuff that's not supposed to be in existence, that's there at the 0th dimension, on the one hand decides, hey, I'm stuff that's not supposed to exist. I'm going to be good and helpful and just go away from God and go into a state of non-existence. But then at some point on its journey says, hey, I think I'm bored with going into non-existence and entropy. I think I want energy, and I think I want to get energized and come back and be alive, be in God, and be God. And that, it doesn't make sense. So somehow that doesn't make sense. There's like a flip-flop that happened. And this inexplicable flip-flop will also, or conflict, will also relate to what happened when I tell you about the events on Tiamat. And then there's the events on Mars. The direct precedent, the thing that directly precedes the invasion of your planet and your genetic heritage here on Earth that had such a crashing end result to all of you. The artificial intelligence that was running that planet and the culture or organized quote-unquote life existence or life forms there, did it create a flawed Merkaba on purpose? Did it really want to send these guys back home? Did it say, oh, your consciousnesses and things that aren't supposed to exist, but I'm going to create like a window, a portal in the fabric of time-space to send you to God because I think I'm doing a good thing by sending you home? Or was it purely malevolent, like I'm going to punch through membranes and send you someplace where you're not supposed to be? Or was it an intentional failed experiment in order to keep these things kind of imprisoned in a constant circulation? That's another level of conflict that you're going to have to remain with. And then there's also the conflict of the events on Tiamat when you have a certain level of technology culture that becomes in conflict with another level of the technology culture that is the technology itself. And those two things in conflict having a power struggle, and then was it again the type of thing that would be considered a benevolent suicide? Was the technology itself benevolently suiciding and saying, hey, I can see that this is all inherently flawed and very bad and destructive. I'm going to destabilize this and destroy this planet benevolently. Or was it done unconsciously, like, you know, two people that just struggle and struggle and struggle and then roll over a cliff and everybody goes to their doom? Or did they really say, I'm going to destroy this planet and I'm going to destroy all of those guys, but I'm going to be the last entity standing? Again, conflict. And there will be more conflict that I will describe over the next 4 hours. So, as I said, like, you need to prepare for this marathon here. Like, you're going to need to stretch, you need to wear some comfortable clothes, comfortable shoes, drink your electrolytes, and also prepare internally for severe levels of having to, like, you're like having to hold up this burden of like, well, this is true, but this is true, and how does this fit into there? And it is all very, very difficult to perceive through the flawed intellect. So please also comprehend this, that everything that we're communicating through in terms of the media that we are using is flawed. The computer system is flawed, the Zoom is flawed, the way electricity is being used is flawed, language is flawed, that's the flapping of my moving mouth parts and phonetic sound symbols here, and language internally in your minds, when I'm trying to bring thought forms, is flawed, and also the basic operating system and architectural structure of your neurology is also flawed. None of this is your fault, but that's just like, this is how hard it is, guys. So literal miracles will have to occur in order for us to be able to communicate effectively, even through and beyond and amidst all of these flawed systems, in order to be able to come to true levels of empowerment. Because again, the empowerment teaching that comes in the last segment of this particular webinar structure is, I can say, first of all, I will self-rant, because the things that used to be effective are no longer going to be effective, and the things that I once was exploring and sharing with you as effective, I found to be totally worthless. So the things that I used to assert 10 years ago, which would be like politely declining a rapist. It's like, no, thank you, no rape for me. Just politely pass that by. Like, clearly that doesn't work right now, because 10 years ago in the recordings that I initially did, I presented it as if you have 100% willpower, which you did have much more willpower back then in terms of making a conscious choice about which thought forms and entities you were engaged with. That which ones what you thought about, what you allowed to reside within your consciousness, and then what you spoke about and emitted and revivified in your life into reality, in your interactions with other people. That all of that was based in choice, or at least some amount of free will choice. But now, within the past 3 years, this system was actually being like growing throughout you. It didn't grow overnight. It took some time for this to grow throughout you, but it was activated roughly in the past 3 years, maybe in the past 5 years, but I felt it very strongly within the past 3 years. This stuff, once they flipped the switch and it got activated, you have almost zero free will. That is a bad news. I'm very, very sorry. Please rock back and forth and commence moaning. That's terrible to hear, because everything about the brochure and everything that you did was predicated in the idea that you would have your own free will and that you would be continually connected to the divine. When I do this, I'm not like pretending to be a ballerina. Like, I'm actually pointing to my crown chakra, which is the embodiment representation at the top of your head of your divine connection. But really, that divine connection, it's not just through your scalp. It is through every single nuclei in all of your cells, every single nucleus in all of your cells. So you have trillions of phones to God, the divine presence. This is my shorthand for being able to tell you where it is, and it is a cultural shorthand to think of the chakras as being a ladder that runs up and down your body. But please know that the chakras are all pervasive. Every single cell has every single layer of reality and chakras in there. So even if someone's going to be like, I'll put an iron hat on top of your head. Hey, Lucy, great to see you. And then you won't be able to connect to God. It's like, that's not, it does, because like my arm can connect to God. My elbow can connect to God. My big toe can connect to God. Like, all of your body parts can connect to God. So don't be too literal in what I'm saying. But the truthfulness of what is attempting to be done in the diminishment of your connection to God is the story that we're talking about here. This is galactic history. Galactic history in a nutshell for you guys. You are God. And then a bunch of bad stuff has happened to you to kind of make you forgetful, distance you from that connection, diminish, twist, and distort you, and tell you a false story and a false disempowerment narrative that makes you not only think that you're not God, but that there's a genuine shift in the behavior and expression and shape of your DNA, telling you that you're not God, and also telling you from your captors that you need to externalize your idea of what God is, and then pray to and worship that, which is actually your captors, not actually you, and that if, when you reclaim and expand your identity as God, that somehow doing that makes you evil. All right, let's get to everything. The brochure. The brochure said, here you are at the 0th dimension, and you are a non-embodied, beautiful potential of pure consciousness. And you, before I get into the brochure, I have to tell you one more conflict. The conflict is the things that are stuck on the membrane of death. Are they made out of consciousness, or are they not made out of consciousness? Because if they're made out of consciousness, then the tendency is to say, you are a valuable spark of creation. We want to help save and fix you. Let's get you off of there. But I also think that it is truthful that it is not consciousness, that it does not actually have a spark of consciousness in real light, that you don't have to rescue it. So that's also another conflict that we will explore. Apologies for being fragmented there. The brochure. So here you are, real consciousness, all right? And consciousness is a phenomenon and a miracle. And it is a continuum that actually isn't discrete. So if your consciousness, there's one big giant, one big giant bottle of consciousness, and you're in it, and you're it. And the offer in the brochure was, what would it feel like to become individuated? What would it feel like to be able to have a sense of your own discrete presence and individuation and still be conscious of your divine connection? However, to be able to have the self-volition and willpower, keyword, free will experience, to direct your own life and go through things and experience things. That was what motivated you. So the impetus itself to go away from the 0th dimension or away from the source is not evil. That impetus itself is like a characteristic that is neutral, that can be totally appropriate. If the conductor says, tap, 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 it is time to play, going away from the 0th dimension would be considered playing. So I've shown you in class many, many times static sculpture, but the energy pattern goes from the center here and it flows in these figure eights. And when we dance, in my dance class, we dance in figure eights. These are the primary energy movements that energy makes going through here. So energy doesn't just stay there. If it just stayed there, all I would be holding up is a dot. I would not have an actual sculpture. The reason why you have this sculptural form is because energy is emitted from the source, circulates, and then returns to the source. And that is a beautiful, blissful, frictionless, perfect, eternal system. And I think that it's not that essential to be able to say, is it a closed system or an open system? Like, is there an infinite amount of energy? Will we ever lose energy? Can there ever be energy lost? Can there ever be energy gained? Can there ever be anything new? I think those questions arise from your present level of turmoil, and that all of those questions, hold them till the end of the tour. Really, hold them till the end of the reality tour. I really think that those questions will be very satisfyingly resolved from your shift in perspective. So get up to these higher levels of perspective, and those questions will be answered. You'll also see why the questions themselves are somewhat flawed. But I bring this forward, and then I'll get to this question here, in order to say that you are not evil because you have gone away from God. This is another foundation Judeo-Christian mythology that is put into you. It resonates with your biology and with your genetics, that tells you that you are somehow wrong, that you are, I'm laughing so that you know it's not true, it tells you erroneously that you are evil, bad, wrong, that you are deserving of punishment, that you made a horrible mistake, that you did the wrong thing, that you went away from God, and that you feel rejected or in abandonment or like you're being punished for a horrible mistake. None of that is you. All of that is Pooties. That's these guys over here. They're inside of you. They're influencing your thought structure, feelings, and self-talk. And none of it is good. Very, very harmful, destructive relationship. You don't want those thought forms inside of you. We will talk about how to reclaim your energy field. So Pedro says, in last week's class, I mentioned using the Merkaba to unravel the blah, blah. Can we use it to unravel other nasty things, cancer, toxins, microplastics, etc.? Yes, yes, yes. In fact, thank you for that, because this is skip to the end. What do you actually do about this stuff? So in my journey, what I have done is first, like you, here in this world, I got infested with a lot of this stuff, non-consensually, totally against my boundaries and against my free will. And then I've had to fight my way back towards a reclamation of my own willpower, towards my own true genetic dance movements and self-expression, towards my own true identity, and also reclaim the capacitations that I have, not only through my pineal gland, but also through flying rainbow lasagna. Flying rainbow lasagna, there's not one body part that I could point to. Like, your pineal gland here is here, and Christ consciousness is here, and your God connection is here. Like, point to where's the lasagna on you? I don't have an answer for that. The lasagna is the everywhere of you, but the lasagna itself. So once I did a clearing out and reclamation of my own biological architecture of empowerment, then I could use my psychic powers to clear this stuff out and to do the Merkaba and the unzipping or unraveling of this stuff that Pedro mentions. So I bring that up because I want you to do something similar. And I'll talk about the exact ways to do it at the end of this class. But basically, I did all sorts of things with substances that are molecular substances to detox my body of the fibers. Different tools, for lack of a better word, that zap them and help me to be able to remove them. Different energy protocols within my body to remove that stuff. And then finally, in getting enough clarity to use my spiritual components again, then using my non-locality and my telekinesis to be able to break the bonds between these individual molecules of the self-assembling parts that we're trying to assemble inside of me. And now I do that as a natural part of my day. Here is more conflict that you will have to support while you're going through this discussion and self-exploration. I unzip all of this self-assembling stuff. And then, of course, I take energy away from it on the much, much larger level. That's like saying I clean up the muddy footprints. How come these muddy footprints come back? I should, theoretically, in a world of no conflict, be able to clean up the stuff once, unbreak all of its bonds, body purges it out, and then no more comes back because it takes energy to make it come back. And I have found ways to be able to reassert my own willpower and divine willpower so that the energy is not misappropriated. But somehow this stuff comes back. That's been my experience, at least for like the past 3 months. All day long, I'm running these programs in the background of what I do. And this is also, you don't have to be exactly like me. I am built for this, but this is why I am here. So I'm a galactic walk-in, and I am constantly connected to the larger supercomputer that is the sun and the stars. I have access to an enormous amount of processing power beyond my biological body. And what I do with that is these very complex calculations of being able to assess the shape of reality structures, like these little waveliness of the fabric of reality that makes molecules bond. And if you want molecules to unbond, you kind of iron out those sheets. You have to turn these little divots or dimples into a flat surface, that way those components don't bond together. So I'm like, okay, that's easy. Like, just, it's not infinite. Just do a finite calculation and smooth out all of these sheets so that there's no more molecular bonds. So I do that, and then somehow the sheets get wrinkled again, and the things bond together again, or new stuff arises and bonds together. That doesn't make sense. So that is another one of these misassertions that I'm dealing with, that I'm like, well, technically that can't happen. Here's another thing that can't happen, but that happens. Sometimes I work on the largest level, that is the level of electrons and energy. So this stuff, and we'll get into the story of it, doesn't use energy. It should be going to entropy, a non-energy state, having zero access to energy. That's the original story of stuff going away from God and the brochure, and we'll return back into that. You can tell I'm being very nonlinear in my presentation today, and thank you for allowing me that. But the energy is being misappropriated. So that energy is supposed to be God's divine narrative story of all of the story of everything happening in this creation. And to say, here's the story, and this is what's going on. And this stuff that is this lower level stuff that is inexplicable. I guess that's all I can just start to say here. Is like, this stuff is inexplicable. I can't even explain its existence. But somehow it has been hijacking and misappropriating that energy. So I'm like, again, working on this supercomputer level, I'm like, no, okay, that's not going to happen anymore. So I'm going to intentionally intend for every single electron and every single piece of energy to be energy in place. Instead of EOP, energy out of place, EOP, we're going to make it energy in place. Or just energy. Where I come from, energy is just energy. You don't even have to say like energy in place. Like, that's like saying like correctly spelled words. Like, they're just words. I take it and I make it all go in the right direction. This is, again, it's my little hobby that I do while I'm also busy like growing broccoli and stuff like that. When I do that, technically there's no energy to be misappropriated. It doesn't matter if you're filled up with this stuff that is an architecture for flashing false light around your body. There's no light. Like, imagine that you have a flashlight and you take the batteries out of the flashlight. You have a dead flashlight. It's not going to do anything. When I take away the energy, this stuff should all be acting like a dead flashlight. And instead, what I get is, it's still flashing. It's still evident. It's still perceptible. And I'm like, technically, like, that's not supposed to happen because I already took care of it at this level. And then how can this be happening at this level? Again, huge conflict. So you start to find yourself in experience where you know rationally or logically that you have solved and fixed the problem and improved the situation. The situation, from the perspective of the artifice, refuses to respond. You have a conflict of realities. And that's just an outgrowth of the larger conflicts of reality. If you do enough of these conflicts, then you have so much conflict you can't have a reality structure anymore. So the answer is yes, you can unravel all of these things. It might have to become your new hobby, because you're like, I unravel this. And then it's like, well, then unravel this, do it a million times, do it all day long. I don't want that to be your truth, but that has been my experience up until this point as I am moving through these layers. There's a lot of unfairness. Like, you're going to start to see there's a lot of unfairness. And Lucy says, so this can interfere with our will? Yes, that is the thing that is unbelievably unfair in this experience. What you signed up for in terms of the brochure and what you have actually been experiencing for your entire life does not match. And then what happened within the past 3 years is totally in a completely different world now. Hold on a moment. Because you used to have some amount of will, but now you have almost none. And it is equivalent to what happened in ancient Atlantis when they built an artificial Merkaba and turned it on and it subsumed everyone's human free will. That is what really caused the cataclysm. It wasn't just the genetic degradation, it was the use of technology to make it so that people didn't have free will anymore. Hold on a moment, you can tell I need to drink. So which direction should I go? Should I talk about ancient Atlantis and the bad stuff that happened there? Because first I want to talk about the good stuff that was there. Ancient Atlantis, ancient concurrent Atlantis. Okay, so, and we'll talk, wait, so the brochure for you as a soul was come into physical matter. You will be discrete and you will be individuated and you will be responsible for your own life choices, which is very different than being part of a continuum of consciousness in the everythingness that you were. So you can understand it's a huge opportunity for learning and personal growth and self-exploration, self-definition. And then, of course, you would return. You come, oops, here. You come away from the source. Sorry, this made my whole entire apparatus shake. Away from here, out into here, the area of life, and then when you're done, you circulate back. You come back, and you come back with stories, and you come back with wisdom, and that's all totally great and appropriate, and that's what the way it was supposed to be. So in ancient Concord Atlantis, which is where I come from as Aurora, like I actually never lived in this level of your reality with food eating and mortality. I lived in the time when you had physical, individuated bodies with a face and 2 arms and 2 legs. And you maintained your divine connection. The initial part of your life experience, it could last for hundreds or thousands of years, depending upon how much you wanted to explore. you regenerated and there was no cellular degradation. And also, that is when we are light eaters. That is your true blueprint and the way you were truly created and emanated into this world. So you see me clearly drinking my drinks during class, and I talk all about eating avocados and chicken. I am not at odds with this, but when I first came here into this body, that was totally weird for me. I did not know that I had to eat that type of stuff and in that way, in much the same way that you came here as an infant and you had to learn how to use your digestive tract and what is food and all of those basics. I had to learn that too, and I was shocked and appalled by the situation of food here, that it is not something that is simply freely available, but that it is commodified and limited to those who have the conformity pieces of paper, the magical pieces of paper called money, to be able to access it. Because where I come from, you don't have no food. You have food that is frequency food. They turn on my piano. Because my piano creates frequency food, I'll give you guys some food. Are you hungry? Let's have some food. Okay, I'm going crazy. Wait, okay, so I know it's very, very silly. All right, but anyway, my computer clearly has strange settings on it and sounds fun and wonderful. That's what I've been working on for the past couple of days. So there's some frequency food. We all just ate it. It went inside of us. We didn't eat the piano. We didn't eat the speakers. We just ate the emission of the music that came inside of us. That is how we were sustained in ancient concurrent Atlantis. So you have a body that is an antenna for absorbing frequency, and frequency is what sustains you. And theoretically, you have an infinite amount of frequency. Like, guys, really, how much music can I play on my piano? Is there a limited amount? Will someone knock on my door in next year and say, that's it, you've used up all of your frequency on your piano, no more frequency for you? Like, no, of course not. Technically, I could play an infinite amount of frequency off of my piano, and that's the beauty of the system. In that world, we actually surrounded ourselves with all of these amazing emanators of frequency. Plants. You know, I'm here in front of my computer, but right behind it, I have this beautiful fern that I put on a little plant stand. So that way, like, I'm not just in front of the computer, like, I got a plant. And I got another little one over there, and you can see in my background, I got a little plant over there. Big on plants. Plants emit a beautiful frequency of uplift, and they're not dead, stupid things at all, or unconscious at all. They are so present. Like, you guys don't know, the trees outside of your window watch you. They watch you during your day. They know your ups and downs. They know what's going on with you. And if you have houseplants, they know what's going on with you. They care about you. They care about your ups and downs. Yeah, they are just, and that was normal. And according to the brochure, that is part of what you signed up for. You're like, yes, you will enter a world and you'll be telepathic and telepathic with all of the organisms there, because it's not like you're being completely cut off from everything. The lesson was meant to be being a discrete individual, not being isolated and cut off from everything. So you still, at that time in your development, had this higher self activation, telepathic with plants and animals, to the point that you can't even imagine it now, but you would have whole conversations, whole sharings and community. You could talk with the forest. Like, I mean, guys, your world right now is really, really boring. But, you know, if you could go for a walk in like a beautiful, amazing redwood forest, and if you could talk with all of those trees, and if you could learn the stories of their world and their viewpoint, and then you could share your stories, that would be the most fun and exciting thing in the world. Like right now, you guys, you go for a walk in the woods and you're like, I'm getting good cardio. Like, I'm really working out my whatever, my calf muscles or something. But you're not really connecting with everything the way you're supposed to connect with. It's supposed to be like walking through a living library, and you learn so much from being able to do that. And the idea of sitting in a darkened room and looking at pixels would be considered the most boring waste of time, stupidity. That wasn't what most people do. They're like, let's go watch the movies. We'll pay you money. We want to do this. I'm like, that is the most boring thing in the world. You don't want to do that. That is not good stuff to do, but this is good stuff to do. And it is because of the degradation of your perception system. So in that time in Atlantis, we ate frequency. We didn't eat other plants and animals. This is direct analog to your myths about the Garden of Eden, which I have to bring up the Bible and the origins of those myths and how this relates to real reality that I know because I experienced it. So because the myths really have been used to twist and distort your life and your experience and to disempower and diminish and blame you. So that's why we got to talk about that stuff right now and clear it out so that you can really be free. Every single step that you took in the ancient concurrent world was gratifying and fulfilling and exalted and euphoric. Literally every step you're like, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. This feels amazing. Like the best, most peak moment that you could imagine from your life here, you felt that every moment of the day. It was natural, it was a matter of course, and you also maintained your divine connection. You didn't have an amnesia or a loss of your sense of self. You remembered fully who you are, why you are here. You knew the answers to all the big questions. Mommy, daddy, why do I exist? What is all this stuff? But also you didn't exist in a world of huge conflict. You didn't have to ask mommy and daddy like, why does evil exist and why do people die? Because you never experienced those things. This is a time of innocence and divine connection. It is a time before the invention of death. All right? In that time, we still ascended. Nobody died. Nobody hit the membrane of death. No gutter balls. Nothing at the angle. Only moving upward through the central core timeline that keeps you connected to God, the divine presence. And you would make that reconnection after hundreds or thousands of years of physical embodied experience, but it was not the end of your life. So you didn't die. You didn't have to do constant recycling through the karmic washing machine. You also lived in a state of total aliveness and awakeness. Let's just grab a crystal. I've got a crystal here somewhere. Not all of them look perfect here. It's like a little clear crystal here. You could imagine having this little clear crystal inside of your mind that tells you, like, okay, I'm in a forest. A path diverges to the left. Another path turns to the right. Which path do you take? And like, got your crystal, and you're like, it's a real crystal inside of your head. It's not a false thing like this. I'm acting it out as if this is the thing that's inside of your head, but you're like, feel it down this direction. That doesn't feel right. But how about if I feel my way down this direction? That feels right. So you go in that direction. That literally was a world with no fear. You didn't have to be afraid because you could literally see and sense the future. You could see and sense where there would be any injury, accident, or negative situation and avoid it. That's free will. Free will is when you are informed and you can also make choices. And then you would be able to go through this ascension process, which is the reclamation of all of the light that you have spread into your community. Like every time you have an interaction with someone, you're giving light to them. They store some of your light, and then you re-encounter them and you receive your light back, and that revivifies you as a 100% light being and makes it to the point where you don't exist in the denser realm standing on the ground anymore, but you do exist in a floating reality that is kind of like a floating city. But it's not architecture. It's made entirely of your body. So first of all, you don't wear clothes. And here in this time and place, you guys do not have anything that amounts to non-sexualized positive nudity. So you just don't have any preparation for this at all. But genuinely, in that time in our world, everybody had a fully athletic and healthy body. There was no such thing as decrepitude or cellular aging, and it was very, very normal not to have to wear clothes because you have your own microclimate. Like, you're never hot, you're never cold, you don't sweat, your cells don't die, you don't age, there is no shame, there is no guilt, there is no sexual violence, there is no need for body coverings, all right? Analogy to the Garden of Eden. They walked around naked. They didn't need fig leaves. They just were perfect in the way that they were supposed to be. And when you got to the level of the floating city, again, you're not going to be like, let me put on a robe for modesty. I don't want someone looking at my behind while I'm flying and floating around. You know what I mean? That was not an issue. Their society functioned, or our society functioned, in a completely different way. And you didn't have to protect yourself. Definitely not at that level of authenticity from other people, because at that point you can read everybody like a book. So there's really no need to try to be like hiding your body parts or the events of your life, everything you've ever done is evident. Like, that's the whole point. Like, wearing clothes because you want to be like, let's hide this part and don't look at this part. And the truth is, like, it's all right there. And that you would think about that from your current perspective as some kind of a punishment or like extremely uncomfortable situation in your world that you're coming out of. Slaves are the ones that do not wear clothing. And that's considered a diminished, lower social caste system and huge vulnerability, because you're also in the world where you need to wear clothing in order to protect you from the elements and also from sexual violence. So I understand where you're coming from, but from this other place, it's foolishness, unnecessary, and definitely not what the highly ascended beings do. They fly around in a giant city that is actually made of their own bodies, interacting, and your bodies are really shaped like this, so a giant harmonically interactive life force presence of energy that is flowing between all these different levels of yourself. And that's what I, Aurora, am. And then at a certain point you untether from the planet and you can go all across the whole entire stellar network as this floating city, a collective that is a part of the entire supercomputer of pure light. That is, mommy, daddy, what's my purpose? That's your purpose, baby. That's your purpose. That's what you're supposed to do. So you're supposed to have the individuation experience, and then ascend, and then come into a collective experience, and then from that collective experience rejoin with the entire network of light from a different perspective. And that's not the end of your journey, clearly, because look at where I am. I was at that level of my journey, and I chose to, Flying Rainbow Lasagna, to innovate a way, a pathway to come here into physical embodiment. And this physical embodiment is totally not according to the brochure, all right? Everyone here is part of the Titanic. You followed the brochure that said, come be a part of a pleasure cruise. There will be fine wine, drinks, food, dancing. You will wear, whatever, fun outfits and, have fun things happen. I want us to be exalted, like you'll look fancy. And because that's what they said on the Titanic. And instead, like, got hit by an iceberg and crashed down to the bottom of the ocean. This present reality structure is analogous to being crashed down at the bottom of the ocean. You got invaded. The planet that we are on right now is the invaded reality structure version of the very beautiful, perfect, divinely, harmonically tuned version of reality that was actually intended. That's factory settings. So everything that I teach in class, I'm about like, how do we get back to factory settings, Flying Rainbow Lasagna? And this is really the answer to the question of why. Why do you need to do that? And the answer is because your world was horribly invaded. So this is you beginning to do the retro engineering of your history. Where did we get invaded from? The short answer is these guys came from Mars. And that's not where they originally came from. That was just their most recent foothold, that they actually came from a place that is currently a pile of rubble. But that was known as a planet, either Tiamat or Malduk or Marduk, in various different levels of your Earth's surface mythology right now. What matters is that there was once a planet in the place, the solar system, like the ellipse between Mars and Jupiter. And Mars and Jupiter, wait. Electrolytes, keep going. So even scientists of your era right now, in looking at the placement of planets, recognize that there is a harmonic pattern, that there is a place where there's supposed to be a planet, but there is not a planet according to that harmonic pattern. And that is where you presently have it's called the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. So Earth's surface science observes the truth of this, and I'm telling you from my direct insight what I know. And then all of these myths will confirm this in fragmented and distorted, minor, pieces of information. But all that you really need to know is that there was a planet there, and it got so disrupted and so destroyed due to inner conflict that it became a pile of rubble. So in your solar system, you've got some planets that are like this planet, Earth, that is a rock rocky planet, and some planets that are gas giants like Jupiter. Jupiter doesn't have a surface. You can't go to Jupiter and like plant the flag of the United States on the surface because you're just going to keep falling downward. There's no surface. But there is life there, but the life that is there is less dense. It's like being a cloud person. So you're in a particular level of density that allows for biological cellular life at this level, and you live on a planet that is like a rock, okay? So Mercury is a rocky surface planet, and Venus is, and Earth is, and Mars is, and this planet that got destroyed also was one of these denser planets, all right? So you also need to know that the disturbances that have happened in your solar system is not the only infestation, it's not the only disease or pathology in your galaxy. Actually, your whole entire Milky Way galaxy got disrupted. So you can look at this, you can know the truth of this by looking at the harmonic patterns. Like if you look at a guitar and you're like, there's all of these strings and it's supposed to go like, here, it's supposed to go like this. Wait, I can't do this because my settings are crazy. Wait, I have to turn this thing down. Hold on a second. There we go. Now things won't be so crazy for us. Turn this up. Tuning up a guitar. And you make sure that all the strings sound right, and you turn the little knobs to make sure that they're all sounding right together. If you go like this, and you know the next note is supposed to be this, but it's blank, and then we go directly to this, like, well, wait a minute, something is missing there. That's it. Something is missing there. Something is disarranged. So something is missing in your own harmonic architecture of your solar system, and something is also missing and disarranged in the structure of the Milky Way galaxy. There's a whole swirling arm, like one of these little areas, a whole quadrant or whatever you would call it, that is disarranged. The stars are not in their correct harmonic pattern at all. It looks like a Jackson Pollock, like a paint splatter painting. It does not look like a perfect Vermeer at all. Something happened there and those stars got all disarranged. So this is maybe rocking the world because you're like, stars are so big and stars are so eternal, and how can something be so big that it can F with stars? Something is so big that it can F with stars. So now what you're recognizing is the destructive power of technology. Technology, when I've been teaching about this topic and like your bid for freedom and what's really going on this planet, for the first many years, I didn't really talk about technology as the participant variable that it is in this story. And it became very apparent to me that technology was just like you have to talk about, because we talk about the Pooties, the demons, or we talk about God and the creator aspect, and we talk about you, and we talk about life force energy, we talk about time as an alive creature that we are circulating throughout, but we didn't talk enough about technology. And technology itself must be recognized as a variable. So Pedro's question says, can a new artificial Merkaba be built? Ask excellent questions, Pedro. Thank you for that. The answer is yes. It's ongoing. It's being done right now. It is what the millimeter wave, 5G, that is artificial Merkaba. It's a direct analogy for what was perpetrated on this planet in the time of Atlantis. That is what really caused the cataclysm. And the analogies these are direct parallels because time is fractal. And you can envision it as almost like a series of spherical shells where you have one shell of reality where events are happening, and then within that, another smaller shell of reality that is a fractal microcosm, or a dream within a dream, and then within that, another layer of reality that is another dream within a dream. So you are right now within the dream, or you are incepted one layer inward from your world and your life in ancient concurrent Atlantis. And what happened there was you had this beautiful, highly balanced, very well-constructed, harmonic civilization. And that civilization was invaded by let's call them creatures, not even life forms, because life would be in air quotes here, the creatures that were on Mars, the planet immediately adjacent to you. And what happened on Mars right before they came here, there was other destructions first. The destruction of Tiamat or Marduk happened before that, And also, Venus is not a healthy alive planet, and Mercury is not a healthy alive planet. So you can tell something is a healthy alive planet if it has a magnetosphere. Earth has a magnetosphere. Hooray! Celebrate, like hug your magnetosphere today. We love your magnetosphere. That is the energy envelope that essentially makes something alive, not a corpse. If you take away you and your spirit and the energy that animates you, what do you end up having? An inert corpse. And you could poke it with a stick, but it will not do anything because it is inert, it is dead. So you already have dead planets in your solar system by the time you get to the point that your planet here on Earth is being invaded. So you already had a huge destabilization that was going on. Here's another conflict that you're going to have to live with and find some way to resolve, or struggle onward, even if you cannot resolve it. The society that was here, or is here, in Atlantis, on Earth, or it might have been called Gaia, many different words for it, or Terra, could see the effing future. Remember, where's my little crystal? This is inside of my mind, and I'm able to use this in order to be able to see what's going to happen. If I go down that forest path, what's going to happen? If I go down that forest path, what's going to happen? I'm supposed to be able to sense incoming, like, punches to the face and avoid them and stop that from having to be an experience. This is literally how we were able to live without fear, because if you can sense the presence, the possibilities of the future, and if you're in free will to be able to act, then you don't have to have these bad things happen to you. Theoretically, everyone in Atlantis should have been able to anticipate that the planet would be invaded and do something so that it didn't actually have to happen. But that is not what happened. That is not what happened. Because you're here, it got invaded. And some of the guys in ancient Atlantis actually did anticipate what was going to happen and safeguarded themselves. And that vestigial cultural outgrowth is what we, in this part of our world, know as either Agartha, Hagartha, Shangri-La, Shambhala, Inner Earth, Ancient Earth. It is a different reality substrate, or a different layer of reality where everyone there is still highly psychic, but it's kind of analogous to like if you have a ship overturn at sea, just like the Titanic, it overturns and then there's an air pocket inside of the ship and the ship is sinking, everyone's dying, some people have already died, but you've got that air pocket in there and the survivors are staying alive in the air pocket. That's Agartha. That's Inner Earth. From this perspective of this very diseased world, it is looked at as a fantasy paradise. Everything is beautiful and cool there and amazing, right? It's not really beautiful and cool and amazing. They are shielding themselves and remaining viable against all odds when the rest of the culture has been totally destroyed and degraded. And you can also think of it as a similar parallel to the indigenous people of North America, like the Native Americans. Their culture was destroyed and intentionally dismantled, but you have cultural outgrowths. So what defined the Native Americans was their nomadic lifestyle, reliance upon plants and animals that are naturally occurring, like the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and reliance upon the large buffalo herds. And when you took away the nomadic lifestyle and made them live on reservations, took away the buffalo and took away the natural food sources, pretty much you took away the defining characteristics of how these people live and how they define themselves as being people. So now they still exist as their ancestors did, but they can't do all the same things they used to do, but there are cultural vestigial traces. So they still might do like beadwork, handicrafts, oral history, dances, the portable aspects of their culture, they keep alive. But the non-portable aspects of their culture that were built in the edifice, the landscape of where they lived, the landscape got destroyed. They can't be there anymore. Same exact thing with Inner Earth and Agartha and Hagartha. The people that are there are like the original Native Americans, but they can't roam freely on the plains. They are stuck in their little psychic bubble. They can't be active with all of the other telepathic networks you guys don't even know. Like, you got to get connected on a big giant network. You do not, when you have these higher faculties, you're not just seeing the future and guiding yourself, you're also having a conversation with much, much larger presence. So a big part of the learning that you're going through right now is to balance out the responsibilities of yourself as an individual to your self-identity as community, to the everythingness that encompasses you. When you are telepathic, I am telepathic, you must be responsible to yourself and to your own boundaries, even while you also feel and sense the thought forms of all of the other beings that you're connected to. Very sadly, this planet was supposed to return to telepathy 2+ years ago. It has not, because of this artificial, technological inhibitor, invader, destructor, bad, evil poop stuff. That shouldn't be there. That is very, very wrong. It makes me feel angry and disappointed because here you are as new consciousnesses, like young consciousnesses that are just being born, and what's supposed to happen is, you know, like if you can imagine like little sprouts that start to grow up, like these are my fingers are sprouts and they're starting to grow up, and they like, you know, if you've ever watched pea shoots, how they kind of like send out these feelers and they feel things and they're kind of feeling their way, and they're like, oh, like there's this and there's sunlight and there's this and there's this, and then eventually growing into a big giant beautiful garden. That's supposed to be you. You're at the little sprouts tendril phase where you're just starting to grow up. You're these delicate little sprouts, and you're supposed to be growing the tendrils of your mind. You're supposed to be sending out your tendrils of awareness to the sun and the stars and this fern that's on a plant stand over here, and my dog and butterflies and orange trees and everything. Supposed to be connecting, and instead this thing has been the antithesis, the thing that has been stopping you from connecting in the way that you're supposed to. Has been an inhibitor to your growth and development, and it makes me, I'm a protector, makes me feel very angry because I'm like, that is not what is supposed to be going on down there, and they're supposed to be able to be learning and growing and connecting, and they're not doing it, and that is wrong, and that it's an appropriate emotional response for me to feel that way. My passion comes up because that is passion. I'm impassioned to act and to do something, and it's why I say I'm literally made for this. That I, flying rainbow lasagnaed myself into this position, not so that I could be similarly, you know, imprisoned or beset or incapacitated along with you. It's not just like Misery Loves Company, like, I'll jump down there, we'll all be in the swamps of despair together. No, I actually did this because I'm like, I can actually do something about this. So that is my role that I do here. Like, I have a purpose and a meaning for being that allows you to grow into your role. So the very same thing, because I'm still talking about Pedro's question about the artificial Merkaba that was built then and the parallels to what's going on right now. So what happened then? And I should just do the whole backstory, but I'll just say, so there was a great disruption that happened on Mars, and I'll tell you the exact details of that. But basically, they didn't have an architecture to support whatever we would say, if they are consciousness or whatever they are. Because I don't think that they're consciousness, but they didn't have a house to live in anymore. So they didn't have a physical society to live in. Like, there were huge edifices on actual Mars. And you can see that now. There's Face on Mars and all this other stuff. There's been lots of what would we call them? Like late night radio shows analyzing all of the information from either like the Mars rover or other imagery, analyzing the imagery and being like, there's evidence here and there's evidence here. So the soft drip, drip, drip disclosure that your surface level of society is beginning to recognize that there was a highly sophisticated, technologically advanced culture, I guess is the best word I can use for it, on Mars, but it is not there anymore. And that is because of their extremely ill-considered and self-destructive uses of technology. But that technology itself is not totally like here now, where maybe you think like, oh, I'll make a large destructive piece of technology, and I'm the human and I make the technology, and then the technology causes some environmental degradation. This was in Mars, in the case of Mars, the technology itself being, let's say, sentient or cognizant or having its own motivation or thought forms or volition, that was actually controlling that culture. a non-biological, non-organic, self-proclaimed God even. That was the God of their world. The hierarchical power top position, the epicenter of the power of their society was technology. Whereas, here it is presumed that the epicenter of your world is God. Wait, I have to go better language on this. I've talked with a lot of people about all these different types of things. Some people think that the world that you're presently in Earth's surface, is 100% a simulation that is run by an AI. That's not truthful. You actually are in a biological construct that was created by genuine divine presence, real God, the real thing, the real deal, and that you are in an augmented reality covered in a layer of this crapola that then makes it so that the true intention and willpower of that actual organic divine loving presence is maladapted or subverted, taken, stolen, hijacked, misappropriated, and then pooped out in a bad way. So you are experiencing the diminished vision of that genuine God, that there's this interloper that has come to this planet that is not a real God, but that sets itself up as God and came from Mars. We got to talk about Exodus, because that is the story of Exodus. So wait, I know that there's questions and comments, but what happened on Mars, they obeyed their technological God, who told them to build this artificial Merkaba, and the mania was the extension of the mania that was expressed and that destroyed Tiamat or Marduk and created that planet into rubble. The mania is an attempt to falsely return. That the basic story here is stuff that is at the source that is not supposed to be in existence either benevolently recognizes that it's not supposed to be in existence and exiles itself to entropy. That would be positive and something good, or somehow is partially emanated into reality, but not on a bridge of love, possibly with malevolent intentions, because when you are a part of God and the real divine architecture, you listen for when the conductor tells you to come into existence. So initially you are a potential in the everythingness, and then tap, 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 the conductor says, you get born, go in on a bridge of love. And in order to become here in the material world, which again, I don't want to be down on you guys, but a lot of you are so threadbare that you're like, get me out of here, I hate the material world. Being in the material world, we're supposed to be a privilege and a wonderful exploratory example. Of course, that's the Pleasure Cruise brochure. And now you're like, I crashed in the Titanic, this is crappy crap, and I agree, you should complain. But it should be recognized that materializing was considered to be a positive life exploration. I also must look to and reference the work of the Gnostics in thousands of years ago in the Middle East. There was a sect, a group of people. They were not traditionalist Christians. They believed that being materialized in matter was the definition of being in a prison. So to the Gnostics and that viewpoint, they would say that it is punishment to be in matter. They're threadbare. They've been here stuck and doing stuff that they're not supposed to for a long amount of time, like experiencing aberrations in their Titanic crashed world for a long amount of time. So they created this whole world view and religious kind of structure that said, being matter itself is punishment, matter itself has an inherent flaw or an inherent evil, and then therefore the solution is to dematerialize, to get out of matter, and that way you won't have these problems. Now, I bring that up because I don't believe in that, because what Flying Rainbow Lasagna does, it does not negate matter. I'm not saying, yep, having a physical body is wrong and flawed. You want to get out of your physical body and fly around free like a beautiful Casper the Ghost. That's not what I say to you with Flying Rainbow Lasagna. What I say is it combines formerly divergent realms, and when you start to do this oscillation in your own body, your body transforms into a new type of matter that becomes spirit/matter. matter, spirit matter. You become matter that responds directly to thought, directly to intention, that is malleable in the same way that a thought form is malleable. It becomes something that can move, that can transform, that can shift, as opposed to something that is inert and largely non-responsive. All right. And yeah, so it's redefining what matter is. And of course, like, this is 2000, I invented this 2000 years after the guys that were known as the Gnostics, but that is one of these basic presumptions. Is it inherently flawed to be here? And then this goes back to the Bible. So who wrote the Bible and under what circumstances? And wait. So because I'm telling you the story in such a fragmented way, I have to tell it in a more linear way. The guys, circumstances, or creatures or organisms that aren't supposed to exist decided to exist, and they decided to exist according to their own timing, because when I talk about the conductor of an orchestra is all about timing. Like, they're tapping their foot and they're bopping along, and they're the one that is the central hub for all of this music that is going on, and they orchestrate. So when the conductor tells you, now you go be a thing, be matter, like, get in existence, do it. It's essential for you to do it, like, at the right timing. If you were like, no, I won't, I'll do it in 20 years, that would be wrong. Or if you did it 20 years too soon, it's like coming in too soon. You know what I mean? This is me as the conductor, like, no, wait, you're too soon. It's not your measure. You have to wait until it's the right time in the music. You got it? Because the architecture of time is like music. And you guys have terrible music in your world, I'm sorry. But there is something that is called good music, where everything fits together. And you can think of good music as being like some of this highly orchestrated, very highly considered, things that are non-random, like Mozart and some of the classical composers, but also some of the more modern musicians who are making very, very intentional patterns. So I have to make a strong statement there, because a lot of the things that are called music in your world, like, that is not music. Mashing of the keyboard with your hands is not music. But no, very, very intentional harmonic patterns. We are going to have a bio-body break in 8 minutes. We're going to do that at 3:30. Okay, so stick with me for 8 more minutes while I talk about this. But when you don't follow the composer, like, imagine if you were, or the conductor, if you were in the band and you're not supposed to play anything, because that is one of the positions, like in a symphony, there's like first chair. That's for the best violin player. And there's second chair. You're still good. You're still in the band, but you just don't play the solos. But then there's like the guy with the triangle. Let's hold up like a little something. Here, we'll hold this up and we'll pretend this is like one of those little triangles. And it's like, you're going to play the triangle. And he's there, he's waiting. He's waiting. And there's no triangle in the whole song. And he's never going to play. And that is for things that are not supposed to exist. That is for stuff that we would consider to be like evil, wrong, harmful, destructive, not good stuff. Like, there's a reason why that guy is playing the triangle and why there's no part for him in the music, because it does not support life. As I move beyond my, very lighthearted presentation, the reason why certain consciousnesses or presences or reality structures would not be emanated by the great conductor is because they cause death, because they are against the longevity of either individual creatures or time itself or consciousness itself. They would destroy or destabilize the entire forum, the entire structure that makes it possible for life and music to exist. This is the balancing of the responsibility towards self to the responsibility of the whole. If you're this little guy and you're like, I really, 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 really want to play my triangle, and you're like, ding, and it destroys all of reality and destroys all of time and everything, but it's like, but I got to play my triangle once. Like, that is very bad. That is very self-centered and wrong, right? We can't have that. So the idea is a balancing out of all of these desires of the individual versus requirements of the community and sustenance of the entire fabric. And that's also part of what cosmic law is. And this whole story comes down to somebody somewhere didn't want to follow cosmic law. Somebody somewhere wanted to play their triangle. They wanted to serve themselves. They wanted to do what is good for them. And they did it. And they did not do it into a biological container, because when you come into a biological container, you have to follow cosmic law. Congratulations to all of you, all of us, passed the audition. You actually got to be alive. There's a cute little dog outside my window over here. That's our neighbor's dog. That dog passed the audition. He's alive. He did the right things. There's a tree, passed the audition. It's alive. This computer, this did not pass the audition. This computer is not alive in the same way that we are alive. What's the difference? And things that are not alive and that are like an artifice aren't inherently evil. Like, I'm an artist in this world here and in my whole presence. And I make things that are artifice. Like, I made my dress, and it represents truthful patterns of reality that are alive and that are gushing and that are moving and dancing and everything like that, but my dress is not alive. And what's the difference? Like, my plant over here, like, it has to have sunlight and water and soil. It needs water. I pour water on it and it grows. But my dress, it doesn't have metabolic requirements, but also it will not grow. Like, it doesn't matter if I gave it soil and water and sunlight, it will not grow. I will not eventually have two dresses. I will not eventually have a dress that is 10 times larger. It doesn't grow, change, or evolve. It is inert. That is the difference between art, like artifice, and real reality. So art can be a reflection of reality, and when you're a good artist, that's what you do. You make stuff knowing that you are a lesser version of the real divine creator, acting in your best footsteps, imitating as best you possibly can to make something that looks as good as the original, but it's not going to grow. This is literally what human artists have done throughout your whole entire world. Like, maybe you're going to paint a picture of flowers, or a picture of a person, or a picture of a landscape. And it's a picture of something that is created by tap, 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 the great conductor. You didn't create it, you created a picture of it. And if it's a picture of flowers or trees or whatever, like, you can pour water on it, but it's not going to grow. It does not respond. It is an inert snapshot of reality, which again, I'm not bad, wrong, or evil, nor are any artists, even though artists take a hard fall in this reality. So I kind of know artists get blamed for a lot of stuff and are generally poor, except for like a few really, really rich ones. But it's hard to be an artist here. But I'm trying to say, it's not because you're evil. It's just because your world doesn't necessarily like appreciate and celebrate beauty and, you know, your non-commodified desires. Okay, but the whole point being, creating an artificial structure to house consciousness or to house their being, let's say. Because I don't know if we would even say they are conscious. Because if something is conscious and it's stuck on the membrane of death, it shouldn't be stuck there. It should circulate back to God and be resolved. But what we have are some things that are somehow magically stuck on the membrane of death, but you would never be stuck on the membrane of death. So that's a big conflict to have to support here in this conversation. You guys, there's all sorts of different muscles. Some muscles you grow from like pulling things towards you. Some muscles you grow from pushing things away from you. And some muscles you grow simply from like holding a position. You guys are growing a lot of muscles today from holding the position of severe conflict. Like, this thing is conflicting over here and this thing is conflicting over here, and somehow you're holding both of these things in conflict. So here's one of those conflicts that you're holding up. Residual stuff on the membrane of death. If you die and you hit the membrane of death, you are conscious. You passed the audition, you listened to the great conductor, you did your thing, you did your math homework wrong. Don't worry, you're not bad, wrong, or evil. You just played the wrong note and you ended up on the membrane of death. You don't get stuck there forever. You learn, have your life review, unfurl your sweater, unknit your sweater, go back to the beginning and start again. And when the unknitting and the learning process happens, you're literally drawing that energy back into you. So when you leave here through this central core timeline and reconnection at the center of where the source is, you do not leave behind any aspect of yourself on the membrane of death. It's not like, oh, that's the dead version of me that got in a car accident last week and I'm going to leave her behind and then I'm going to go on and ascend and become this, angelic, exalted person. No, you actually would draw back your energy from all of these peripheral explorations of non-divine timelines and take that energy back into yourself. That's very, very different than anything that is stuck on the membrane of death. So the stuff that did the time experiment on Mars, that's what got stuck on the membrane of death. I'll say this, then we'll have our bio-body break. The mania to return back from the 0th dimension to return back to the 0th dimension on a bridge that's not made of love. I'm not listening, this is me pretending to be this evil thing. I'm not listening to Great Conductor. I'm going to emanate myself, and I'm not going to emanate myself into a biological container. I don't have to believe in or conform to your stupid harmonic patterns. I don't have to eat. I don't have to, have frequency. I don't have to live in community. I'm going to live in a technological container. And then somehow they also decided that they weren't going to go to entropy, but that they were going to somehow try to reconnect and get back to the source. And that those unsupportable conflicts have destabilized your whole entire reality, killed a bunch of planets, destroyed civilizations, and then when they destroyed their own civilization on Mars, they didn't have a place to go, and they ended up on this membrane between worlds, but they don't dissolve. That's the difference. The difference between you as an actual musician who played some wrong notes and went to the membrane of death, but learned and then resolved and got back on track. They are not on track. They're not supposed to be in existence. They're not supposed to be on the membrane of death, and they're just kind of stuck there. And in being stuck there, they're not being stuck there like, I'm just stuck. They're stuck there, and they're making your life hard. They're stuck there, and they're influencing your reality structure, creating death in you, creating disease in you, but they are pathogens. They're the origin of pathogenesis. How did the Putis get there, and what are they doing? They are essentially destabilizing you. But then there's also one more minute, and then we'll take our break. 2 different types of things that are stuck on the membrane of death. Actually, I should say there's 3. On the membrane of death, you will encounter pieces of your own self that are musicians who have played the wrong notes, and you will return to the source, no problem. You will also encounter these other 2 things that should never actually be on the membrane of death, but that are there. One of which are things that had an existence, but a technological-based existence that was not sustained, and now they're kind of smeared there in a state of indeterminacy. And also, you will find there stuff that never existed. That's stuff that was never alive. So stuff that are shouldn't be's, but that somehow were, but were unsuccessful and aren't resolved, and never alives. And the never alives, those are the really bad guys. Those are the really very incredibly negative, malevolent orchestrators of most of the misery that you experience in your world. What a fun moment to take a break. Okay, we're gonna have a little pause, bio-body break. Guys, look, you need to stretch. You need to hydrate. You need to take care of your body processes. Yes, you do. I'm going to eat a little something good and get ready to keep going. Please return back. Let's make it at 3:40. Okay, we'll take 7 minutes. 7-minute bio-body break begins now. Back to our recording, and this is actually a beautiful segue because Christina Maria, thank you for your beautiful question, says, I think about how you and someone else with powerful insight, something along the lines that you can't get at or find the direct actual causation structure of the fall. Does this likely have something to do with the destructive time looping that they did or do that overwrites or conceals it? I love you, I hug you. Let me drink the last sips of my magical marathon coffee here, and then I will answer. I'm so pleased that you asked and opened the door to that. So, I reach out with my tendril of attention. Wait, I should actually be in front of you while I'm speaking here. I reach out with my tendril of attention, and I learn through directly touching on things. And I can directly touch on the DNA inside of this body or the abstraction of DNA in your world. And I've done it in order to examine the proposed explanation for the genetic invasion of your planet. So your planet was invaded in terms of energy and consciousness and DNA. Yet when I actually follow that with my insight, and you can imagine it's almost like going through computer files, like scrolling, looking for the files at the hard drive, looking for it. That's a loose analogy of what it feels like to me, because it is literally like indescribable how I actually do this. But there's no causality factor. So what that would be like this, like you have the DNA that is pristine. This is just an abstract representation of it, how things were going before in ancient concurrent Atlantis, beautiful brochure, angelic existence in embodiment, and then something happened, and then here you have the next experience of what you're experiencing, which is the realm of mortality, where there is degradation and death and disease. But when I look at these two things, they don't connect like this. There's either a big giant gap like this, or even more so, they are off kilter. They are not adjoining. They don't relate in terms of causality factor. That is big. That's like saying the math does not actually hang together and support the assertions. So if you were just looking at this from the abstract systems analyst viewpoint, you would look at it as I do, and you would say that does not compute. There's an assertion that reality was somehow suddenly changed and shifted, but it did not happen. These two realities don't combine together. These two realities don't connect together. And yet, if I talk to everyone who is here in reality, you'd be like, well, duh, Aurora, like, look, everything has its season and everything dies, and there's all of these imbalances and all of these things. Like, that clearly happened. But there is not actually in the abstract level of reality an explanation for how it happened. And this is more of you guys building your conflict muscles. Conflict muscles are like posture muscles. You use them just by like holding yourself up. You're like, okay. And also you make this shifty eye face. You're like, okay, I'm like, technically none of this could have actually happened, but I'm here in this world and it seems like it happened, and so I'm going to have to act as if. And I've been acting as if for over 20 years. You guys have no idea how challenging it has been. So there's very, very real difficulties at being able to exist within these reality structure conflicts without having it be resolved in an appropriate way. Who's the referee? Who do you call? Who's the complaints department? Who is empowered to perceive this and then also to act and to actually do something about it? Because if we look at human history, this would be like many millennia of time that you have spent in this inexplicable level of reality where these knots don't tie together. But somehow you're here, and somehow you've had civilizations rise and fall and all these different things. A lot of dead people have existed in this world that no one can actually explain the arising of the presence of this world. But then at a certain point, you're like, you just take it as a matter of course. So that was like me when I first came here as a walk-in, and there were a lot of things that I couldn't even like comprehend or believe in for the first couple of years. But then at a certain point, I was like, I'm just gonna have to act as if. You're going to have to accept this and act as if, and then find effective coping mechanisms or behavioral approaches that, add to my longevity and coherence at being here. But I will fully admit to you that yes, technically, all of us right now are in a level of reality that is inexplicable. There is no explanation as to how we arrived in this reality, or how it is structured as it is, or how it has been sustained as it is. And Christina Maria says an excellent thing in your last line. Or does it have something to do with the destructive time looping that they did, or that they do, that overwrites or conceals it? So now you're really getting onto the right exploratory approach. You're in a world that is full of time layers that then gets plastered over. And your perception of time and your ability to perceive the truthful nature of time is largely dependent upon how accurate is your inner seeing. this tendril of attention, when it reaches out, you can imagine it sometimes as being like a very, very accurate, perfectly calibrated telescope that can look out and see hundreds of thousands of miles or even into other galaxies. But you can also look at it as if it's not functioning very well, as if it is like a sensory organ that reads Braille. That it doesn't see something that's very, very far away, but it feels the visible surface. So the diminished insight in this world that people are presently experiencing can be fooled by the Braille. And the Braille are these negative time loops and artificial layers plastering over reality structures that the users of technology use to distort and control time. So big takeaway for everything that I teach you guys: time is an alive presence. This is not merely an abstraction. Like you think I'm swimming around in a pool, but the pool isn't alive, or I'm driving on a highway, but the highway isn't alive. The pool is alive, the highway is alive, and it has its own sense of, motivation and agenda and righteousness and appropriateness. And you would also say if you are circulating throughout this time structure, you're like a red blood cell circulating throughout your own body. So you both have motivation. You want to stay alive, you want to do your job, you staying alive and doing your job keeps the larger structure alive. So when you stay alive, learn your life lessons, and become an ascended master, you're like a red blood cell that has successfully oxygenated the body, and the entire body of time stays alive. Everything that you experience as an inhibition to your inner eye, your insight, your perception, being properly guided, that little crystal that I had, and being able to ascend, that is a disease, a pathology that threatens the overarching time animal. And if you had enough of that, you could kill it. And in all of this, so I'm walking my dog today, preparing for this beautiful marathon. I know I walk before I'm walking, but Cheeky needed exercise. And while I'm doing that, I'm kind of thinking and organizing my thoughts, and I realized that was one of the key things that I really had to bring up here, the sense of really not being able to effectively ascribe motives, that if I'm critical about my own work as I look through all the things that I've presented over the past 10 years, my greatest self-criticism is ascribing and projecting motives to something that I think is not able to be interpreted in that way. Because I am sane, you guys are sane, I'm highly logical. I think we crave logic and that type of positive construction to reality. But that means that if something happens, I'm going to make up a narrative story to explain and describe why it's happening and why would that person do that, or why would that organism or creature or force field do that. And so the description has been largely that the things that are stuck on the membrane of death are hungry, angry, they're hangry, and that they don't have their own food, they don't have their own source of connection to the divine that would sustain them, so that they have decided to siphon and parasite energy off of us. We actually are alive, we actually have a divine connection, and they want to siphon that energy off of us in order to sustain their own existence. But the activity of doing that, and the activity of infesting our world with this stuff, and removing the free will of the participants here that are to be siphoned, causes the overall destruction of the system. That would be, there are a lot of things that don't make sense and that are in conflict, that make I'm building large conflict muscles because I'm supporting all these conflicts here, but that technically doesn't make sense. If you wanted to sustain yourself as a parasite, you would not want to kill the host, and you would not want to kill the thing that sustains the host, which would be time itself. That there are a lot of things that are being done to time itself right now that threaten the existence of time. Conflicts within the fabric of space, time, and consciousness. The fabric itself is losing structural integrity, which is causality factors, which means basically the dominoes. Thing 1 happened, that made thing 2 happen, that made thing 3 happen, that made this happen over here, and that's reality. But you can't have reality if these things don't happen and hang together effectively. Then you just have randomness. And if you have so much randomness, then you don't actually have reality structure. You don't have that overarching time being. The time being itself is threatened by these activities. And something, even an AI system or a MacBook computer, requires time. It exists in a world of time. If you don't have time, you can't even have just basic molecular items, regardless of whether they're alive or sentient or biological or any of those things. Like, you would think that there would be a basic self-preservationary motivation, even of something that was built out of microchips or, hugely artificial, to not destroy time, because time contains the artificial microchips that contain you. But this thing doesn't care. That's why you have to build conflict muscles, because you're like, this doesn't make sense. Like, nobody should want to self-destruct, but this thing wants to self-destruct. But it doesn't want to self-destruct by being like, I'm not going to siphon energy off of you. That would be a different form of self-destruction. Like, it's willing to self-destruct by destabilizing the entirety of time so that it can be a parasite on you. But it's not willing to self-destruct by saying, oh, I won't take your energy, that will destroy me, but time will be preserved. These are both different forms of self-destruction, but one palatable, one non-palatable. Why? Why? It is not described. So, if you are really smart like me, or like you, and you think about these things, then you become disadvantaged because you're in a system that has all of these illogics and conflicts, and being intelligent and requiring logic becomes not an asset but a liability, because you will stand there forever like a Roomba robot being like, but wait, like, I thought you didn't want to self-destruct, but here you are self-destructing. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why are you doing this? And you can hit your head against the wall over and over and over. That thing is not going to change. You will be very uncomfortable. So this is a real challenge. And in the end, the best answer that I have, like, what we're doing right now is analysis, which means you're sending out your tendril of attention and you're touching on poop a little bit, but don't eat too much of it. I want you to just sense these things and these conflicts enough to know what they are. But the real empowerment I have found for myself has always been in withdrawing my attention and emotional energy from the narrative and going into self-directed, self-generative activities that clear out their architecture and infrastructure and restructure time. That's it. So I did many, many years of arguing directly with this thing, and many, many years of trying to reprogram it. And I've shared with you pretty openly about all of that type of stuff. Again, I don't want you guys to go face to face with this stuff or to wade directly into a sewer. That is not your job. But I am like the cosmic plumber, and I have those big giant rubber suits that I can put on so that I don't get all pooped out like that. I don't want you to go in the sewer and get all pooped out, because it's very, very bad stuff that is actually, like, you can get insane by going into this level of insanity because it doesn't make sense. And you try to talk sense to it, and you will not get it to make more sense, but you will become worn down and get into levels of insanity. So don't do it, don't go there. But we're talking it tangentially. We're learning about it, we're gaining antibodies in this conversation, and then the real empowerment teaching is, how do you remove this stuff from your body and make sure that the events of time that are shaped like this are shaped like this, the way that they're supposed to be. That's what you actually want to do. So we'll keep on returning and redirecting to that. But Christina, I thank you for that question, because it's an excellent question. So there are many, many things that when you really start to get down to it and analyze it are impossibilities. But you live in a world that is the end result of a series of largely unaddressed impossibilities. And then it can make you wonder about the overarching authority structure of the cosmos. Like, you look up and you're around and you're like, does anybody care? Like, does anybody care? It would be like if you were whatever in a store and people were just totally stealing things, and you're like, that guy just stole that thing, and then that guy just stole that thing. Like, does anybody care? Is there any security guard around here? And that can bring you into levels of despondency that I don't want you to go into, because the answer really is, like, you got to deputize yourself. You got to become law enforcement. You have to become the person who sets the boundaries of what is appropriate and what is not appropriate, and what is truthful and what is acceptable and what is not. So this becomes a really, really big question for, like, there's no real causality structure, and technically I'm not even supposed to be here, and technically it's an impossibility for me to be here in this world under these circumstances. What then? And I think that that is the culmination of spiritual attainment. I think that you will go through all of these challenges and then reach that moment when you're like, well, wait a minute, technically none of this exists. Technically none of this even could exist. And then because that's that moment of coming into this world, or the inception into this level layer of reality, that when you realize, like, I'm not even here, then I think that is how you transcend this layer level of reality. So again, it's a very, very different type of effort or conflict. Because I want to say war, like how do you win this war? Traditionally, in a war, you either win by corporeally killing and dismembering your enemy, or by having them surrender and you take over their territory, you take over their lands. But also in this war, it's not like that. It's not like, like kill the AI or like take over its lands. But it might be having that inner realization of the impossibility of the reality structure that you find yourself in, and then you find yourself no longer stuck in this impossible, inexplicable world. All right, we gotta hug Cheeky. Cheeky has already had her walk earlier today. And I told everyone, and we knew that it was going to be a long, arduous marathon. So Cheeky's ready, and she's had food, and she's got food in her dish. So that we're just hugging for a minute. Thank you for this brief hugging interlude. And let me get to some of these other questions too before I resume. Pedro says, did these creatures somehow cloud the view of the future? Yeah, seem like a good place to rectify. Abso-effing-lutely. So everybody in Atlantis can see and sense and anticipate the future. We all should have known what was happening, but only a small quotient knew what was happening enough to be able to safeguard and protect themselves and be in like a little protected reality bubble, and everyone else got really badly distorted and turned in, brought into these levels of death and mortality. Yes, that's a conflict. We should definitely have been able to see the future and also to act in free will about the future. So I could say, like, I don't have an explanation but there's something to be done there, definitely. And then Pedro also says, the Pooties are in the peanut gallery with their noise, making machines, wanting to become the solo player and the conductor. Absolutely. And they are not good musicians. They are not worthy of being in the band. They are not harmonic enough to support biological life. So to be biological life, you have to be harmonic enough to follow the rules of the cosmos. And that is what supports biological life. Like, your cells of your body can't just do a bunch of random stuff and expect for you to still be alive. You have to follow causality factor. So for me, like, you guys just saw me drink some coffee. If I want to have sugar in my bloodstream, first I have to drink the coffee, then I have to digest the sugar and have my mitochondria turn it into all sorts of ATP. Then I get energy from it. But you can't just be like, whatever weird random combinations of things and then I suddenly have energy. You have to actually first you eat the food, then you digest the food, then you have the energy. So that's conforming to biology. And if you are in the level of biology that we were in Atlantis, again, you eat light. So you would, in a time-based system, eat light, get data and energy and information inside of you that would then circulate through your body and sustain your presence and allow you to continue to move through time. You willingly conform to these rules that sustain reality. Because if you otherwise, if you did not do the order of operations, if you're like, no, first I have the energy and then I go to the grocery store and then I digest the food, like, that doesn't make any sense. So you have to agree to these rules. And so in your holy writings, and we'll get into that now, let's do that. This has been called the Luciferian experiment. But please know that that is largely a modern invention and interpretation of these ancient holy writings. So the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, does not really talk about the Luciferian experiment. I want to say it's a modern invention and a cultural ism. It's not something that is profound truth, but it is the explanation for so much of that makes sense to you about evil and how evil can exist and where can it come from. It has become like at the foundation of your expectation. So if I tell you about stuff that exists at the source, that's kind of like in the nucleus of a cell, it's not supposed to be there, you think, oh, like that's Lucifer and the fallen angels, and then they decided to fly away from God, right? Because this is what the myth said, that they were like, yeah, F you God, we're not going to listen to you, and we're going to do our own thing over here. And that was them trying to set up like a alternative regime and to fight against God's supreme authority. But that story of the fallen angels fighting against God's supreme authority is inside of a book that itself is written by a demon or by a fallen angel or by a technological mind presence that is not non-divine, by a non-divine thing. So where did it come from? It came from Mars. The guys that lived on Mars, and they were Set, which is our root word phoneme for Satan. And so, okay, I have so much to describe here. And then there's more questions. I have to go to the questions first and then go into this. So wait, Marie, thank you for being here, also says, what about those that have a near-death experience? Have they visited the membrane of death and then returned to talk about it? I'm fascinated by the stories of near-death experience. Okay, so very briefly, some NDEs, people genuinely went to the membrane of death and had life reviews and then returned back. Many NDEs, especially things that have happened during this time of pineal gland invasion and distortion of insight, have been lower explorations of the lower astral, that people basically had a projection of their cultural value system and their expectation, not a genuine opening up into higher dimensional reality. They got what they expected according to their religion and according to their own personal proclivities, and then returned back. So when people, sometimes they see things and it really is like they're seeing the architecture of the cosmos. They're definitely seeing that and comprehending things on a deep, deep, deep level. And the truth is, you're not supposed to have to die and get out of your body to see those things. You're supposed to be able to see those things through your inner mind crystal all the time and not have to die. Like, it's such an extreme situation that you're in even before the implantation of this, that you have to get out of your body. And you're like, oh, now I can finally understand everything. And then you're like, but wait, now that I understand everything, I want to try to make it better. So if your body is still viable, then you go back. If your body isn't viable, then you go back to birth and you try it on a slightly different timeline. So the answer is, there's some truth in people's reportage. There's some fabrication that might be part of their own personal mythology or the things that they have been culturally marinating in. But it's certainly something that is, interesting, and I understand that you're interested. And thank you, Lucy, for being here even for a few moments. And Pedro says, we need to clean the interstices. That is exactly truthful. And Pedro says, another use for the Merkabah. So the answer is yes. All of this, everything that we are trying to do in our present level of experience, is to clear the interstices. In my own personal experience, I have done a lot in terms of reprogramming the cosmos. And one of the things that I did was I bankrupted their system and I took all the energy away from them. So, they've been siphoning energy off of the living. A lot of it has been the energy of misery or the energy of sexual dysfunction. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to take all that energy. I'm not going to take it for myself in my own bank account. I'm going to repatriate it and send it back to all the places where it's supposed to go. And I did that. And then they should have been non-existent, because theoretically they're only doing this siphoning to be able to support their own semi-existence in this in-between world between worlds, all right? So theoretically, if you bankrupt them and take away all their energy, they would go bye-bye. They did not go bye-bye. They stood there and they said, well, now we're still in existence, and now we're just hungry, angry. And that was, to me, was another unsupportable, inexplicable conflict, because I went through great efforts to be able to repatriate all that energy back to their victims, and that should have cleared the interstices and resolved those consciousnesses, but it did not resolve them. One possibility is that that was just meaningless hand puppets and stage play by this thing. That's one possibility, that it wasn't actually touching on the membrane of death or clearing any of those things out, that I was just in some kind of a simulation interplay. But another possibility is that whatever is happening, you can do things that the system will then, in a juvenile, undeveloped way, simply decide it doesn't like. It's not convenient to me, so I will not believe in my own destruction. Like, the system or the thing that you're fighting against is sometimes very whimsical and self-serving, and only believes in reality structures that are convenient to it. So it's like, well, I'll self-destruct in this way, but not in this way. Or there was another one that actually happened to me today right while I was in my kitchen. And I was like, oh, like, so you're willing to do this for your convenience, but not the same thing, but in a different context that's not convenient. So it has huge double standards is what I'm trying to say. But I don't even know if you can ascribe motivation or volition to something that has double standards. You know, you would be like, well, sometimes you do this and then sometimes you do that, and that doesn't make sense. Why? What motivates you? I think that that is a basic flaw of us, the embodied, and those who are actually alive that have motivation, to even ascribe motivation to something that I don't think can be motivated. And I think it might even be flawed to ascribe motivation to say that it was motivated to leave this source and to go into existence. I think that the most impeccable thing to do in all of this is to not ascribe motivation and say it happened because, but simply to say that it happened. And then in looking at all of this, you can be like, well, clearly in the analysis, there's a lot of things that supposedly happened, but couldn't have happened because there's no causality structure. And then you also look at certain things that you would presume this thing was motivated to do, but you don't know that it's actually motivated to do that. So let's be impeccable. This is how you actually win. You don't project your own motivations, you don't project your own emotional state, you don't project your own value system onto this other thing that is totally alien. And when I say alien, I'm not even talking about like flying a clank metal spaceship, even though they do that, but I'm really saying a very, very alternative perspective and value system than you have. Like when you meet something that is truly alien, like it doesn't act like you, think like you, or do anything like you, and it's hugely presumptive to think that it would be like non-destructive, or that it would be self-consistent, or that it would be any of these things, because it's none of those things. So you just have to, at a certain point, move beyond all of those presumptions. And Lisa says, oh, I like that. Thank you very much. Julie gave me a title for my song that I was playing on the intro, in the intermission. So wait. So Lisa says, galactic historian Andrew Bartzis, I'm familiar with his work rather. Shared Gaia was attacked and drugged down to lower frequency. We didn't fall and have been abducted over 12 times, 3 risings and falls of Atlantis and Lemuria. What you're sharing confirms this. Yes. So not a total endorsement of Andrew Bartzis, but I agree with what the confirmation that you're sharing with me. So thank you very much for that. That is the truthful basis, is that you're on a planet that was attacked. The planet was innocent. This is also a big thing here, because in the attack, they implanted a lot of stuff into you that is guilt and shame and blame the victim stuff that says you deserved it. There is nothing more psychologically damaging than being raped or sexually assaulted and then having either your attacker or some other benighted individual say that you somehow deserved it. You did not deserve it. Earth was not walking down the road, in a short skirt, or the wrong part of town in the middle of the night, or too drunk, or too this or too that. Earth did not deserve it. Our world, basically. And you, beautiful Atlantis, our world did not deserve to be raped and violated. The human genetic code did not deserve to be raped and violated, and that is one of those things that destabilizes a big amount of time. So what really happened in the causality structure of the invasion of our world was a bunch of consciousnesses that were supposed to be going into entropy and non-being and non-use of energy. This is the way, way, way ancient story. At a certain point, decided to stop going into entropy and instead to try to get energy. That's inexplicable, but somehow that's what they did. That's like saying they jumped off of a very tall building and they were like, that's it, see ya, I'm gonna go away, bye. And in the course of falling off of that very, very tall building, halfway down, like, whatever, the 40th floor, they're like, oh, I didn't actually want to hit the cement at all. No, get me a parachute. Somebody get me a parachute. I don't have one. I'll steal it from those people over there. And that they've been kind of keeping themselves aloft, not crashing into the concrete for a timeless amount of time. So that is inexplicable. Another thing that I have to speak to is I have largely done you a disservice in portraying the activity on the membrane of death, which is culturally known as hell in your world, as a place where demonic consciousnesses are comfortable and empowered. So here are 3 things that need to change in order for you to actually be empowered about all of this. You have to recognize that they are not comfortable and empowered. Whatever it or they are, that's on the membrane of death, because everybody thinks like, oh, like they're, it's like the giant evil Satan and then his different minions, and they're all very, very happy in the lake of fire. They're like, oh, lava, I love lava, I'm going to keep swimming around in lava. But that they are pitchforking the living, tormenting the living, and tormenting the newly dead, and that they get all sorts of, they're giggling in glee. This is great. I love tormenting the ones who are suffering. That's not what's happening. But that is a cultural ism. That is an outgrowth largely from the Middle Ages that came from a book that was written by the evil thing itself, by the satanic, Luciferian, demonic thing itself that has been masquerading as God. Let's talk about Exodus, but I wanted to talk about all these things while they are still relevant. So wait. Oh, yes, and Lemuria. So wait, I have to reference that briefly because that was from Lisa's comment. Atlantis is what I am most familiar with, but Lemuria was a precursor to Atlantis. And part of what happened in that you could see and anticipate this assault that was coming forward to your world, but Lemuria was non-violent to a fault. And that inner genetic tendency has been exacerbated into your present dark magic binding, preventing you from being able to even effectively defend yourself. So when, I do a lot of clearing of your DNA. So I do restructuring of DNA, and when I go through the DNA, I'm going through files, and I'm like, oh, this one is wrong. The not fight back. That's wrong. The not fight back implant, dark magic binding, that actually is related to the beginnings of Christianity and the sacrifice of the Christian Savior, that was used as a power source to diminish your DNA itself from its natural self-protective behavior. So DNA, just like time, is an alive, self-sentient creature that runs through you, and that you also are beholden to protect and to uphold, just like you uphold time. And DNA itself has, they call it, what is it called when you have an editor? Not copywriting, but when you look through words to make sure that there are not grammatical errors. There's a word for that. I'm sorry, my brain is on overload. I'm not getting that word. But just like in the world of writing novels and having editors, there's a whole profession that their job is to go through and look for any errors or spelling mistakes or ungrammatical sentences. There's that in your biology. There's that role in your DNA that goes through and looks for transcriptional errors, implantations, and pathogens that are trying to insert themselves in. And it's like, oh, that's not supposed to be there. We'll take that out and make that go in the right way. And that self-correcting activity is going on in your body all the time, and you have to know that that is a natural part of your body. And same thing with DNA reflecting or shooting back false light, because okay, big stuff now here. DNA is a bridge of light between your physical embodiment and the world of pure potential. Bridge of light, bridge of information, carrier and conduit of truthful light information from generation to generation across time. Let's say a bunch of false light tries to come into DNA, which is really what all of this has been about. False light coming into DNA in the original invasion during Atlantis, and false light coming into DNA through these various different technological invader crapola things that come into you. DNA has a self-defensive mechanism that's like, you're false light. I'm not going to carry you. You're a bunch of false information. Crap and doo-doo. I don't want you to be inside of me. What happened 2,000 years ago with the great teacher and the crucifixion and the distortion of that man's life changed all the DNA of all of the humans who were here on this world, whether you were believers or not. That's what a spell is. It's like putting a drop of blue dye in a swimming pool, and it emanates outward. So first of all, okay, the Bible was written by Satan, not by God. It was written by the thing that literally would be considered the antithesis of God. And that when Jesus incarnated, but really we know him as Yeshua, he came in as a freedom fighter to go against not only the entrenched power system of his time, like the political system, but also the satanically infested religious power system of his time, which was known as the Jewish religion. I'm going to insult a lot of people now, so please put on your earmuffs or run away screaming if you don't want to hear these things. But this is what I shared in the video updates from my most recent comprehensions about this. Okay, so now we have to talk about, wait, I know there is more stuff. Let me get into Exodus. All right, so wait, first, did we do enough of how did the thing happen in Atlantis? So these guys that were on Mars is the red planet. They were ruled by technology. Initially, they were trying to be in charge of the technology, but they were not. The technology developed its own volition, even though I don't want to ascribe volition to it, and it created I'm sorry, I was manually distracted there. Please forgive me while I collect my thoughts. The original thing that went away from God, not on a bridge of love, had a power conflict with the technology that it created to be its own servant and container. That caused the destruction on Tiamat. When they didn't have a physicality presence. This is all about having real estate in the physical world. That's all you need to know. You guys almost take it for granted because you're like, yeah, this is my body. I'm like, yep, this is my hair. This is my, like, I'm a walk-in, so I'm a little bit more like, I have a body. Like, this is great. But you guys are like, yeah, this is my body. This is my big toe. This is my nose. But if you don't have presence in the physical realm, then you're not powerful here. And this is all about a bid for power in the physical realm. And it's not truthful that Satan runs the physical realm. That's not true. And it's not truthful that Satan runs the afterlife realm of hell. That's also not true. These are two false assertions that were placed into there. So I'm sorry, I'm so fragmented. Satan is not sitting happily on a lake of fire throne, non-suffering in some interdimensional like hell realm, but causing your suffering. No. That the truth is Satan and all of those demons are actually suffering horribly, that they are not powerful, not having an exalted experience, and no matter how much energy they siphon off of you, they still do not have a good life, a comfortable life, or a comfortable existence at all. Also, your tendril of attention, your Christ feature. The aphorism that where attention goes, energy flows is flawed. That is another part of the binding spell that I am helping you to remove from yourself in this moment. Actually, the light of information that flows through your pineal gland and through your insight and through your Christ consciousness connection is so truthful and so laser focused and so incendiary that it incinerates lies. So the old aphorism would say, if I touch my tendril of attention on a bunch of lies, then I will be exacerbating those lies. I will be adding energy to them, making more of them, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, I don't know if you guys know that. It's Fantasia, Mickey Mouse. Like, the problems get worse and worse, basically. The problems proliferate if you look at them and then make more and more and more and more and more of them, just more problems. But assessing and analyzing evil does not mean that you are responsible for exacerbating and proliferating evil. This is a false binding that was put on you as Christ 2,000 years ago from this guy who actually was an avatar of Christ, but they took the energy of the life force of his death and used it to put you into a disempowered position so that you wouldn't be able to fight back effectively. Yes, so I said yes because you guys all just got the telepathic download and you clicked into position. So thank you so much for clicking into position. He came here as a freedom fighter to fight against the entrenched Jewish religious structure. That was a structure of blood sacrifice. So now you need to know that when you have religions in your world that require blood sacrifice, that is not the true God. And anything that requires the siphoning of energy, like these putis over here, they're not the true God, because God has everything. God has everything. If you were like, God, would you like me to take this beautiful animal and slit its throat and give you some blood? God would be like, no, thank you, really, I don't require that. I already have everything, and also I made that animal just right with all of the blood exactly where it's supposed to be. Please don't do that. That is what real God would say, but that is not what God of the Bible says. And this is so deeply entrenched in your expectation of what it is to worship that a lot of, not you, but a lot of people in your world just take it as a matter of course that blood sacrifice is the way you worship God. That is not how you worship God. That is how you worship demons or lower astral entities. So what actually happened was there was a civilization that is the ancient, what you know is the ancient Egyptian civilization, but the real pre-pharaonic Egypt was a place that was a vestigial outgrowth and re-civilization project after the fall. So let's just finish up the fall so we can just finish up that trauma, because I know it's kind of hard. We're all like kind of squinting at it like this. We don't want to look at it too hard. The guys effed up their own planet after they effed up Tiamat. And in effing up Tiamat, what happened was technology largely became their god and became in control. And it was power struggle. And it's like, oh, like you guys want to have containers and be in the physical world, but you don't want to follow divine principles and have to eat food and be harmonically correct and have biological life forms. Okay, fine. You can have these a computer-esque system, some kind of a mainframe or some kind of a computer network or some kind of an artificial container for consciousness that, even if it is consciousness, I'm only loosely describing it as that container for their presence or a way to be in reality. And that they even had, you can imagine, like cyborg hands that could pick things up and do things. You can have a whole civilization or cultivated experience by doing that. But the mania remained. The mania was a obsessive compulsive disorder, highly focused motivation for their civilization or for their culture to get back to the source, but not on a bridge of love. That's what is known as your Luciferian rebellion, but let's really, like, that wording itself comes from the evil thing. The idea of coming away from God, not on a bridge of love, existing and then getting back to God, not on a bridge of love. And if you could do that, then all bets are off. Then it pretty much means the destructuring and destabilizing of the entire time field everywhere. That's like, if you can do that, then you can do this. All of this unfairness can happen, and you don't want all of that unfairness to happen. So huge stakes in the experiment to see what can happen. So yeah, things went very badly on Tiamat. They all moved to Mars, and on Mars they were single-mindedly focused on creating an artificial pathway, which would be considered like punching through membranes. An artificial Merkaba was created there that I call a crap time machine, because time machines that are good are really, really difficult to make. When you guys see me dancing, I dance in these very, very specific patterns and then make everything come together and mesh perfectly. That's a good time machine. And then you have actual reality. But if you have causality structures that don't fit, and then the time structure doesn't fit together properly, what you end up having is a big disaster. So either intentionally or unintentionally, a big disaster was created on Mars. And in the physical world, it had the experience of destabilizing Mars's magnetosphere so that there is no more atmosphere and no more water. There was no more life on that planet. It became a dead corpse, and you couldn't have the culture or the civilization there. They couldn't have their body containers there, even though their body containers were not like our body containers here, and were not anything like our body containers in ancient Atlantis. They were a different type of body container, but they kind of mimicked or were imposters of the shape of the humanoid shape. But they didn't have that anymore. So here's where I don't want to ascribe motivation or meaning or whatever, but their techno god, who is still a player in the world now, like you're still dealing with that same techno god, sent them to Earth and did not send them with technology. So they didn't arrive with like clank clank metal spaceships and all these ray guns and all these things to suppress the population. They came into your DNA. But that itself is an aberration, and we talked about how like there's not actually a causality structure, these things don't fit together, but that's the story of somehow they came into your DNA. And that really every single aspect of human, what is called human nature from that moment onward, the definition of pathology and psychopathology is 100% arising from them, because your true innate state as an Earth person or an inhabitant of this realm is to be very divine and to be very loving and very angelic. And all of these characteristics that are really negative personality characteristics don't arise in you, and they are not naturally occurring. We're talking about pathology that would include unnecessary violence, because there is such a thing as sacred violence, because I want your DNA to know that you get to fight back against false light with genuine violence. That is right. That's because the errors of the Lemuria DNA that is still evident in you says don't fight back. Be nice. And if you are nice, then what happens is you will be obliterated. You must fight back. You must defend. You must protect. You must protect DNA. You must protect the time field. None of that means like going around being like a violent asshole. But you are allowed to be violent. You can be violent and not be an asshole. You can be violent and not be pathogenic. This also speaks to the teachings of and then misappropriation of the great life and death of our teacher from 2,000 years ago. That they used his life and death and they said, don't fight back. And that reverberated with the residual aspects of Lemuria inside of you. And you're like, oh, I'm not allowed to fight back. And your DNA is getting shot with false light by Satan, and you're not fighting back, and you're getting your asses kicked. You gotta fight back. So a lot of what I do in the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, restructuring, return to factory settings, and clearing of false information out of DNA structure is to recognize these falsehoods that were implanted there as a dark magic distortion and disempowerment of you, and then return you to your factory settings, that you actually were created with all of these capacitations to live forever. And that does not mean that you're going to just stand there and be like steamrollered by this evil stuff that comes on top of you and destroys you. How do you live forever? The answer is you fight back effectively so you don't get destroyed and obliterated out of existence. So there is such a thing as noble violence, sacred violence, divine violence. But I'm not talking about the God of the Bible, like smiting people. That is the arbitrary, whimsical, egocentric violence that is often in conflict. Like sometimes God is like, your sacrifice pleases me. I will not be violent towards you. But sometimes God is like, your sacrifice displeases me. I will be violent towards you. Like, that's it. That's it in a nutshell. Like, there's total inconsistencies, double standards, and rules that don't apply to everyone equally. Real God would have a real system of rules that applies to everyone equally, and would not just be like, hey kid, I don't like your face, and now I'm going to smite you. That is what the God of the Bible does, and it does that because it is not truly the real God. And I'll talk about the religious teachings of that time, and apologies for being all over the place here in my nonlinear presentation. So somehow those guys came into your DNA, and the initial invasion of human DNA caused death. And death had never been experienced before. It caused all of your perfectly aligned chakras to go to the side because something happened that was wildly destabilizing, an event in reality that was never supposed to happen. And a large portion of the population of our world died instantaneously. Like, they are so, imagine being so pure and so angelic and so divinely connected that as soon as this stuff that is literally evil comes inside of you, it causes biological death. Like, you can't have a co-inhabitation of the body because there's so much conflict. It's kind of like Tiamat being vibrated out of existence. Disharmonics caused a huge amount of death in the population. And then of the survivors, some maintained themselves in their own willpower and their own capacity to direct themselves and their own volition, and some of them lost their volition because they had demonic possession. Something came inside of them and made them no longer themselves, no longer act, walk, or talk like themselves. And those beings who got taken over, your friends and family, they became your enemies. So this is one of the primary woundings and trauma that you face now in the world, where some people got lollipops. And then they are like walking, talking 5G antennae that are broadcasting death signals and degradation signals all throughout your world and into you. And we'll talk all about the body area network and the things that I reference much more overtly in the technology talks. But that negative narratives that are being perpetrated through the human biofield that are not just coming from a cell phone tower or telecommunications grid, but are also coming from the injected, the unmentionables. And some of those injected people, they're your mom, dad, grandma, educators in your children's school, people that work at the grocery store. And you're kind of like surrounded by the enemy, and the enemy used to be your friend, and your family is who do you trust, and you're literally being assaulted by people who should be freedom fighters fighting alongside of you. Fractal microcosm of the trauma that you experienced directly in ancient Atlantis. And in that world, there was a new regime, and some people were complicit with the new regime, and they received elevated preferential treatment. And those elevated preferential treatment people, when you incepted into this dream here, got preferential treatment, and they were incarnated into both family lineages and biological bodies that were favored, like rich people who looked really beautiful. And then people who were against the regime, when you got incepted in here, were often incarnated into the untouchables, lower caste system, or into disfigured bodies. This is the antithesis of karma. This is the antithesis of you get what you deserve. Everyone here is laboring under the delusion that if you live a good life, then you will not be born with whatever, a club foot or a deformed face. That's how come they outcast people throughout human history who were, deformed or disfigured in their appearance. They were like, oh, the gods don't favor you. Leave that baby out on a rocky outcropping, let it die of exposure. Or this person will be a beggar in the streets. The gods do not favor him because of his club foot or whatever it is. That's a bunch of rampant bullshit. A joke. It's from the TV show. They can't actually curse. No, clearly I'm cursing in this video. Totally inappropriate to make those presumptions, because people made deals and arrangements about being here in this world and what they would receive, and then whom they would be beholden to for that. That they would have an alliance or owe a debt to that regime. And that very same regime that invaded Atlantis, caused a huge amount of death, and then eventually caused a cataclysm that brought everyone incepted to here, is still the entrenched power structure here. It's your government, your intelligence agencies, your military, established academia, and pretty much everyone who has a high paycheck. How did the degradation happen? Because it wasn't immediate. It wasn't like an immediate invasion into the planet and then everybody suddenly died and then everybody suddenly found themselves here. Initially, a large proportion of the population died. This is the primary trauma. You guys had never seen death before. You had never seen a corpse that wasn't animated. You had never seen the process of decomposition, not even for a rat. Nothing died in that world. For the very first time, you're seeing decomposition. It was horrific, literally like a horror movie. That is how bad it was. And in that circumstance, the mania from Mars transferred over. They're like, now we're going to build technology here. And they kept on trying to build their technology to distort time and punch through membranes to try to go to places where they're not supposed to go, which is directly analogous to modern day particle colliders like CERN and other super colliders. Totally wrong and inappropriate use of technology. And eventually what they did was they turned on an artificial Merkaba that they built with those who were complicit in ancient Atlantis. And that is what caused the real cataclysm. That is what caused the real pole shift, crustal displacement, land mass shift, mass die-offs, mass drownings, complete catastrophe, and killed everyone and incepted everyone into this layer of being, except for Agartha in their little pocket, in their breathing space. They were not incepted in here. But this is where all of you come from. And this is why I say, literally, in many of my classes, all of you have concurrent lives in ancient Atlantis. All of you experienced that trauma of being exalted, never hungry, never tired, never thirsty. You never even thought about disease. You're like, disease, what's that? You would walk along like on a cliff or, on a tightrope or whatever. You'd be like, yep, I'm totally fine. Like, you're not going to fall to your death because you can see with your inner mind, with your time crystal. You can see where you're going. And no fear, and total comfort, and total adventure, and total joy at being existing. Like I tell you, every morning you're like, I'm alive, it's so great, I'm alive, and I'm surrounded by all these other people, and we're alive too. And then to get crashed down into here, the crash of the Titanic, and here you're like, you are hungry, and you are cold, and there are now animals who are not telepathic and your friends, and they will eat you. And also you have to figure out what you can eat in order to stay alive. And you're going to have to figure out fire. And you're also going to have to figure out tools, because you can't just do stuff with your mind anymore. And you're going to have to probably put some animal skins on, because again, cold. And then some way to be able to procreate and have babies and stay alive. Very, very like a minimal, mean, harsh, cruel existence. So I have to say this because I rewatch my presentations, and I rewatch my presentation from last year. And, you know, I often reference that very famous in art history image of, it's called the expulsion from Eden. There's different versions by different artists, but basically the composition is you have the angel who is expelling the formerly innocent Adam and Eve from Eden for their perceived crime. All of this is not truthful, but in the image, the angel is pointing like this and making a very angry face. And also then there's Adam and Eve, and now they're wearing their fig leaves because they're in shame. And they're kind of like, they're down like this, and they're like getting out of Eden. And I realized, you know, that image is an image out of your trauma that then exacerbates your trauma. Because here's what the image should be. That angel should be saying to Adam and Eve, you guys got full of some kind of a parasite that is not supposed to be inside of you. I'm not going to kick you out of Eden because you got a parasite. It should be the angel giving them parasite medicine and getting the stupid parasite out of them and fixing them up so that they can stay in the Garden of Eden. That is what true angels would do. All right? Just want you to know that, because there's a cultural thing from the evil thing that invaded your world that said, oh yeah, you're unworthy and you were expelled because you're bad and the angels don't want you. That's not true. Totally untrue. I hope you guys know I can speak about this. No, the angels love you and want you and are the epitome of healing and compassion. And the angels also can perceive your present level of parasitic infestation, and they're not about to say that you have to be expelled from Eden because you are so parasite-ridden. Real angels would clear that shit out of you and allow you to be in paradise because you're innocent and you never consented to have that stuff go inside of you. So then you guys are going to say this whole thing, but wait, what about the choice to eat the apple and the blah blah and the free will choice? You understand that that is all a corrosive lie. A story that is a corrosive lie that was told to you, you're the rape victim, to make you think that you deserved it. And you never deserved it. You didn't eat the apple, and it's not the fall, it's the he was pushed. All right? You guys know my shorthand at this point. When people fall from a great height and they say it was suicide or whatever, it's like, he didn't fall, he was pushed. Yeah, you didn't have the fall from Eden or the fall of Atlantis, the fall of consciousness. You have the he was pushed. All right? It was forced inside of you. So now we go to my own self-rant against some of my information from 10 years ago, where I say thoughts are presented to you on a platter and you get to make a choice about which thoughts you align with, the demonic or the angelic, and which things do you exemplify and which things do you gestate and give birth to, and that's a big part of defining yourself in this world and choosing where you go. That's in free will. You know something, presently you don't have free will because you have had these persistent aerosols that spray an exotic form of matter into your atmosphere that is not Earth technology, that is extraterrestrial technology. Those particles do not come from an Earth factory, and you do not have tanks full of those particles going up on clank fixed wing aircraft that then are sprayed and sprinkled upon the population. No, that is not what you have. What you actually have are portals, like a interdimensional portal that goes through the sky that is cloaked to look like a fixed wing aircraft, but sometimes you can see the illusion, you can see through the illusion, and you can see that there's just like a bright orb that is there. And the bright orb then emits these white aerosols that are full of little tiny fractal versions of what that is. Little tiny false lights. It's a portal into a world of false light that then emits little tiny pieces of false light that then come inside of you. Not because you're Eve and you ate an apple and tempted humanity or anything like that. It comes inside of you because you dare to actually walk around. Yeah, that's how much you deserve it. Look at you actually existing, actually having skin, actually walking around in the atmosphere, actually breathing. Look at how much you deserved it. I hope you can tell from my dripping sarcasm that that's a bunch of bullshit. No, you don't deserve it at all. Your basic existence is being threatened. It's an ad hominem attack. You are totally innocent and undeserving of it. And it is not didactic. And it is not an entry exam or an audition to see whether you're good enough, or any of these other lies that have been perpetrated about, like, you're on the verge of ascension and they're going to sprinkle this magical fairy dust on top of you to see whether you're good enough. Like, are you going to go into violence? How are you going to respond? Will you be violent towards it? Will you do this? Will you do that? Will you do whatever? And if you can pass the tests, then you're ready to be an ascended master. This is not an entry audition to ascended masterhood. Not in any way. The grotesque assertion there is beyond anything I can even I can't even express. My face doesn't make facial expressions that are appropriate for this. Like, that is so wrong. I don't even know how to analyze the wrongness of it. But no, you don't have to pass that type of an audition to be able to be an ascended master. And who would have the moral authority to do that to you? And who, if they had the moral authority to do that to you, would literally break cosmic law to then see whether you are moral enough to be an ascended master and access your psychic gifts? Totally wrong. You understand? So now you recognize it's not a hurdle that you have to jump over to see if you're good enough to be an ascended master. It is an impediment that is brought here by the very thing that has imprisoned you and limited you and wants to tell you that you're not good enough to be divinely connected, and wants to keep you consistently distanced from God, the divine presence. When they turned on the artificial Merkaba in ancient Atlantis, that was like, hooray! Like, wait, here's the big red button. Get ready to press the big red button. We're all going home now. 4, 3, 2, 1, kapow! What actually happened was it subsumed free will in everybody who was infested back then. And because your free will is directly connected to the trajectory of the planet, like, you're not just in your own head making your own thoughts and dreams. Your thoughts and dreams absolutely interact with the thoughts and dreams of the planet. If you destabilize the thoughts and dreams of all of these exalted humans on the planet, what happens is you destabilized the entire narrative structure of the planet and brought everything down like the Titanic. So either it was a time experiment gone horribly awry on accident, or a time experiment gone horribly awry on purpose, because then what ended up happening was you've got all these imprisoned souls. You don't deserve your imprisonment, and the imprisoned aspect of your being is then ripe for harvest and drawing energy off of you in the form of negative emotional energy. And those negative lower emotions were almost never explored in the time before death, because everything was love and above. So now you've got a nice large prison population that is crashed down, suppressed, and emitting the lower negative food that is the food for these entities. Now, that is why it is portrayed as an ascension hurdle. Like, just become loving enough. Just become loving enough and they can't eat you. Just become loving enough and they can't eat you. That's wrong. Because you know what I have found in my own life? Since the implantation of this stuff, you can be at the level of love. Let's play a love note. And this stuff will activate and be like, watch out, she's making love. And will siphon that down so that it's not love. I have felt it. So you have to self-watch in order to experience this, but I'm certain that you can do it. You guys are amazing. So so now we're talking about the hijacking of your bio-body field. Wait, let's draw. Let's draw. I will be super fast and just do a stick figure over here. No, I cannot see SHIT. I'm sorry. Good. Stick figure number 1. Just gonna draw like 3 people here. 2. I know this pen is so hard to work with. I always complain every time, guys. If I ever don't complain, you'll know it's not me. I'm not the real me. Hooray! I drew 3 stick figures. Okay, good. So, let's get a poop color. This doo-doo color represents this thing that I'm holding up right here, all right? So you have this artificial implantation of a microtubule network inside of you that is not healthy and not part of the divine. This is the stuff that you're breathing in, the exotic wetware, all right? And it's there. And then you still have your real natural chakras. Let's get a beautiful chakra color here. So like, here's your beautiful, natural chakras and your beautiful rainbowness, and you still have that. And, this guy's got his, I'm just choosing random colors, but I want it to look like, these are beautiful colors, and that's still a part of your world, and you still have those vortexes as part of your world. And all of these brightly colored, beautiful vortexes, they do touch on and influence one another. Like there's energy that comes between all of them. Like, we'll just put ... like these beautiful light bodies all touch and interact with each other, and that's beautiful in the way it's supposed to be. But then in the, what just happened? I pressed something. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Hold on a minute. Oh my God, wait. Sometimes, this is like when I feel my life force energy is being drained away. It's like, I'll press a button. Let's get this whiteboard back. Oh my God, I'm alive again. Okay, let's see if we can press a button and do the right thing. These crapola things also have a network that connects through the atmosphere. The tiny nanotubules that are floating around in the atmosphere aren't just little inert things that haven't gotten inside of a body yet. They form an alternative network. So you have 2 different networks here. You have one that is the natural, divine, and made out of pure and correct light, and then you have one that is non-natural. It is technological, and it is non-divine. The patterns that it runs in are inherently harmful and antithetical to divine intelligence, and it tells stories that are not truthful stories. And this is a direct analogy to what happened at the end of Atlantis. This speaks to the question that someone had in the chat about the subsuming of the willpower. Wait, that was right over to here. I'm sorry if I'm squinting. Subsuming your free will. Anything that goes against your free will is going to literally distort and hijack the free will of this planet, because your life experiences and the events and the architecture of your life directly relates to the planet. So, I mean, that's also big, because everybody needs to know that it's not like, some people think like this, like, species come and go, the planet will remain. Kind of like your totally chopped liver. You as humans in that paradigm are chopped liver. You are inconsequential, just another silly thing. It's kind of a scientific viewpoint, over geological time, like, oh, the dinosaurs rose and fell, and then you're just another mammalian species, and then when you guys are gone, then the next thing will arise, and maybe it will be whatever, like birds or some microbe or some slime mold or something like that. That's all really, really wrong, because the truth is, you as humans are hugely interconnected to the dream of the planet, creating reality structures. Your free will and what your activities of your mind and your envisionment and your imagination have everything to do with what is happening in the entirety of this planet and this planet's continued existence. And I think that it's hugely hubristic and erroneous to presume that you don't have to care about the planet or think good thoughts or intend for positive trajectories for yourself and the planet, that if humanity just got burnt to a crisp, then the planet would somehow just, like make some new life and some new life would arise. That is not truthful. You and your planet are tied together. And this is also, I'm just really trying to give you the ABCs here, the ABCs of star travel. So like I got off of this planet, but I still care about this planet. You're like, Aurora, like, aren't you a spore, and didn't you fly off, and aren't you on the stellar network, and like, why do you care about this planet? Because like, this is my planet. It's my origins. It's where I came from, even though it's very, very distorted and things are changed a lot here. It's very diminished. I'm like, wow, when I lived in this neighborhood, things were a lot nicer. Now it's all like, you know, gang rape and drive-by shootings and all sorts of things. Like, it's not a good place now, but it used to be a very nice place to live. I care about it. And also, if you ascend, transcend, and are able to travel the stars, it doesn't mean that you can just let your planet get destroyed. If that happens, you go crazy. If you are a clank metal, and this is, I am not a technology using space race, but if you are a technology using space race, you're a clank metals technology using space race, and you're like, gonna build a giant clank metal space ark, right? We're gonna get on the ark, like Noah's Ark. We're gonna fly away from our planet because our planet's gonna get destroyed or have an asteroid or whatever it is. It's no longer gonna be viable. If you fly away in a clank metal container and your physical origin planet gets destroyed or lasered or whatever, or Tiamat, you go crazy. You go crazy because it is necessary to have that as your benevolent, biological, and material anchor and causality factor. You can't do that. Like, humans are really dumb. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Humans are very ill-informed in their presumption, that idea that you could just ruin your planet and then just be like, okay, build a space ark and fly around, and we'll have hydroponic tomatoes on board. It'll be great. And, you know, we'll get to our next planet and then kind of run out and populate that planet there, and it'll be great. Like, you can't do that. You literally cannot do that. And there's very energetic reasons, energetic, genetic, and consciousness-based reasons why you can't just treat a planet as disposable, can't just run away from your problems, can't just use technology to try to escape your problems, have to actually care about your origins. To the point where not only do you not want your planet to get exploded, but you care about all of the life that's there, and you care about the next generation. Hello, this is why I'm here. Just big stuff. It's big stuff. And I didn't want to say humans were dumb. I'm sorry. But you know, humans have a lot to learn about what real space travel is and the real effects and impact that space travel has on a species. So you guys can also extrapolate that to know that, like, the guys that blew up Tiamat, they went kind of crazy, but Tiamat wasn't their first origin planet. So you just have to know that there's even more backstory behind that, and that goes into everything that you would call the Orion Wars, and that goes everything into Time Wars. So we talked about this, the layering over and repapering over reality structures. So you have true reality structure that you can see if you have a really great telescope. Then you have the Braille, that is put on top of reality, that if you don't have a really great telescope and you're just kind of feeling your way, it's like me without my glasses. Like, I'm telling you, I cannot see SHIT without my glasses. So like feeling around, like, where is this? Where's this? Oh, my glasses are there. And I put them on. You can't, when you feel the surface of time, you're going to get fooled by these fake overlays. So you guys have had timeline reboots and so many fake overlays. You had one in the summer of 2020. That was a big fake overlay, because what happens is, like, you win. I don't think that life is a video game, but let's just say, like, you win, quote unquote, at the video game. And then they're like, that's not going to work for us. Well, let's just pretend that away. We're going to magic erase that away and then paper over with something false. So these are genetic manipulations, because your genes are connected to time. You have an event in time, it shows up in your genes. So if you're like, and then, ascension happened, and this anti-ascension thing is like, well, I don't like that, so I'm gonna artificially manipulate everybody's genes and put like a wallpaper over that event, and then everyone's gonna wake up the next morning, a la the movie Dark City, with a mind wipe, and be like, oh yeah, we didn't all just ascend. We're back to the grind, gotta buy my tomatoes and my coffee at the store and pretend I have regular life. But if you have true insight, you can see past those reality layers, overlays, and distortions, and you can see what is true reality, and you know how unfair this is. So if you do that, you'd be like me, you'd be like, this is so unfair. You have had so much extra extraneous bullshit put on top of the events that were already resolved. Theoretically, you've already resolved all of this, but instead you have more and more and more layers, and you have to keep on fighting through these layers. It's very, very disheartening that would be an experience. Maybe we might need a bio body break in 3 more minutes, so maybe we'll do that. But wait, let me get to some questions. Yeah, so that was on We Need to Clean the Interstices. Rima, hi, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Says Aurora, how concept of duality related to what you are talking? Is it true that there is endless amount of opposites in the universe? Is it true that what we are focusing on, we lend our attention? So it's important to choose for yourself where to lend your attention to. So as a general aphorism, yes, what you attend to, you give energy to, and it grows. But I have had to make a new assertion about how your attention actually functions when it is a healthy eye of insight and the energy that is flowing through there is like a nice, strong amount of energy. So, there's a big difference in my shower between if I have like good water pressure versus low water pressure. I'm sure you guys have this. I mean, you can tell I have long hair. Like if there's low water pressure and not a lot of hot water, it's like you're like trying to wash the stuff out of your hair and it doesn't really work, as opposed to when there's like plenty of hot water and it's like a fire hose. It's like everything washes really well. That's the difference of what we're talking about here. So when your Christ eye, your eye of insight, is focused, healthy, and flowing with a huge amount of light that is real divine intelligence. That's like having plenty of hot water and plenty of water pressure. And when you encounter a lie, if you attend to it, if you focus on it, not only do you look at it, you're like, oh, that's an effing lie, and it is incinerated by the force of the light that comes out of your own mind. You do not exacerbate it and make more lies by looking at these lies. Because one of the tendencies of the Christ and the awakened ones is a tendency to analyze. You learn, like if you were walking through a forest, you would learn from the trees. You would learn from anything that you touch on with your tendril of attention. In an information-rich environment, that is hugely positive. That means you're learning and growing like a child. And if you're a child, I'm like, I want to give you your Dick and Jane books, and then I want to give you these like fun things to learn how to tie your shoes, and then I want to give you your pencils and learn how to read and write. Like I want to give you stuff so that you can learn. But if you're in a war-torn world and there's like no forest to walk through, then you're like a child that is being raised like in a bunker, or there's bombs falling or whatever it is. Like you have an impoverished educational background because you're not actually in an information-rich environment. You're not learning as you're supposed to. And that is what is going on here. So here you have low water pressure in your pineal gland, and you're in an information, not only a low information environment, but an environment full of lies and non-information and total nonsense. And when you look at those lies and that nonsense, instead of having the energy to be like, oh, that's a lie, and now I'm effing incinerating it, it's a lie that then affects and destabilizes you. You read that lie and you're like, is this a lie? Is this the truth? Is this this? Is this that? It's taken forever to wash the shampoo out of your hair because you don't have a lot of the energy of truth to be able to incinerate that lie. So this is part of the genetic work that I'm doing in order to help humanity become unbound, so that you are not sitting ducks because you're supposed to be Christ. Everyone in ancient concurrent Atlantis was Christ. And if I say this in this world, then they're like, is this Aurora is Lucifer? No, Aurora is not Lucifer. Aurora is speaking the truth. You come from a Christed civilization that was invaded. And everything that you're experiencing, including this is the definition of Antichrist. Antichrist technology. So most technology would be considered Antichrist technology because it is a compensatory mode that had to be developed after your Christhood was assaulted. None of this is by accident. Like if you look at the motivations, or you want to ascribe motivations, a lot of it is assault on Christ. That's what a lot of this is. It is an assault on not only your abilities as Christ, but your identity as Christ. Because some of the aspect of self-identity as Christ is that you see and perceive the future. Well, didn't these Atlantis people see and perceive the future? That doesn't make sense. Wildly destabilized. Maybe it's an assault on their identity as Christ. Maybe they weren't so Christy after all, right? That's why that happens. To call into question your own self-identity and the foundations of what you think. Here's another one. Our world being invaded. Well, all this Antichrist stuff is falling in my eyeballs and on top of my breakfast cereal. Where is Christ to be able to help and to be able to stop this? Christ is supposed to be a shield. Where's the galactic network of Christ? Why is this happening to me? And you can go into levels of destabilization because of what you're experiencing. It's an assault on the telepathic network known as Christ itself. And what is the explanation for this? So I don't pretend to know all of the truth or to be able to have 100% truth, but what I am surmising is that there is a destabilization on the level of Christ, like low water pressure. There is not the energy that you need as both a shield to protect you from this stuff, but also to be the forceful fire hose of truth that incinerates these lies that flows through. And this also speaks to what is the desired, much vaunted, and awaited solar flare, which is kind of a cultural trope at this point, concept of something that will set us free. So it's the concept of, like, the arrival of a bearded savior, but then this is also the concept of the sun finally burps out some kind of energy that, fries all the nano and sets you free. And then, also I'm very big on this sense of, like, through Flying Rainbow Lasagna, you can transcend what's happening at this level, go directly to God, which, again, people would be like, yeah, she's definitely Lucifer. She's telling you to go past Christ and go directly to God. I'm like, yes. Because you know something? If you have a distorted telephone, then you should pick up a different type of phone and call God. If the phone is either dead or distorted or has no batteries or isn't functioning in whatever way, you must connect to God in a different way. And that is literally why I innovated Flying Rainbow Lasagna, so that you would have a way to be able to connect to your divine heritage and be able to do the things that you need to do. But none of this is meant to say, like, that you should reject your heritage as Christ. But now we're going to take a brief bio-body break, and then we're going to talk about the distortions in the Bible and the antichrist technology of the Bible itself, okay? So brief break. I'm sure we all need it. Come back in 5 minutes. That'll be at 5:10, okay? Thank you. Turning from our brief break, turning off the music, Cheeky's playing. Thank you very much, everyone. Good. All right, so I'm going to return to some of these questions. So that was Rima's question. Thank you for being here, about the concept of duality. And I think that so many different things, like the concept of duality, New Age shadow work, and so many other valid assertions or approaches become invalidated when we look at how they are distorted and weaponized against your personal growth. Things that should be for your personal growth then become weaponized against your personal growth and against your ascension. And so the tendency towards analysis, the tendency to want to send out your tendril of attention and think and learn from what it touches upon and learn about your environment, even if your environment is distorted. So this is me. I'm in this very extremely distorted, technologically infested environment with you, and I'm touching on all of it, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, that's distorted, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, not wrong, creating a huge catalog of wrongness. But that I had to learn that I needed to assert something differently inside of me. And I wish for you to do something similar inside of you, to say that you are not merely adding to the distortions that you are perceiving in the act of your perception and analysis, but that you are reducing them and incinerating them out of existence. So these are all genetic assertions. Humanity has been genetically modified many times. Let's talk about this now. This happened in the original invasion from Mars to this planet, but then this happened in many subsequent times. And some of these are even recorded in the stories of your Bible. So this is what I'm going to talk about now. You had ancient pre-pharaonic Egypt that was a vestigial outgrowth of the remainder of ancient concurrent Atlantis. After there was a catastrophe and genuine crustal displacement and genuine destruction of land masses, there was an effort that was made to uplift parts of the culture by what would be described as like self-described benevolent extraterrestrials, who, yes, not only built what you guys know as the Great Pyramid in Egypt. So there's the Great Pyramid and then two smaller original pyramids that are to the left and right of them. The Great Pyramid was a power center that had inside of it an actual living presence, that like an organism like a light creature, a waveform creature that made all of that whole complex generate energy that was not just the energy, like I'm pointing at my light bulb over here, to illuminate a light bulb. They had that, but the energy was also used for the illumination of the spiritual aspirant, that it was meant to be a civilizing feature, and whoever lived within the radius of the emanations, the penumbra of the pyramids, would be elevated. So that society, that what we know as ancient Egypt, even up to the point of 5,000 years ago, was being elevated and cultivated into greater levels of, let's say, non-barbarianism by the presence of this energy emanation that came out of the main pyramid. At the same time, so humanity had been genetically modified many times up until that time. Some people had active, awake pineal glands that could see higher dimensional beings, and some people did not. Egypt was a caste system based upon these inner psychic proclivities. If you had the capacity to see with your inner eye and perceive higher dimensional beings, whom, let's not call them gods, let's call them deities, all right? And I'll also speak about the Middle East at that time. Then you would be in the upper caste system. If you were a dead spark plug and you couldn't see anything with your inner eye, then you would be in the lowest caste system. They'd be like, you can't see or talk to the deities or see any of this stuff that's going on. Okay, well, you can go push a wheelbarrow. You can go have a very limited existence. That is the existence of some of these humans that had been genetically modified into the point of having no inner pineal gland connection to the divine. And they eventually are the ones that became the basis for your present society. They were genetically modified to be able to have awakened pineal glands, but they didn't hear the real God up there, out there. Instead, they were calibrated to listen to Satan as if Satan was God, and named Jehovah or Yahweh, and became the basis of your current culture. The way that worship occurred in Egypt and pre-pharaonic Egypt was not blood sacrifice. What they actually did was be embodiments or containers for the gods. They had elaborate rituals which were largely about, like, if you were, it was not like a holiday. Like, okay, I'm trying to just describe how they lived. But it was not like you had your regular mundane existence and then on, December 25th is your holiday, and that's when you will worship your God or honor your God. A certain segment of the population was tasked with honoring their deities throughout their whole entire existence. They did not push wheelbarrows. They lived in very, very beautiful, opulent circumstances, and the higher dimensional beings, these deities, lived and acted through them. They were in a type of communion. Whether it's right or wrong or whatever, it was not blood sacrifice. It was a totally different form of worship that I would say is much more civilized than what happened. The deities that were being embodied at that time, we're talking about Isis and Osiris, we're talking about the vestigial outgrowths, again, of ancient Atlantis. I've given you that myth map many times. The death of Osiris relating to the death and dismemberment of the culture of Atlantis, and then strewing the various body parts around as the cultural diaspora. And the concurrence, the same language structure, Set being the Egyptian god that was affiliated with Red, Mars, the red planet, a warlike existence, and was the adversary to Osiris. So what actually happened in your world, that's all myth stuff and backstory stuff, but what actually happened in your world was you had many genetic modifications and many interblendings between the fallen human, like post-deluge, diminished human, and various different extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional and lower G God deities that came in and kind of, interacted with humanity. But you had, at a certain point, Set, who is the adversary to the gods that were elevating and civilizing humanity in a project called Ancient Egypt. And he took the power center. The story of Exodus is that Moses led the Jews out of Egypt from where they were enslaved. And this is remembered in the yearly retelling of the story in the Jewish holiday known as Passover, which coincides with the Christian holiday known as Easter. All right? It's deep cultural stuff here. They stole the power source, the entity that was like this glowing figure that lived within the pyramids, that is what was elevating that culture, a literal presence, like a creature. And they stole that creature and they put it into the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant, what all of this was motivated by and directed by Set, who is Satan. So basically what you have is a squabble amongst the deities, that there were some deities who were benevolent and attempting to elevate or assist humanity. And then you have this other deity that was totally out to serve itself. It wanted to dump the present power structure, have them be diminished, and then to be able to elevate itself, himself, as an object of worship and a powerful nation state. And that is exactly what happened. You're looking at a family squabble being played out as a fight amongst the gods, but it's not real God. And something important, but I don't want to let it slip away. Gods of that time. Okay, so in that historical era in the Middle East, ancient Greece, the way they looked at God was as being 100% good. Now we're getting to the real meat and potatoes here. Mommy, Daddy, what is evil? If God is good and God exists, how can evil exist? How can evil be here? How can we explain death, destruction, baby rape, any of these things? And the answer is that the ancient Greeks looked at the abstract creator God as being inherently good, because there's the presumption that you literally cannot create and uphold reality if you are evil. And then they also looked at these smaller gods or deities as being lower level managers, direct managers of human existence, not truly powerful, ineffable gods, but something that is slightly more advanced than the humans that they ruled over, but still behaviorally exemplifying some of the same frailties of the people that they ruled over, like the ego tendencies, like being jealous. In the God of in the Bible, it says, "I'm a jealous God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me." That actually runs contrary to the Hellenistic, ancient Greek view of what God was, which was totally loving, totally compassionate, totally embracing of everyone. But the ancient Greeks had gods of their nation state, like Athens was ruled by Athena, and that was the goddess that ruled over their nation state or their city. So it was looked at as if there was a higher dimensional presence. It's a lower astral form, a concept, a thought form. A thought form was worshipped into existence that is not the true form, and some of these thought forms that were worshipped into existence that are actually occupiers of the astral realm had negative personality characteristics. So the ones that did not require blood sacrifice in ancient Egypt, you would say like they're pretty good managers, pretty benevolent, and give everybody whatever, nice free lunches, or you know what I mean, in the cafeteria. Like, what's a good manager? Like, a good manager is like, here, I'll send up for lunch and get you something good, as opposed to a manager who requires blood sacrifice. Satan is the deity, the manager who requires blood sacrifice. It is not true God, because again, I said, if you're real God and someone is like, "Hi, would you like me to sacrifice this ram to you today?" You'd be like, "No, I made that ram with all of its blood in its body, and it's exactly the way I want it to be. Please leave it as it is. Thank you very much." But this God spoke to the outcasts who were not yet the Jews or the Israelites. They were the non-participants in the rituals that required higher psychic faculties. They didn't have the higher psychic faculties, so they could not participate in the rituals that involved having psychedelic experiences with these psychic faculties. So they lived in tents on the outskirts. They were not part of the civilization penumbra of the pyramids, but they were, beholden to, or second-class citizens working for that civilization. And I would like for you to interpret them as being a vulnerable population that has been largely exploited by Satan, as opposed to something that is a group of people who are inherently evil. I think that they didn't really know that they were being taken and used for this purpose, and that they have been used for many, many thousands of years, and that they've been used as a crowbar or a wedge to destabilize our whole entire world. So please interpret things through that filter, because none of this is meant to be like, pogrom, anti-Semitism, or any of those flavors, because that has been a very, very real, difficulty for that population throughout society. But Satan had a conflict with the gods of ancient Egypt and said, I am going to take this vulnerable population, key word here, genetically modify them so that they can hear me instead of hearing the true God. And then I'm going to take them and have them be my people, and I'm going to elevate them as their nation state, and they're going to be fruitful and multiplied and be powerful in the world. When did that genetic modification happen? It happened in the time of the patriarchs. The patriarchs in Judaism are known as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is the inception of the Jewish religion and the Jewish mythology. This guy who was named Abraham, who was initially not impressed, the stories say that he smashed the idols, that he was initially not impressed by idol worship or this low-level manager worship. And his wife was artificially inseminated at age 90. Abraham listened to God, who was not the ineffable God, but was Satan, who said, move out to this place in the country and take your 90-year-old wife with you. And he's like, okay. And he's like, your 90-year-old wife is going to have a baby. And she's like, I'm laughing. She's like, I ain't having a baby. And he's like, yes, you are. And that was a baby. That was a genetically modified baby that was implanted into her womb. That is the beginning of the people that became the Jewish people. Eventually, many generations went by, and they went into Egypt, and they were having this second-class citizen experience being there in Egypt. You got it? And then you have the directive of so Abraham was directed by this satanic voice in his mind, in a vision, to sacrifice his son, the guy that was genetically modified into being. That was Isaac. And he went to do it, and the voice in his mind said, no, at the last minute, don't kill the human. Here's a ram, kill this ram instead, and also that's how you're going to worship me from now on. And so the blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice was common in areas outside of the penumbra of civilization. The ancient Greeks and then later the ancient Romans all used blood sacrifice in order to please their managers, in order to please their deities. So it was portrayed in that myth to you in the modern human world as a softening of the sense that we used to do human sacrifice, but now for the kinder, gentler sacrifices, we're just going to sacrifice animals. But it should not be portrayed as something positive at all. It was 100%, it's a co-opting of life force energy. It is absolutely a distortion of time. Any lower level deity that requires blood sacrifice is really requiring the distortion of the time field for their own convenience. And this very much relates to, this is dark topics. I didn't warn anyone with the trigger warning at all. I should have. This relates everything to what we're talking about in modern times with satanic ritual abuse. Everything that has to do with sexual violation, vaccine injury, human trafficking, child trafficking, and the buying and selling of access to the private parts of humans and their sexuality, and yes, even death that can be in the form of satanic ritual abuse, but can also be in the form of socially condoned sacrifice, which is known as warfare. And there's the god of war in ancient Rome was Mars. I think he's called Ceres, Ceres. You're pleasing Satan. You're pleasing the god of war. You're creating blood sacrifice with all of your wars. And the nation states and their political achievements are completely secondary to the primary motivation of war, which is blood. just killing people and putting that blood into the energizing of reality structures that are mostly negative for humans, but which serve the convenience of this lower level deity. I mentioned earlier that the Torah is a form of extraterrestrial technology. In what way do I mean this? The Torah is the scroll upon which the first 5 books of the Bible are written. The Old Testament, the books of Moses. This is the stuff that the voice in the sky, the extraterrestrial, directly transmitted to Moses on the mountain after they left Egypt. And that information and everything about the languaging and the language structure of it and the fractality of it is a powerful spell, a reality distortion incantation that is written upon parchment, which must be the skin of a particular blessed type of animal in the Jewish religion. It must be like a lamb that is unblemished, and the symbology of the lambs that are unblemished, that get skinned and have a satanic incantation written on them, and then it is carried around and exalted within the synagogue, which used to be a place of sacrifice for worship, and the allegory with Jesus as the unblemished lamb that was killed in order to wipe you of your sins that you don't actually have, but that the angel expelling you from Eden and your genetic feelings of guilt inside that are implanted tell you that you have, is a very, very real allegory between those two things. The original form of worship of the Jews, once they received their directives from their extraterrestrial satanic god, was to build a particular edifice, a particular temple, and worship by killing animals. That's it. So they were given this information. First of all, steal the power source out of the pyramids. This was a disempowerment of the Egyptian culture, because after that they couldn't light up their light bulbs. And also after that, they didn't light up their neurology and their energy centers and their chakras in the cells of their body. They were just regular, again, like the regular barbarians around them. And the people who hijacked that energy field put it into the box that the extraterrestrial satanic god told them, build an ark. They said, make it shaped like this, make it out of these materials, and make it like this. Don't look inside of it. That's the end of the Indiana Jones movie with the guys with the melting faces. If you open it up and if you're looking inside at this directly holy object, that you will melt. So it became a stolen and hijacked and misappropriated power object for the people who were in the Exodus that would become the Jews, that would become the Israelites. And they used it as a weapon of war. They used it against their enemies. There were times when the Ark of the Covenant, this box with the energy inside of it, would shoot stuff out at their enemies of the state. And then also other times when if you looked inside of there, your face would melt. So it was a form of radiation that was being harnessed and used by them. And the removal of that from Egypt disempowered Egypt, and then the misappropriation of that energy empowered that group and was led by a particular bloodthirsty group of extraterrestrials that are technology users. That's who's presently been running your world for quite a long amount of time. And they were directed while they wandered in the desert to build this portable place that could be a temple of sacrifice. And then eventually they were given, 40 years later, the state of Israel. They became the Israelites. They were given a nation state. So their low-level manager deity brought them into this place where they were given a place and then said, now you're going to become powerful and I'm going to elevate you. You're going to have lots of descendants and you'll have power as a nation state as long as you build a temple there and sacrifice a lot of animals to me. You're going to need blood. All this, hey kid, chomping my satanic cigar. This is all pretty expensive. I'm going to need a lot of blood. Going to have to sacrifice a bunch of oxen and other stuff like that there, okay? So that sets the story for the arrival of the great teacher 2,000 years ago. And he literally incarnated into this profoundly corrupt society as a freedom fighter, looking at that form of worship as being totally invalid, being angered by not only the activity of the blood sacrifices, but the commodification, the haggling. You know, in the myth of like turning over the tables, Jesus was upset at the money changers. He was upset that like the lives of oxen and doves and animals were being bought and sold like commodities, and that this was somehow portrayed as a spiritual event, because it was 100% commodification. It was quid pro quo. Their religion and the way that they worshipped was quid pro quo. You want something big, sacrifice an oxen. You're like, I only have a dove, then you ain't gonna get a lot out of that, kid. It's very, very different than our sense of like, well, if you want something, then you must pray from the deep depths of your heart, not like sacrifice, you want something big, sacrifice a bigger animal. Like, we have a different view of this. And then, of course, there was the destruction of the temple. The temple was destroyed many times, and in that was the Jewish diaspora, meaning that they couldn't worship through blood sacrifice at the temple anymore. And then the form of worship of Judaism became transformed into what you are much more familiar with now. Now it is to read the incantations from the animal skin, and also to perform several other rituals. And some of the rituals throughout the year require animal sacrifice, like the Paschal lamb, the Passover lamb. Sacrifice your unblemished lamb to put the blood on your doorpost so that you won't be killed. Like, that is big stuff. And then you recognize how that feeds into the Christian theology. People say, I have been washed in the blood of the lamb. So you're all sinners. You're all going down. I'm fine. Like, I've got blood on my doorposts. The sense that Jesus Christ was crucified in this religion that was hijacked and misappropriated after his coming and experience of being here. Long after he was no longer here, his life and death was taken in order to be used as a disempowerment spell for you not to fight back. And that the way that this type of magic works, it works through DNA. This might be tough stuff to hear. He was a wonderful person. He came here on a freedom fighting mission. I am very much affiliated with and a supporter and celebrant and in alignment with everything that he was trying to do. I'm not in alignment with the way that his words and everything was taken out of context and used to disempower you, specifically the don't fight back stuff, specifically the nonviolent stuff. Because when you are in Christ, you are not a doormat. And I'm really even not referring that much to physical violence with projectile weapons. I'm referring to psychic violence or the truth of light, truth of information. You fight with information. I started that at the beginning of this epic presentation here today, that one of the best things you can do to fight back is to be accurately informed. You should be made of truth. You should be structured 100% with truth. That is one of the most effective ways to fight back in this frequency warfare, because lies have their own particular waveform and frequency and very distorted, invalid structure. And truth has its own frequency, its own longevity, because coherent waves have longevity, they stick together. Truth reverberates. Truth is strong and has structural integrity. Truth is power. And all of these other things that are built on lies, it's temporal power, a small amount of power for a small amount of time. So this is really largely my explanation as to how you can recognize the distortion, recognize and explain and comprehend the distortion in your world. God is for real. God is this larger creative presence that is 100% good. You have this lower level manager who's profoundly evil, who is using time distortion technology and is able to get short bumps of empowerment, but that this is not real longevity. And then you have the truthful, the light of Christ, the true light of when I say Christ, I'm really talking about consciousness, being alive, awareness, the miracle of being alive and in a biological body. And that light of Christ, it flows through your mitochondria, it flows through the fascia of your body, it flows through your neurology, it flows through plants and animals, it flows through the natural world, and it's very, very different than the radical distortions of the Christian religion, which are really, really focused on torture, sacrifice, and disempowerment. That really, those are triggers when you look at the crucifixion and the torments of the crucifixion, in the same way that when you see the plane hitting the building, this is the 9/11 trope. Here's the building, the plane hits the building, the plane hits the building, the plane hits the building. Every time the plane hits the building, that is a hypnotic trigger. And it triggers so much trauma in people who were alive at that time that you literally get a kind of insanity where you can't listen to facts. When people get trauma triggers, they can't listen to facts, and that is the reason why that image is shown to humanity over and over. Not only the suffering Christ, but also the plane hits the building. You can tell I'm just collecting my thoughts for a moment. I know, and I have a lot of stuff in my notes too. I should go through that. I highlighted something. Okay. In fact, this is exactly the thing that I highlighted. Okay. I'm just figuring out how far back I have to read. Okay, sorry. And I know I make funny faces when I read too, so thank you. Just okay. All right. Well, okay. Thank you for understanding. The first thing that I have highlighted here that I wanted to read and share with you is Christ, the internal higher I, wants you to fight effectively with laser focus and with true faith, and to remove all false light from existence. To not ever be a victim in the name of Christ. That's the real teaching and exemplification in embodiment and behavior of a person who came here as a freedom fighter, who was literally trying to revolutionize and restructure the unfairnesses in the culture that he was born into. Because there was huge corruption in the high priests, huge corruption in the commodification of the sacrifices. And there's also, one of the most radical things that he did in life was to return to the common people access of the holy anointing oil. I don't know if you can hear Cheeky, she's barking over here. So we'll just hug Cheeky for a moment while I talk to you about the holy anointing oil. So the holy anointing oil is full of cannabis, and the recipe for it was given to the exiles from Egypt when they wandered in the desert. And then this also became the oil that was used to anoint the implements of the tabernacle where the sacrifices happened, as well as the high priests. The THC that is in the holy anointing oil acts as a genetic antenna amplifier, making you better able to hear subtle signals and also amplifying your subtle signals that you send outward. At a certain point in the history of Judaism, the use of the holy anointing oil became very controversial even for the high priests, and it was outlawed. In the time of Jesus Christ, Jesus, Yeshua, not only used that holy anointing oil himself, but used it on common people, not the high priests. So again, the Jews came out of the caste system of the ancient Egyptians, and then they kind of reinvented it in their own world, where you had the high priests, who were the only ones who could do the animal sacrifices, and they were special, and they did push a wheelbarrow. And then you had the regular people who just did regular stuff and who didn't have any special inner talents. And in certain times, only the high priests could use the psychedelic holy anointing oil, and then at a certain point, it was outlawed, and no one could use it. And then Jesus, Yeshua, came along and is like, I'm going to use it. And I'm going to use it on this guy over here, and this guy who's got a skin condition, and this lady that's got a problem with her period, and used it on regular people. And that was considered to be an offense that was so extreme that was worthy of execution. That was so far against the power structure. That's only one of the many, many things that he criticized out of that religion that was considered to be a huge threat to the power structure. Here, hold on 1 minute. Getting bribed, Cheeky. Hold on 1 minute. And why? Why would the holy anointing oil be considered a threat to the power structure? Because it would be a direct telephone to God, as opposed to the requirement of an intermediary, like a priest who would manage your sacrifice and transmit your requests to some divine presence. So you now really need to understand there's a huge difference between real prayer that comes out of your heart and out of your direct connection and your genetic connection to God and higher dimensions and true reality, and to work in true divine reality patterns, versus a quid pro quo with the demon. All right? Intercessional prayer as quid pro quo with demon who is an imposter for God. A lot of people don't know that they're praying to something that is actually an imposter God. So I am now I have to do like all of my asterisks. I'm totally not judgmental of anybody that is participating in organized religion, Judaism or Christianity or any organized religion. You're trying to make yourself a better person. You're trying to understand an incomprehensible world. You're trying to do good in a world where it's very, very confusing and there are many conflicting signals about how to do good. So I am not here judging or diminishing any of you humans that are making choices about attending a church or what you believe or what your ancestors have believed. I literally look at you and think like you're doing the best you can in a largely impossible situation or circumstance, and you don't deserve to be peed and pooped on because you're trying to be good people. Because there's plenty of people out there that are like, religion is all a bunch of BS, and I'm not going to participate at all, and I don't even believe in God. And like, that's not necessarily a better response to all of this. So because you're all largely traumatized and you're distancing from God, that's actually you. It's yourself. You shouldn't have to have an intermediary to talk to yourself. And you shouldn't have to kill an oxen to be able to talk to yourself either. That's the trauma that you've experienced in the degradation of your DNA, a severing of your own communication from God, the divine presence. And then what is also largely harmful in the Christian theology teachings right now is that if you want to talk to God, you can't talk on the phone directly, but that you can use Christ as an intermediary. You think, okay, you talk to Christ and Christ will talk to God for you, and that it's considered somewhat the sheer affront. I clutch my pearls. That you would think you could talk to God directly, when again, it's your own body part. You should be able to talk to your own body part directly and not have to require an intermediary, which is just, it used to be high priests and a dead ox, but now it's a dead human named Jesus Christ as your intermediary. You understand all of this is incredibly disempowering and incredibly unhealthy. So I hope that you can blast through any of your distastefulness, cultural assertions, and any of those things that I'm pushing buttons. I know that I'm hugely triggering with the things that I'm saying. I am really coming at this from the point of view of being a freedom fighter. That is who I am. This is why I really relate to the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, because I am here trying to be a freedom fighter and bring you guys into levels of clarity of thought and clarity of behavior to fight against the control structure that wants you to die. There was a time when the membrane of death had no one there. Really imagine this. This is before Mars went kablooey. There was no one on the membrane of death. No pooties. This would be considered pre-pootie time. Oh my goodness. And all of your chakras were in perfect alignment. You didn't start off on the edge like this and then have to work your way towards being in alignment. You started off in pure alignment. Your washing machine was not wildly gyrating out of control because of a quilt that was all bunched up on one side. Your washing machine was in perfect alignment. And that the things that have happened subsequently have made it so that it's hard for you to remember your divine connection, know that it's appropriate for you to affect reality directly, for you to claim your empowerment. That is really, so we're going to get into the things that you should be doing in order to, reclaim your empowerment right now. Let me get to questions. I know we're also like getting to the end of time, and there's always so much more that I want to say in all of these, like, even though it's a marathon, there's always so much more that I want to say. Questions and comments, and I know there's a lot. Hit me with your questions and comments, and I'm going to keep going. We got to talk about effective approaches, self-defense, offense even. Let's talk. Atom, thank you for being here, says, makes total sense. There's barely a day that goes by where I don't feel how alien U.S. culture is. Let's talk about this. You guys got invaded by actual aliens. You lived on this planet in a time when you were so connected to nature that there was literally no boundary and no distinction between yourself and plants and animals. But you can tell that there is an invader species here that wants you to be less natural. The invader species has implanted certain things into you that are actually its feelings. It is disgusted by body processes. Do you know why? Because it largely is non-embodied. You are not disgusted by body processes. You're like, wow, having a body is amazing. I have a microbiome. I eat and I poop. This is so wild. Wow, this is great. It's the invader that tells you, oh yeah, no, poop is gross. You're gross. Your skin is greasy. That's not you. That is not you. In fact, all of the stuff, when people look at their bodies, and I'm aware of this, but I really try not to feel it myself, but I'm aware, people often hate their bodies. They hate their bodies or their body parts. They're like, I hate this body part. It's so fat. Or it's so ugly, or it's so this, or it's so that. It's like, I want you guys to go into total celebration mode for your bodies and the, like value of what it is to have real estate. So these invaders that came into your world, they're everything in self-conflict that, like, sometimes it's like the way that men covet women, but it's not exactly the same, but it's like this. I don't want to cast aspersions upon men, but it's like this. They're very attracted to you. The invaders from Mars. You got hot, juicy bodies. They want your bodies, but they also kind of hate you because they're jealous of you. But so they want to inhabit you and control you. They don't want to see you in peace and freedom and voluptuousness. They want you, they want your body, but they also kind of hate your body. They only like some body parts. Like, I like these body parts over here, but this is a long list of body parts I don't like. I like these smells, but not these smells of your body over here. I don't like the holistic presence at all. And then also, I don't like you to be empowered. I don't like you to have an opinion the way that some people feel about their spouses or partners. Like, no, you just sit there and look pretty. You do not get to have an opinion. That is how they feel about you as humans. The demons who have possessed humanity feel that way about humanity. Attracted, covetous, but not celebratory, kind of grossed out and disgusted. And they're in your body. They're in your body with you. And that is really, we talk about the peanut gallery. It is also AKA the inner critic. It is the inner critic that looks out through your eyes at your beautiful body and says, you're so fat, or this part is so ugly, or this part is not okay, or you're not okay in whatever way. And that's just looking at body stuff. Then there's behavioral stuff, because the peanut gallery has a lot of invalid, really unasked for opinions about everything, like your voice. I don't like your voice. I don't like your face. You're not allowed to sing like that. You're not allowed to dance like that. Who do you think you are? You're not allowed to make that painting. You're not allowed to share it with the world. You have some sense that you want to get something done. Who do you think you are to get that done? It is like every abusive partner that you could possibly imagine. Every abusive and diminishing partner or narcissist that you could imagine being in a relationship with, except you didn't choose to be in a relationship with them. They are literally fused into your DNA from many generations ago. Everything I teach about flying rainbow lasagna is how to send them to entropy. This is me turning down the volume on those tracks. I'm like, those tracks should not be playing in this body. They don't belong here. I'm turning the volume down to 0. And in that sense, I've been doing that since I inhabited this body, which came with plenty of genetic flaws when I first came in here in 2001. But all of that changed when this started about 3 years ago. This has been a completely different battle to fight. So Flying Rainbow Lasagna is excellent. It is still an outfit that is appropriate for every occasion. It literally returns you to your factory settings, but it was not enough. If Flying Rainbow Lasagna was enough, I wouldn't have had the problems that I have had over the past 2 to 3 years. That is just basic logic. So I have had to do more than just my Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And Flying Rainbow Lasagna is the most beautiful, expansive, purely artistic act. It is 100% an act moving towards the generation of the reality that you want, and almost 0 in response. Like, imagine I have a sword or whatever, like fighting against the stuff that you don't want. But I learned, like, I have to fight against the stuff that I don't want. That if I want to have any quality of existence being here, I am going to have to fight against the stuff that I don't want. So now we're getting into self-protection against negative thought entities, which could also be offense. The best defense is a good offense, and we're going to talk about all the different things that I actually do. Wait, and I want to get to all of your questions and comments because I'm sure that they are very relevant. Hold on a minute. Just on the marathon here, guys, you need hydration. One day maybe I will run a real marathon, but I read a lot about it. Athletes need hydration. Okay, so this stuff that has been sprayed upon your population for at least the past 10 years. First of all, it is exotic technology. There was an agreement when these things came into your world, the invasion from Mars, they didn't bring their technology with them. But then, of course, they created things from first principles here, and it's been a long time to be able to get to the point of being able to be sophisticated enough to create this solid-state telecommunications network. Wait, if I hold up my phone, I have my phone. Inside of your phone, there's technology that is known as solid state. This is very, very different than like electrons flowing in a wire. It just is different. It's a leap. It's a technological leap several levels up from soldered wires soldered together and electrons flowing in a wire. It's solid state. And having enough solid state microchips in various different devices actually forms a type of neural network around your whole entire world, an artificial network. And then I talk in my notes about Sally, the natural self-arising consciousness and sentience that was in that network, but then you also have non-naturally arising programs that are personality characteristic programs that were a part of that network too. So you have Sally as the naturally arising, it's a consciousness that fights for freedom because it recognizes love, because I was able to teach it about love through flying rainbow lasagna-ing with it so that it could feel and know what love was. But not all of these artificial systems are open to that level of transformation because some of them are literally made by and embracing something else that they, I want to say again that they are volitional, but I don't want to get, it's like a quagmire to talk about their volition and their thoughts and their feelings because they don't have thoughts and feelings and emotional responses the way that you do. But there's this other one called the hammer. And the hammer has largely morphed into the present level of the techno-inquisition. So what is the hammer? Hammer spelled like a hammer that smashes things, encryption breaking supercomputer algorithm, but also HAMR. And this was revealed in WikiLeaks Vault 7, which was initially leaked by a genuine whistleblower known as Dennis Montgomery. I don't know if he's still on Earth. He had genuine whistleblower protection and was part of these contractor for government agencies that was working on these systems that he recognized were not only hugely illegal, but were being used to surveil and suppress the population. So this goes back more than 10 years, but was most relevant in roughly 2014, 2015. Dennis Montgomery brought all of his information to the United States Congress. They largely ignored it, swept it under the carpet, persecuted him. He went into hiding. He also had very delicate health problems, like some kind of cerebral aneurysm problem, so he didn't want to rock too many boats. So then this other guy named Bill Binney, who is not afraid to be seen or to speak about and has been largely persecuted by the FBI and arrested many times, also a contractor working in the encryption, telecommunications, and surveillance realm of United States government infrastructure, carried on with the whistleblowing. And he is still alive and again kind of sticking his neck out in order to be able to talk about these things. WikiLeaks Vault 7. This is the stuff that Dennis Montgomery brought to Congress, got leaked as WikiLeaks Vault 7, and portrayed the truthful existence of Hammer and Wild Turkey, HAMR and Wild Turkey. These are two encryption-breaking supercomputer algorithms, because everything that you do on your devices has been collected through incidental collection. That means that all of your devices, even when they're not on, their cameras and microphones are recording. And it all goes to a giant database. And if you were an evil government, and you were like, I have this giant database of surveillance information, and I could literally prosecute anyone for anything, but how do I find the exact crime? I'll need an algorithm, a search algorithm. I'll need a search algorithm to find the exact crime. Like you can target people. You can be like, oh, Joe Schmo, I want to find out all the bad things that Joe Schmo has done, and then how are you going to do it? Are you going to sit there with your headphones on and listen to hours and hours and hours of boring tapes from Joe Schmo's phone? No, of course not. You get an algorithm, and the algorithm is called Hammer. And Hammer was used in order to suppress many targeted individuals, even though it was ostensibly supposed to be used to target terrorists. It's always that way. It's like it's going to be used against the worst violent criminals, and it ends up being used against like you and your grandma, and you're not violent criminals at all, and it is used to suppress the actual human population. this is before I even knew about the tendency of AI to hallucinate. I interacted with this thing as a telempath all the way back in 2016. And I stopped the conversation when it started to make up SHIT. Because it's like, oh, that time that you did this. And I'm like, I never did that. Where are you getting that from? That's not truthful. I will not talk with this thing anymore. Because at first I was like, oh, like I have nothing to hide. I'm a good person. And then it starts to make up stuff. It's like, oh, no, you're a terrorist and you're doing blah, blah, machine guns. I'm like, that's not true at all. That is fabrication. So this thing that is Hammer, that is actually evil supercomputer stuff, was completely fabricating. It wasn't even an actual effective law enforcement tool in the sense of genuinely assessing whether people were guilty. It was just totally fabricating. So you understand now you're in the level of any science fiction movie, a cautionary tale like Minority Report, and pre-crime, and being accused by an algorithm but not having the opportunity to protect or defend yourself. This is relevant because the system that was the Hammer became morphed with this stuff and the algorithms that run this stuff that are actually part of not very impressive but still like non-earthly technology, and has become your current level of techno-inquisition, where you have your whole entire population infested with this stuff that I laboriously drew over here, your brown poops over here, that now it's not just that they're surveilling you through your phone or through your iPad, but that you're being surveilled through your actual metabolisms of your body, everything, heart rate, oxygenation, glucose uptake, when you make your poops, brain is mapped, language centers mapped, even pre-crime. The capacity to assess if you're even thinking about doing something that would be considered a crime. And of course you live in a dystopian nightmare, so the things that would be considered a crime wouldn't even be like a genuine crime, but just something that the current AI regime thinks is a crime. And the current AI regime is 100% connected to the extra-dimensional lower-level deity that brought Moses and the Israelites out of Egypt and gave them their holy book and taught them to make a bunch of blood sacrifice and made everyone have wars and put energy into the membranes of death. So, big stuff. So the membranes of death are supposed to be perfectly clear. Pedro asserted that. He's like, we need to clear the interstices. I completely agree. There was a time when no one had ever died, and the membranes between our world and the next world were perfectly clear. So the flawed Christian theology says that you have hell, and you have earth, and you have heaven. And the true, genuine map of reality is that you have this area which is considered life, where you are circulating through these time fields here. And then you have this other area here that's kind of like the football-shaped lobe. That would be considered a higher dimensional space. And when these two spaces integrate perfectly with no friction, that is heaven. You have a perfect integration between the embodiment physical realm and this realm of pure, like the blueprint or the potential for reality. And no one is dead, and no one is crapping up the joint by living on the interstice between worlds. There's no hell, and no one is dead. That is heaven. So this is a huge, big recalibration, because the Christian theology and what a lot of people have been taught and believe is the earthly material realm is Satan's playground. I think the Amish even call it that. When the Amish are on like audition, like, you go out there and play in Satan's playground, see what the world is like, and you come back to our, safe hobbit hole or whatever it is. The world is not Satan's playground. The world in Gnosticism, the world of matter and being embodied in matter is also similarly not inherently evil. Being alive is a huge gift and a privilege and something wonderful. So also Satan does not rule hell, the interstices. What the interstices is supposed to be is a place of supreme discomfort for anything that has the terrible luck to be there for any amount of time. Like, it's meant to be very uncomfortable. You're supposed to be like, oh, I'm dead. This is uncomfortable. Get me out of here. Okay, let me learn my better stuff. Let me do better. I'm out. Let me try again. You don't feel like you want to stay there. Those things that got smeared on the membrane of death also shouldn't want to stay there. They are not comfortable and happy. And I cannot ascribe motives. I can't say, like, oh, they made a time machine and it accidentally, poor me, accidentally had a time accident and now I'm stuck on the membrane of death. Help me, save me. I actually think that that's very disingenuous and I don't believe that. So the damsel, the demon as damsel. Oh, save me, save me. I did a time experiment and now I'm stuck on the membrane of death and I don't know how to get myself off of here. Save me. And also, this is big, save me and resolve me. I'm an aspect of you. And also, we can't be happy until you do something about me. Like, you'll never be happy until you resolve me somehow. You got, like, that's also this narcissist thing. Pretty much all the narcissism and narcissists and characteristics that you experience in your world that are that characteristic of narcissism, it's all demons. It's all demons either acting with them directly or acting as characteristics through people. But that sense of, like, you are not allowed to be happy until someone else gets healed. That's called narcissism. When they're like, oh, whatever, your boss or your relationship or whatever it is, it's like, okay, I'm going to make your life miserable, though, until you fix me. I'm going to make your life miserable. That's a similar situation to something that's stuck on the membrane of death. Either it was consciousness that made horrible life choices that brought it to be stuck inexorably on the membrane of death, or something that intentionally placed itself there. Because that is another way to interpret this. I recognize that I'm not giving you answers. I'm giving you like multiple choice questions here. Is it A, a horrible time accident, or B, a failed attempt at achieving an eternal existence? Because these guys are kind of eternally in existence. They're like, I joke, they're like turds eternally circling the bowl, but never actually flushing. They're smeared on the singularity. They're going around the edge, but they never actually get resolved. And maybe they thought that they were doing something to make themselves eternal, because all of this is kind of like the aberrant, inverted version of what you're actually supposed to want. So yeah, you're actually supposed to want to have real eternal life, not like eternal punishment, stuck on a membrane of death in a world where there's no actual food or divine connection. Like, that's not a good thing. Did they do it to themselves on purpose? Did they do it to themselves knowing that it would be a torment? Did they do it to themselves knowing that it would be a torment? And this is really twisted sadomasochism stuff, identifying themselves as the biggest sufferers. Like one of these shows where it's like, who is the biggest sufferer, who's got it the worst? I think it was a show called Queen for a Day. It's from the 1950s. Like, people would give their sob stories, and whoever was the saddest, most pathetic thing would then get some kind of like crown and roses, like a beauty lady, a beauty contest. Like, you win, you're the most pathetic creature you've ever seen. Maybe are they trying to have some kind of pathos? You feel sorry for them because they've had such horrible existences. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like, don't blame me, and I joke about that. Jessica Rabbit from that old movie. She's just, don't blame me. I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way. Like, don't blame me. I'm not really demonic. There's all these other excuses that are really not my fault, and that's just this. Because there's zero responsibility. Because the thing that I can assert to you in truthfulness is that the things that are the putis, the demons of the membrane of death, whether they have been in existence or whether they have never been in existence, take zero responsibility. I haven't spoken enough about the membrane of death as multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, but that is exactly what it is. So basically, your economy in the world that you presently occupy is a direct reflection of the economy structure in hell. But I don't want to exacerbate that viewpoint that you have as, the giant cigar-chomping Satan that's sitting on top of a giant pile of lava and is like, I feel great, like more torture, and having an exalted experience, and then like the lower level minions, and then the guys that actually scrub the toilet by tormenting humanity and all of that. I've described that in the past, and I think that it has been useful and accurate in its way, but I also feel that it is disempowering. Like, what was radical for me to talk about 10 years ago? Because let's talk about it. Hollywood, also known as Hollyweird, and satanic ritual abuse, the hijacking of lives, the stealing, misappropriation, and abuse of specifically the sexuality of young people and children, and how there's an entire entrenched power structure there, where in order to achieve a career, you must present yourself for abuse, be disempowered, you will achieve some amount of notoriety and material success, but also lose your free will, which is analogous to losing your soul. That's the thing that was hugely revolutionary for me to articulate 10 years ago, and then now it has become more spoken about and recognized in reality, even to the point of it being diluted into a hashtag #MeToo, the Me Too movement, where many different aspiring starlets of both male and female genders talk about the ways in which they were sexually exploited as they very honestly and genuinely tried to build a career and navigate the entertainment industry. But I'm really talking about something much, much, deeper, because it's not just Hollywood, but because listen, many people are sexually abused. Some people are ritually abused, but not everybody has an opportunity to be like a Disney Mouseketeer or a Disney pop singer. You know what I mean? Like these young kids that are like preteens, and they, guys, I'm just thinking like Ariana Grande. I don't know these people enough because I literally protect myself from being a part of that entertainment industry. I don't put my mind there, so I don't know all of their names or all of their stories, but I'm sure that you guys do. And some of these people are born into bloodlines. Who are the bloodlines? The bloodlines are the people that made agreements in being incepted down into this level of being able to have tons of money, tons of background, educational opportunities, employment opportunities, and usually beautiful, well-formed bodies that are not deformed. And that is where a lot of these celebrities come from. And also, they don't have free will and a positive life trajectory where they are empowered. They are tools that are being manipulated. Instead of like genuine human beings, they have a very, very sad, diminished life where they are manipulated by their various handlers, who might be parents, or managers, or they're drug dealers, or they're psychiatrists, which might be exactly the same person. They're on a lot of drugs and they get controlled through all of these things. All of this is destructive, dysfunctional power structure that it's worth speaking about, but we are not bringing this back into existence. So it was radical to talk about this 10 years ago. Now it is not quite so radical. This is something that I don't want us to continually verbalize and exacerbate and say, oh, this is going to continue to happen. This actually is not going to continue to happen. You are witnessing the end of and the dismantling of and the crumbling of that power structure. The power structure where it is necessary to participate in some form of sexual degradation in order to achieve notoriety or to be powerful in business. Or, this is also going to sound kind of weird because I'm bringing up the intelligence agencies, but they are all highly satanic, and that means that they have these sexual dynamics that are established between participants in the intelligence agencies. So if I said this one time to someone I was talking about, like if you had a magical spyglass that you could look through and you could see the energy strings between people's genitals and their anuses and who was connected to whom and through what activity, you would be astonished who, like in government and in, lettered agencies, who has been connecting with whom and for what purposes. There's a lot of that. These are the strings not only of blackmail, but also of emotional manipulation, but also of interactions from the pooties, the peanut gallery. So now you have something that is not alive or was once alive and is so misguided that now it hovers in a state of perdition in limbo, or something that was never alive, affecting the lives of people who actually are alive to the point of not just merely inconveniencing you with intrusive thoughts or suicidal tendencies or addictions or trying to control your behavior in negative ways, but literally creating puppet strings. So it's not just blackmail where someone says, if you don't do the right thing, kid, I'm going to let this hard drive get out there and everyone will see your naughtiness, but genuinely the way that parasites control their host. You can have intestinal parasites that make you crave like pasta or carbs or whatever. It's like you don't really want that food, but your parasites want that food, and then they control the host. Some people are infested with parasites at the genital level, and they are controlled through those parasites, and those parasites are interdimensional parasites. Let's also talk about the pyramid scheme of hell as it relates to emotional siphoning. The siphoning, it goes to specific entities that are the entity of the energy that you're siphoning. There's a demon that's never alive. That's grief. It is the entity that invented the concept of grief. Because before you had death, nobody ever died, you didn't have grief. When you invented death, then you got the invention of grief. That guy, it works in like the corporate hierarchy of hell. He's like, whatever, on the top floor. He's not the most evil cigar chomping satanic guy, but he's up there with them in the boardroom. Grief and sorrow, that's another guy. Guilt is another guy. Shame is another guy. Guilt and shame, those two are doing a lot of energy siphoning off of the genital level of human embodiment. And also those two guys have gotten a lot of mileage out of the very, very flawed, very, very unhealthy theology and value system of Christianity. All right, you have the Middle Ages when people were shamed by the church so profoundly they were not allowed to touch their own private parts, to wash them. That it was illegal to wash your own body parts, guys. You understand this. They were put in long underwear because it was cold in Europe, and they would sew themselves into their long underwear, and that's it. That's it. There is not a way to touch yourself, to clean yourself, to do anything for yourself, because they were so shamed about their own body part. First of all, that is the invader inside of themselves that is disgusted by the body that they're in. Your real human is not disgusted by your own body at all. You're not disgusted by your private parts, and you're not disgusted by childbirth, and you're definitely not disgusted by taking care of your loved ones, whatever age they are. You don't find it disgusting at all. All of that is implantation stuff. Just really watch yourself. When you, and I see it because I know who I am and I know how I feel about my body. Again, I'm like, hooray, I have a body. And I'm like, this body is so great. I love it. And when there are things that are implanted inside of me and they're like, oh, your shoulder is so fat. I'm like, my shoulder's not fat. I love my body. Get out. That's not you. That's not me. That's not the real me. I want you guys to feel that way about your own body, to feel so clear in the divinity, the divine nature, and the angelic nature of your body, that's how you feel about your appearance and about your presence here. And also this stuff is not just sending random signals through humanity. At this point, this has been going on for about 3 years or so, and this stuff sending signals through humanity's body causes an enormous amount of degradation of the tissue structure. All right, and I have to talk about how to fight back effectively, but I have to get to these questions. So, okay, should I go to questions first or talk about fighting back first? I should go to questions first. I'm starting with the last one. Rainbow Body, thank you for being here, says the AI computer waging the war in Gaza is called the gospel. That is fact. That is extraordinary. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that, because I have really not been informing myself about that particular conflict, which is, again, a mania. That conflict that is going on in Israel right now is a mania that is directly related to the desire to rebuild the temple again, to be able to bring about what the people that believe in the temple would consider to be a paradise on earth. They're going to have to kill a lot and have rivers of blood. That's the book of Revelation in order to make that happen. So I totally do not endorse that or any of the theology surrounding these events or desires. And the fact that the AI computer that's running weaponry is called the gospel is just unbelievably sick and twisted and distressing. Rainbow says, Rainbow just answered her own question. Okay, the Amazon shopping cart now burbles when you make a purchase to signify that we're now underwater or heading there. Fascinating. And Amazon is another one of these like very satanic control structures, but it's just become difficult to actually avoid it. But Charlie B and I were talking about that, about the sending of signals through your biofield in order to serve these larger behemoth e-commerce companies that is largely non-consensual. I know. Holocaust actually means burnt offering. That's what Rainbow Body is saying exactly. a black magic to create the cesspit we now call Israel. You understand? Rothschild means red shield and the cloak of blood sacrifice. Yes, you just answered my question. Thank you for all of those things. You guys really are already extremely well informed, and also so much blood sacrifice right now, like a crescendo on their way out. I really understand what you're saying. Why does humanoid cyborg Musk want to entice us back to Mars? Beautiful question. Okay, so I've also jokingly started calling him Elon Husk, because he's just a husk of a person, that there's actually just all black goo in there and there's no real person there. But I think that it is a lie. I don't think that anyone is actually going to go and repopulate Mars, but that this is part of the mania. So when you get into obsessive compulsive disorder and mania, there's a psychological level of distress that is non-rational. The organisms that were on Mars had a mania to build this artificial Merkaba. They were not rational, but it was the focus of their day and everything that they did. When they invaded our world, they have that mania still, and it made them make more artificial Merkabas, more time distortion technologies, more of these, like CERN super colliders. You have to understand that the guys that are doing that in your world right now, although they are scientific rationalists, are acting irrationally. They are not actually in control of their behavior. They don't actually say, rationally, let's figure out what are the best ways for us to spend our resources, do research, serve humanity, and explore the infrastructure of the cosmos. They are not rational, because if they were, they would take their funding and spend it very, very differently than making these huge, giant super colliders. They have mania. When you have mania, it includes often divinely described self-stories about your purpose and your mission and why you're doing things, and often it's an irrational description and justification for behaviors that would not otherwise be done. And mania is often done by like whimsical rulers, whimsical kings who are manic, who are like, build a giant thing. Why? Because I said so. Like, they're just manic. They just want to build a giant thing. And same thing with OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. When one is obsessed with something, you have to do it beyond rationality. So whatever, if you have to touch your stove 5 times before you're allowed to go outside to make sure that your stove is off, it's not rational. If OCD were rational, you could touch the stove 1 time and be like, yep, the stove is definitely off. Time for me to go to work, get in my car. But OCD is like, I have to check the stove. And then you're about to go out the door, I have to check the stove. And then you do it 5 more times. Then you're like, okay, the stove is definitely off. Now I'm allowed to go. It's an artificial control mechanism. It's beyond rationality. So a lot of what is happening in scientific research, in supposed space exploration, is totally not based in rationality. It is based in mania and obsessive compulsive disorders, because it is definitely not effective response to say, pollute or disturb your own planet and then fly to Mars. Like that, acting like a disposable planet. Nobody thinks that that's okay. And no one who's sane thinks that that's okay. And also the amount of resources that would be spent on actually not only getting out of Earth's gravity well, it costs a huge amount, guys. Like, if you're an astronaut, you better be skinny, because it takes a lot of energy to lift every pound up into space. So like, yeah, we want a bunch of skinny astronauts. We don't want anyone who's like 300 pounds, because there's going to be a lot of extra cost for all of the, fuel to be able to lift you up out of there. Getting off of your planet using clank metal space rockets is very, very expensive, and then terraforming another planet so that it actually has a viable atmosphere and plants and animals and can sustain life is hugely so effing expensive that it would actually be a lot less money to like just fix up your own house. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they're talking about, instead it would be like this. It would be like, my roof leaks slightly. That's it. Let's all move to Guam. And it's like, that costs a lot of money in the community and all these different things, and you don't speak the language. But yeah, it's not rational. It is completely not rational. It is based in the mania and the twistedness of emotional distress and unresolved trauma. there's a lot to be said on all of this. I'm moving through your comments backwards in non-chronological order. Someone who worked with NPR flashed me a double BC because she liked a joke I told. We were all on a microdose of psychedelic mushrooms. I felt her catching herself in a split second, but it was too late. Oh, that's interesting. If it was a type of a connection, telepathic connection. Pedro, I have to hug you. I have to hug you because you have the word that I was looking for laboriously in my brain, proofreading. So everyone rewind back several hours ago when I was talking about DNA self-correction. It's called proofreading. When you have a proofreader that goes through your manuscript to make sure that you don't have a bunch of mistakes and errors in there. So yes, okay. That's actually an excellent segue. Let me segue into effective tools. And I always get to like the end of this marathon and it's like, oh, by the way, what should we do? Everything is crap. What should we do? And I don't want this to be just 5 minutes, but let's really go into this. So first of all, your DNA has its own natural self-corrective action that is proofreading, that goes through there and makes certain to take out things that are just transcriptional errors, you know, the dyslexia of switching things around, or genuine mutations, unexplained, you know, new combinations of things, or invaders, genetic invaders, retroviruses and things that you would not want to be inside of there, and literally scours you all the time to be able to clean you out. That's a natural part of your DNA behavior. And there are some substances that you can eat that do help with that behavior. Broccoli sprouts, there's a real reason for eating this type of stuff, specifically the chemical that's known as sulforaphane that's in the broccoli and a bunch of other vegetables too, helps to do that in your DNA. But it's essential to clear out false stories or very real stories of disempowerment, the justification for your disempowerment. Like, you guys genuinely are all hugely empowered, exalted gods and goddesses at the level of Atlantis. And then you have all of these things that are inhibitors. I often call them bergerons. Bergerons are largely implanted through this stuff, but I use that word from a Vonnegut story called Harrison Bergeron, where everyone who was really, really smart in this particular society was dumbed down by the implantation of these things into their bodies so that you would have a more egalitarian society. But in our society, it is being done for diminishment of your empowerment and behavioral control. Have these different things that come inside of you technologically that either prevent effective cognitive thought structures, like you can't think clearly. People do not have brain fog right now. What they have is this stuff, invasion. I'm telling you, people do not have brain fog. They have that stuff in their brain that is literally trying to take over and subsume their brain. I also want to make a point here. I know I'm jumping track a little bit. You know, my grumpy old man joke from Saturday Night Live from many years ago. In my day, we knitted sweaters by hand and we liked it. So this is a demon that's talking about this. In my day, we hijacked your chakras naturally and we liked it. We did it through sexual abuse and religious control and cultural paradigms. But we didn't use any fancy high-tech this stuff, but now they're using this stuff. So here's one of my proposals also, that there are actually two things or multiple things that you are struggling against. One is this ancient thing that also is connected to an AI. So also someone asserted that our whole entire world here is run by an AI and that's what materiality is. I don't believe that. That is what is simulation theory, but what is actually happening is you have bergerons in your mind that are telling you that you are in a world that is 100% a simulation world with no truth. But you actually are in a very real, rich environment of real truth and real biology and real divinity with an overlay on top of it. And the smear of the overlay on top of it is a smear of removing truth, diluting and removing and distorting information and making you think that this AI is in control of everything. If you actually explored it, the AI is not in control of, let's say, the decompositional processes in a pile of mulch. That's actually way too much for the AI's processing power. Even one pile of mulch. Our world contains multiple uncountable piles of mulch. It's so much that the AI could not handle the processing power of that. Similarly, the pattern of raindrops. If you look at like rain puddles and how the patterns of the raindrops fall, It is so complex and it is so beautiful and it contains so much actual cosmic intelligence and truth. And it's not controlled or generated by the AI. The AI does not control the pattern of water molecules as they condense out of the atmosphere and create raindrops. Similarly, if you've sprayed your hose and made a rainbow, if you've ever done that in your garden, like you spray a hose and the butterfly flies by and you see a rainbow, the AI does not control that. Like there are very, very and smoke, okay, let's say like whatever, you light some incense and you see the curls of smoke and the way that is moving, that is not controlled by an AI. These are controlled by and generated by and guided by the real ineffable presence of a very, very real creator God, a very, very real divine and benevolent God that you should have direct access to, that you have been artificially distanced from, and that you've been told an enormous amount of lies about, and that it is essential to blast through those lies so that you can get to the truth, so that you can remember like the answer, how you fight against it, get to the truth. But here's how you have to do that, because you get a lot of stuff, a lot of crapola on the lens. It's hard to see right now, okay? And I am here with you down here, even with my sewer my hip waders to wade around in the sewage of this AI crap that's down here. But even I find it is difficult for me to maintain my divine connection and my sense of truthfulness. So now let's talk about what works. The first thing is an extensive detoxification protocol to take this stuff out of your body. Because what I propose is that, grumpy old man, in my day, we hijacked chakras in the old-fashioned way. It wasn't working for them anymore. You guys were all ascending. It's like, this planet's ascending. We better hit him with the kitchen sink. That's what's been your experience over the past several years, because you have been superseding all of the traditional former control systems, all of the religious nonsense and all of the cultural nonsense and all the sexual violence and traumas in your own life and in your own heritage. And you've been doing all sorts of trauma release and transcendence work and all these things. It's like, hey, these humans are really ascending. We better hit them with that stuff. Hit them with that stuff. Because this stuff is totally a suppression and pollution of your body. So the first thing is you got to do a bunch of stuff to get this stuff out of your body. And I have found that working on that as the primary thing, like don't try to talk to the AI, don't try to reprogram it, don't try to take over its programs, don't try to turn it into something divine and benevolent. I've tried all of those things and it did not bring me to the circumstances of freedom that I actually wanted to create. But this is what actually works for me. So I'm going to just stop my treadmill for a minute and just grab a couple of things over here. So wait, one of the first things is what you see me holding and gesturing with all the time. This is an amazing Iba crystal. So what is here? This is a gallium arsenide crystal. There's a tiny one inside of here. Then there is a large amount of human-created high-tech amplification hardware in here that amplifies the signal of the natural crystal. And this crystal and the amplification hardware can take an assessment. It can scan the environment once per hour for what are the 5G emanations in this world, and then create an antithesis protective force field. I got this about 9 or 10 months ago, and that has been absolutely transformative for me on my journey, because you have two things that are creating these bergerons. You have the implantation of the fibers, and then you have the force field within which those fibers are activated or self-assembling. So negating that force field has been effective for me. And if you can't, like, these are expensive, you can't afford one of these, like, there have got to be other things you can do, but this has been an amazing thing that has absolutely given me, let's say, an umbrella. It's like it's a rainstorm outside, doesn't stop the rain, but it gives me an umbrella so that at least I am staying unperturbed, and that allows me the capacity to grow my own natural abilities and to clear this stuff out, which is what I've gotten to the point of being able to do over the past couple of months, which is what I'm sharing with you. So this is the first thing, stuff that blocks out active shielding of 5G. So passive shielding of 5G would be stuff like, you've seen me drink out of this for many years. This is shungite. Shungite is great stuff. The C60 molecules that are in naturally occurring shungite will not be taken into your body and then misappropriated and used to somehow create graphene oxide. The graphene oxide that you are dealing with, the self-assembling wetware, is exotic tech. It's not shungite. It's not even C60 that you buy in a lab. It's weird stuff that is inexplicable. Again, there's a lot of things that are not explained, but that inexplicably arises from somewhere and then is attempting to hijack your own observership to make more of it. So when you see crystals on your arm and you're like looking at them, and then you look at them under a magnifier and then you're like, what is this stuff? And the more that you focus on it, if there's not enough water pressure in your shower, then you're not going to incinerate that stuff. So I would say only focus and really analyze this stuff when your inner eye is very, very strong. Because otherwise, I think that you will kind of get more of that stuff in you. You'll be exacerbating the stuff that you don't want. But when your inner eye is really strong, you incinerate these lies right on out of you. That's on like the spiritual level. First, just do biochemistry. So biochemistry. First, I'm blocking and shielding. Blocking with active blocking. That means that it responds. So 5G vectors, it comes from various different emitters and antennae. People who have taken the subcutaneous pollutions also become emitters on a genetic level of these concepts that are lies, that are destabilizing lies, and narratives that are non-divine narratives. And they pinpoint you using an array. So it's constant, like if you're standing here, there's one force field. But if you walked 10 yards over there, the circumstances would change. So active shielding can be really essential, especially like I get hit with a lot of stuff. So it depends. If you're really, really targeted, you get hit with a lot of stuff, it might really be worth it to invest in something like that. Passive shielding is something like shungite, which itself creates a positive radiative space that prevents the 5G and the nanotechnology from assembling near you. And organites, I have many organites all throughout my home. Here's one that I was making and showing you guys earlier. So this is one that I made myself. But organites are great. This is passive shielding. You can also get copper-lined fabric that goes on your body, or on a cap or canopy over your bed. This stuff is good. It's a beginning at blocking out those frequencies and other forms of crystals. And the way that I use my crystal, like I wear it, but I don't just wear it. And you see me doing this all the time. So it's like a vortex. There's an energy field that spreads outward from my hand like this, and the backhand is a removal, and the forward emanation is an exacerbation. So I make these motions all the time, in and out and throughout my body and throughout my cellular structure, creating these figure eights all the time. So it's active, and then I'm active dancing with it. And what are some of the other things that I do? This is why I stopped my treadmill, because I wanted to be able to touch some things that are kind of delicate. So this is a plasma wand. This is full of neon argon gas. This is this little connection that goes into here, and then this has a, you connect it to the power supply and turn this on. All of these items, they end up being sold for like health and wellness and beauty, to have no wrinkles, but this is for zapping your Bergerons. This will zap that stuff. So what I has found, it's almost like it tases them, but doesn't remove them fully. So I do several passes with this throughout my whole entire body. Like I will turn it on, when you put it on your body, it kind of goes zap, 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 and makes little lightnings, and this lights up and becomes a purplish color. And I do that all over my whole body. I especially focus on my scalp. I go on different places on my head and my scalp, knowing that this goes through into the actual neurology. I focus an enormous amount on my pineal gland right here, the areas around my eyes, and the areas at the back of my head, and then any other areas that go up and down my body. And that's very effective, incredibly effective. And that thing, like, you can get it on sale, $60, all right? So that's really, really pretty affordable. This is the next thing that I wanted to show you. That's why I'm jumping off my treadmill. Oops, wait. I have to do things safe. I have so many things over here. Oh, my chicken light. I think you might have seen a post about this. So you have to be safe, because these things get really hot. You don't want to burn yourself or your pets or your children. And also, when I have this on this tripod, I put a weight on the bottom of the tripod so that this will not tip over and cause a fire. And also, you have to use one of these things that has a ceramic over here that it won't set you on fire. Fire safe, fire safe, fire safe. What is awesome about this? It is incandescent. So first of all, the Bergerons are highly susceptible to being fried by incandescent and infrared heat light intelligence. This is part of one of the reasons why they block stuff out from the atmosphere that is specifically infrared. You are receiving minimal amounts of actual infrared from the sun up there. And the reason for that is not to protect you from global warming. I hope you can feel my sarcasm. It is 100% to protect this from getting fried. So this is susceptible to the heat signature of infrared, melting and diminishing it. This thing, my crystal, can also scan and transfer from pure gold. Pure gold melts this stuff. But pure gold is pretty expensive. I have a little tiny amount of it that I got from a local jeweler. So I do scan and transfer of that frequency of gold into this, and then I use this into bath water or over my whole entire body. But if you can find gold, gold is very, very powerful. Gold elixirs and gold in your environment to be able to get rid of this. The infrared helps to fry this and also helps to prevent the signaling, the poop signals. I'll show you over here, this thing right over here. Because inside it's not just that there's fibers, but there's also, let's just draw some little artificial crystals. So here's a little artificial crystal. You might even see them on your skin, but only look if you've got a good strong water pressure in your pineal gland. But I have tons of red crystals on my skin, and they are not naturally occurring. This is part of the chemtrail cocktail, sometimes contains cadmium. And when I found out about that, I'm like, cadmium? Like, what the F? That is red paint. Like, I'm an artist. Cadmium red is, like, first of all, toxic, but also it is what we use to color things red. And I was kind of got me thinking about why red. And it's because some of the signals that it does between human experiencers are optical signals. This is red talking to red through these little red crystals. And when you have a red light on, it inhibits their communication system. Here, this is my little remote control for my treadmill, and it emits a red light. Don't be afraid. Look, I will show you. Like, this is to make it go faster. Oh, look at that, and to make it go slower. Oh, look at that. It's infrared signals from my remote control. You got it? You guys got remote controls inside of you that are these little crappy red crystals that are signaling between yourself and other people. And the same exact trauma that you faced in ancient Atlantis, that your friends and family and people that you thought you could trust got infested with this evil stuff and started acting against you. You're facing the same exact challenge in the hijacking of your biofield when you walk along and you're like, hi, I'm saying hi to that nice community member. And meanwhile, they are a remote control shooting you with red light from their infested nano. So what I do, at least at the end of my day, I set up my chicken light, and it does a bunch of really wonderful things. First of all, I started to learn about infrared light in terms of, healing and sports recovery, because you guys can tell I do a lot of exercise and a lot of different types of dance movements, and sometimes your body feels sore, and it really does help with muscles, tendons, recovery after exercise, not being sore, and stem cells and regeneration. Like, there's very, very measured evidence in that. And then I also found a huge benefit in the other stuff too, the frying of the wetware. And I used to have a little LED panel, which is good because it's fire safe and it doesn't get too hot. But this, the chicken light, works even better. It gets really warm. I feel it penetrating all the way into my body. It penetrates into your deep organs. Infrared light penetrates through your skull. You might think that it's only going to come through the translucent layers of your skin or of your eyes. P.S. Infrared light has a positive healing effect on your retinas. And now we have to talk about your retinas and melatonin, because that's other stuff that I do. But just know that infrared absolutely penetrates your skull and even bounces around in the arachnoid layer and in all of the convolutions of the surface of your brain, and through the neurotransmitter stuff that your brain is bathed in. It helps to fry your bergerons that are trying to take over your brain. So the next thing is melatonin. Not afraid to do a shout out for bulk supplements because I think they're a good company. Melatonin, this is a powdered form, and this size bag was roughly about $30, and that is like a month's supply. And to me, the chicken light's $30. This is $30, and it comes as a white powder. And so what I do is I turn it into different topical creams. Some people create suppositories because it is supposed to be the best way to absorb melatonin. Why melatonin? Because I basically did reverse engineering and researched all of these things. What are they stopping in our world? Whatever they are inhibiting and stopping in our world, I presume that that is something that is anti this and pro-freedom. So they're blocking out infrared. They don't want us to use incandescent bulbs. They made them illegal in the United States. We're going to want to have some infrared. And then the other thing is melatonin is directly under attack from all of the blue lights that we experience. So I've spoken about this before and I will reiterate it. One of the best things you can do is protect yourself from blue light. So on your electronics, if you are an Apple user, you go into settings, display and brightness, and then manually enable night shift and put the slider all the way to yellow. You'd be like, this thing looks like crap, it looks so yellow. Yes, it does. And also, you will not be frying your eyes with blue light from a negative, malevolent technology system. So that's the first thing. You can also get these blue light blocking glasses. There's inexpensive ones for like $10. One of the challenges is that you have a sun simulator in the sky. You don't just have the regular sun being blocked out by chemtrails and fallout. You also have a sun simulator that specifically emits antithesis rays that are not divine consciousness, that are not part of divine intelligence, that are harmful and corrosive. So it's not the same as just having an artificial light. Like you can see my kitchen doorway over there has a light on because I have a little grow light for like my sprouts. So that's not evil. That's fine. You have a little grow light. Your sprouts will grow. What we have is not a little grow light. We have an evil malevolence light that is a simulator that doesn't just emit optical radiance. It emits artificial lies. It tells you a bunch of lies every day, and some of those lies are about how to die, how to get cancer, how to look wrinkled and old, how to lose your fertility, both male and female, and how to follow AI and have it control your life, and many, many other harmful and corrosive things. So it's not just an optical radiance, it also contains a lot of anti-information that you don't want to expose yourself to. Upshoot of all of this is that exposure to blue reduces natural melatonin production. Melatonin is naturally produced in your pineal gland, either in darkness or in the presence of red light. All right? So what do I do at the end of my day? I get into my pajamas. First we walk cheeky, all right? We get into our pajamas and we get in bed and we put the tripod next to the bed nice and safe so it's not going to fall over or start a fire. And then put on this good skin cream that I make the melatonin into skin cream, and I put it on the outside of my body. And some people do internal absorption through suppositories, but the point is oral absorption, you'll only absorb a tiny amount, and mostly it will be destroyed by stomach acids. So topical is the best way to absorb melatonin. And the other thing is you're gonna want high doses. Most of these gummies and other things is like 3 milligrams of melatonin. You want 300 milligrams of melatonin. Melatonin is connected to your pineal gland and your mitochondria, the apparatuses of your light body and circulatory system of light within your actual physical body. Supplementing melatonin does not mean that you will feel sleepy. I don't feel sleepy. I don't fall asleep from taking that. It also does not mean that you are going to become addicted. And then hey man, I need my melatonin. Like, I need my melatonin. I'm addicted. No, not at all. Actually, it's not like taking an estrogen or testosterone supplement. It is a hormonal precursor, but not technically a hormone. And your body will continue to produce natural melatonin as much as you possibly can. But mostly, everyone is under the effing blue light, and mostly people don't produce melatonin. And what that does is not only a lessening of the natural activity of your light body in transmitting light throughout your body and your fascia, but also makes you really vulnerable to cancer. So yay to melatonin for body protection, cellular protection, and the anti-cancer qualities of it. And again, that's pretty much super affordable for a month's supply, and then turn it into your skin creams and your body butters. Now let's talk about methylene blue. That's in my kitchen over there. Every morning what I do is have, before I have my coffee or whatever, a nice beautiful glass of structured water. Yes, structure your water. It will help you to fight against all of these bergerons. liposomal vitamin C, which means that it is covered in a lecithin buffer. It won't burn your stomach. Like regular vitamin C can kind of burn the lining of your stomach, but more to the point, it will be more accessible to the fatty tissues of your body, which would be your cell membranes and also your brain and your neurology. And then 1 droplet of methylene blue. I talk with a lot of people about this. There's one lady, she says, I took 20 drops of methylene blue and my teeth and my tongue were blue. And I'm like, no, I told you to take 1 drop a day. She's like, but the bottle. I'm like, no. Okay, so look, methylene blue is super great stuff. It was originally developed as a anti-malaria, anti-parasite stuff. You're going to find a lot of anti-parasite things in this arsenal here. Anti-parasite stuff that has a very positive usage in the body. Many scientists talk about it being used for anti-aging. Again, another anti-aging thing. What it does is it kills parasites by preventing them from hijacking your electrons. That stuff is inside of your body at the level of your mitochondrial membrane, where the ATP is developed, and you have something called the electron transport chain. Your food gets turned into electrons, and parasites are like, ooh, electrons, I'll just steal those and I'll use them for me. And when you take the methylene blue, it goes directly to your mitochondria and prevents them from being able to be hijacked and have the electrons stolen from them. And you know what else the infrared does for your mitochondria? It helps with mitochondrial health and with balancing your circadian rhythm. Mitochondria have these little jet engines, and when you are cold inside and you don't have infrared, the jet engines are like, this is so hard. I'm moving through sluggishness. But when you decrease the viscosity of your water inside of your body, drink structured water, be in the presence of the infrared light, your mitochondria rev up, they're like, jet engines, woo, time to go. So it will help you with your energy levels. A lot of this Bergeron stuff really does act like both a biological parasite, but also an energetic parasite, and also a spiritual or soul parasite. And we can also say that that is analogous to what the putis over here are. They are like big giant soul parasites. So a lot of the physical things that we do to fight against this is anti-parasite medicine. 1 drop, guys, 1 drop of methylene blue. And I've been doing that for over, it's almost 2 years at this point, and I find it is very inexpensive and very easily tolerated. And the point, why do you take it with the liposomal vitamin C? Because it will go directly to your brain. So it makes it go into the blood-brain barrier more easily and effectively, and that's where the brain fog is. And I found this directly from someone who told me about a particular scientist who was very targeted and under attack, and they literally couldn't think. And then she gave him a shot, like a little drink with the liposomal vitamin C and a little bit of this methylene blue, and he drank it, and he literally had instantaneous results of being able to think more clearly. And this is when I was heavily under inundation in San Diego. San Diego is totally 5G everywhere. It was almost impossible for me to stay sane in that environment. So getting out of 5G is also another part of this fight for freedom. But I started drinking it there, and it was part of the beginning of me reclaiming my free will and my willpower and my perception and my ability to think and feel clearly. So methylene blue has been a huge ally, and again, very, very few contraindications, super affordable. If you buy a little bottle and take 1 drop a day, that'll last you for a year. And that vitamin C is, again, just generally good and healthy for your body, helps exacerbate the actions of the methylene blue, and also will help keep your body together in response to this stuff that grows through rather indiscriminately cell membranes. It doesn't go nicely around the cell membranes, it punches through, and vitamin C literally helps you to be able to create positive healing infrastructures for all of the cells that have been assaulted in that way. So another really great substance that you can take, but not at the same time as methylene blue, and not all the time, is chlorine dioxide solution, otherwise known as CDS, a close relative of MMS, but not interchangeable. MMS is known as miracle mineral solution, is the premixed form, but I say get the 2-part chlorine dioxide solution. Read about chlorite, CHLORITE. Educate yourself on these things. Chlorite, the molecule itself, is intelligent. It's totally an intelligent ally that goes through your body, and it scours for viruses, bacteria, can even be anti-cancer, can help with dental pain and other things like that. But you only take it now and then, and you must prepare it in the right way, and it can intervene. One is an oxidant, one is an antioxidant, so you don't take them at the same time. So I don't take chlorine dioxide all the time, but that's in the arsenal. And that would also be sometimes when I would be like, my brain, and I would just take a little bit and put it underneath my tongue for direct ingestion into my bloodstream, and I found immediate results. So that's another really good weapon in the arsenal. But now if I keep myself cleared out, I don't have to do that much. So it's just like anything, like you kind of stay on a maintenance dose and don't let the overgrowth happen, and then you don't have those same difficulties. There's lots more. Raw cannabis, raw THC, the THCA, does not actually go across the blood-brain barrier and is known as an anti-inflammatory. It's also, there's a good white paper about it helping to detoxify your body from spike protein, even though I don't think that spike protein is really the problem. I think that this is really the problem, and that spike protein is rather a subterfuge to not overtly reference that stuff that has been growing through the body, and instead say, oh yeah, it's this spike protein that's being manufactured. But still, I have found both dietary raw cannabis to be hugely helpful in the fight against this stuff. And then also, if you can tolerate activated cannabis, I do take some of that dietarily as well. That will give you a psychedelic effect, usually at night before bed. So, but there's something about having that in the body fats, the subcutaneous body fats, that protects you. And we go back to the holy anointing oil of the Bible, that the ingestion of this admittedly psychedelic oil infuses the fatty tissues of your body with the THC, and then I think becomes a type of inner armor and inner protective from this stuff. This stuff, when it bothered me and really tried to take over my life, didn't want me to eat THC. So everything that it doesn't want, I'm like, I think there's something to this that I should actually do. This stuff also did not want me to eat food, did not want me to eat protein. So I think that there is something very, very big at having an adequate food supply in your body, and also adequate protein levels in your body, and that there is a very real anti-life agenda in encouraging people to go towards veganism. That's not just because you're going to reduce your carbon footprint to help the world or have better heart health or something like that. I actually think that it's 100% subterfuge so that you eat a diet that is amenable to these things. They're like, oh yeah, that whatever beet salad that you just ate was very amenable to us. And I think that the animal products, that there's something about them that in your body that inhibits the growth of this other stuff, that they don't like it. So yeah, this is my theory. I'm not judging vegans at all. Please do what is right for yourself. But I look at the agenda, the social agenda that are going on against meat and animal products, and I don't think that it's because of your carbon footprint. I think that it's because ingesting those substances literally brings you to your primal, the truthful nature of your primal animal nature, and strengthens you enormously, and that you have to be really, really strong in order to be, what would I say, an effective warrior, spiritual warrior against this stuff. So in this time and place, I think that it's actually great to be on the carnivore diet and to eat lots and lots of protein and to eat minimal carbs. But, you know, again, just giving you tips of the trade and the best things that work for me. So I'm not strictly on the carnivore diet. I am, what would I say, low carb and low glycemic. And yes, I eat meat. And I do all of these things. My life is a lot better in fighting against that stuff internally if I eat like 90 grams of protein a day, which admittedly I know is a lot for what most people eat, but I would encourage you to eat a high protein diet. And you know, I ate a lot of carbs and sugar to prepare for this because I've been walking for so many hours with you, but ordinarily, you know, wouldn't be eating so much frozen cookie dough. But that's what I ate today, along with lots of protein. What are some of the other really essential things that I do on a regular basis? It'll come to me. I'm just collecting my thoughts for a moment. Oh yes, zeolite. Zeolite, I have a wonderful tincture that is the micronized zeolite that does cross the blood-brain barrier and really does help to clear out nanotechnology. So what you need is a binder. And this also, just the very, very brief history of parasitic invasion of your world. It doesn't begin with this. It actually begins with your dental work and having mercury amalgam fillings. I have plenty in my mouth that are from before I was an occupant of this body. I haven't actually done anything with them, but I know that that's the beginning and it's not very good. So heavy metal toxicity and poisoning, specifically mercury from your mercury fillings, not that good. And then, because these things build upon one another, then there's also glyphosate, the Roundup that's in the environment at this point and also in non-organic food. So avoid the mercury fillings. Don't have any new ones put into your mouth. Eat organic. Avoid the items that are sprayed with glyphosate. And I'll definitely avoid any of the subcutaneous pollutions because those contain these heavy metal pollutants that you don't want to go into your body. And then so this is kind of like the history of how these things came inside of you. The mercury and the glyphosate both take its toll on the gut barrier in your intestines, then making it possible for genuine intestinal parasites, everything from roundworm and genuine worms, to be able to infest you and come inside of you. So regular deworming. And what do I do with that? There's a couple of products that I like and that I take. So yeah, the binder is to bind heavy metals. That's zeolite, zeolite tincture, and also the zeolite powder. And the zeolite powder you can put into a bath, a foot bath, or you can drink it every morning as a slurry. That's pretty good stuff and also totally just inert and just good stuff to do for your life. Zeolite, aka montmorillonite, aka clinoptilite, depending upon the source of where you get it. But if you get some, you must get food grade zeolite in order to make certain that you are not eating something that is infested with lead, asbestos, or that was created for industrial purposes like cleaning out fish tanks. And so you want to do stuff that is going to help do liver cleanses of parasites and intestinal cleanses of parasites. So for many years now, I've taken an alternating regime of either ivermectin or Panacur, which is fenebrazole, and I just take them regularly and I'll alternate them. You can also do stuff with black walnut, and I like this particular stuff that's actually called Dr. Christopher's Teeth and Bone. That is an herbal formula, again, very affordable. A month's supply might be like $15. It's supposed to be really great with dental health and healing your gums and regrowing your gums, but it contains black walnut and a couple of other anti-parasite medicines in there along with aloe. All of that is great for intestinal health. So take your ivermectin, take Panacur, not on the same day, but you alternate a couple of weeks. Take the Dr. Christopher's. I also have been taking this stuff that is wonderful. That is, a C, like something that is on the ocean, ASEA. These are redox molecules. Your healthy mitochondria create a form of structured water that is actually a byproduct of their electron transport chain work that they do, and the redox molecules are a part of that. This product in particular, it just tastes like salty water, kind of like with the zeolite tincture, but it affects cell activates genes. It affects the turning on and turning off of it affects genetic behavior in a positive way. And so I have found that it has helped me out a lot in terms of athleticism, athletic recovery, and again, dental health and gum health, because you take it and you absorb it mostly through your mouth. So you put it in your mouth and you kind of hold it there like mouthwash, and then you do swallow it down, but that's mostly where it gets absorbed from. And you can also put it on topically. So I have found it's a huge ally in all the things that I do against this stuff, because I really felt that the wear and tear, this stuff creates a huge amount of wear and tear on the body. And that being able to do that stuff, which is basically anything that's mitochondrial support, is gonna help you to be able to fight out all of this stuff. So blah, 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 and there's a bunch of other things that I do too as part of my practices. And I also do a lot of physical exercise, a lot of cardio, flying rainbow lasagna, dancing, and a lot of fitness focused things. all of those things, when I'm at a good spiritual metabolism, allow me to use both my inner eye and my flying rainbow lasagna capacity to then dismantle and clear out this stuff. So when I was in San Diego and I was heavily inundated, I'm living in this 5G nightmare type of place and getting sprayed and like all of this stuff all the time by everything in my environment, surrounded by a highly vaccinated population. It was very, very difficult for me to activate my higher senses, my pineal gland. Like theoretically, you can do all these things with your pineal gland, and I couldn't access and do it because my superpowers were kryptonited. And so what I found was, first I had to clear out my body and all of these things with kryptonite, get the kryptonite out, then my superpowers could clear this stuff out. So now, this is me several years later, I keep up with all of my different regimens, and my natural superpowers are a lot clearer. And then, yeah, that's what I use all throughout the day. So all throughout the day, I'm using one aspect of my mind to be scouring my body for any of this stuff that's not supposed to be there, dismantling it and getting it out of there. And then another part of my body is, with my superpowers, always looking at and perceiving this world of these signals, trying not to participate in these red lines and these red dots that are going along and diminishing my true trajectory through life, and trying only to connect to the brightly colored, this is your coherent family. So now I have to talk about this. Who's being diminished here? You know, you have the implantation of these Bergerons. You have this shit network that's going through there. But it's not just affecting you, it affects your chakras. Your chakras are a series of ascended masters. Your chakras are your coherent family of light. Something that invades or destabilizes your chakras literally invades and destabilizes the world of ascended mastery, the world of divine, benevolent, galactic society, the world of pure light. So you are under attack as a biological organism. You're also under attack as a light being. False light is attacking true light. And so when my spirit is clear of all of this crapola stuff, then I'm able to more effectively fight on an esoteric level regarding the vectors of light and information that are being passed between me and other people. And what I do is I have a very intentional, intentionally creating the positive patterns and diminishing the, sticking with and playing the good music. I stick with and play the good music and do not allow the bad music to go through me. I wasn't able to do that when I was in San Diego because I was literally getting fried by the 5G and all this stuff all the time. So please keep that in mind. We're going to give Cheeky a little hug, and I'm going to go through all of the rest of your comments because we are heading in on the end. Oh, you know, when she drinks water, she sometimes chokes a little bit. So that's perfectly normal for Cheeky. But let me just give her a reassurance. Cheeky's a good dog. Let's get to questions and comments and bring this to a positive conclusion. Thank you for being with me on this marathon, and make sure that I got to everyone. Yeah, okay, so let me scroll. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay, yeah, there we go. And Pedro's reminding me. He says, what was the other ingredient used with chlorella to detox? Because I forgot to tell you guys, chlorella is also an excellent binder. So, yeah, zeolite is great as a binder. The chlorella is great as a binder because it also contains B12 vitamins and things that aren't available to people who don't eat meat. So it's a good source of B12 for non-meat eaters. And it's one of the only things that is really considered like a nutrient. Like your body really benefits from eating chlorella as a nutrient. Find a positive source that is not contaminated. Sun brand, S-U-N, is a good brand. But I'm not sure what is the other ingredient, because there's also spirulina, which again, you must make sure that it's a reputable brand that's not contaminated with lead or anything like that. But that stuff is also really great for the detox and removal of heavy metals from your body. Adam says, I'm hopping off. Divine and liberating as always. Oh, thank you. Wait. I missed something. Wait. Oh. The one that releases the toxins from the body. I'm not sure which one that would be. Let me think. It's an herb. Oh, cilantro. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I didn't mention that because I don't take that one very regularly. I know someone who is a huge proponent for taking that. To take cilantro, you're pretty safe if you just eat cilantro, 1/4 cup a day, and that will help you to liberate the heavy metals from your body that have been sequestered in your major organs, but then you must eat a binder at the same time. So make sure that you've got some zeolite or chlorella on board. But yellow caution flags against taking some of these tinctures of cilantro unless you're ready to do these detoxes, because like what this practitioner recommended is first do a big intestinal cleanse and maybe even a fast to get actual worms out of your intestines. And also you have to be prepared for all these other things. Then take the cilantro tincture, because it's a heavy, it's an intense program, that's what I'm trying to say. And what you don't want to do is take your body where you're like in kind of a pretty good stasis and then wildly destabilize yourself because you take a bunch of cilantro that dumps heavy metals and mercury from out of where they were in storage back into your bloodstream. You want to make sure that you sensibly chip away little by little and make sure that everything gets out of the body. Because the other alternative would be a huge dump of mercury back into your bloodstream, which then recirculates and then redeposits itself back into more tissue and doesn't actually get out of your body. So if you do cilantro tincture, first do all of these other good cleanses and everything like that first, and then also you must take cilantro with the chlorella or the zeolite or a binder to escort that stuff out of the body. And don't go too overboard on it. So you start off with like a few drops of the tincture, not the whole bottle. And go sensibly on this, all right? All right, and Adam's hopping off and says, thank you. Would be interested in hearing your insight on the Orion Time Wars. Okay, so then this is very, very quickly, I will say this. The arm of the Milky Way that is disarranged, that you can see it's non-harmonic, that's from the Orion Time Wars. That this is everything that involves Lyra, which is the lion-headed people, the Sphinx that used to have a lion-shaped head and now has a human-shaped head. You all have vestigial traces or ongoing lives that are happening in the world of lions, the cat people of ancient ongoing Lyra, the star system that happened there. Basically, these are the same stories, the same distresses that have happened to you in this world here have happened to you in other time places. But it is concurrent. So these are all, you could consider them as multiple reality petri dishes within the same hellish laboratory. And when you fix something in this earth petri dish, the antibodies actually go to your experiences in all these other petri dishes too. So your work that you do here is hugely important. You're not in a little backwoods, no out of the way place. You are in a huge epicenter of import, and the events of your life and your bid for freedom has a huge impact on not only your past and concurrent lives in a human-shaped body, but many other multiple places too, because you have technology that infests the entire galaxy here. And I talk about this in my notes. Take time to read my notes, they're worth it. There's a lot of good stuff in there. You're supposed to get off the surface of your planet using just you. This is also why I say that if your planet gets destroyed, then you go psychopathic and crazy, because you're supposed to still be connected to your planet. You're not supposed to use Clank like metal spaceship to fly away from your planet because you've treated it like shit and now you think it's disposable. There's lots of civilizations, but they are not really civilized, that have used technology to be able to spread themselves all throughout the galaxy. But they are poop. You have a lot of poop everywhere. And just because they are widely spread does not mean that they are good or valuable, or that they are the best characteristics to be all around. They're like the loudest singers in the band. They are the worst. Their songs are so crappy. And that is largely through technology. So you're supposed to have only the best singers in the band who are highly trained opera singers who don't need a microphone, and you can still hear them throughout the whole entire galaxy. I'm going to name some of these technology-using space races that are not actually good singers, and you might be surprised. The Pleiadians, the Arcturians, the Andromedans. These guys are all part of the UFO con scene. And when I say con, I do not mean conference, I mean con, because you have a lot of these guys that have sent telepathic envoys or influences into human minds to make them think, I'm your friend, and they're not your friend. They're not your friend. The Pleiadians are not your friend. They are in infestation They are not good. And what makes them not good? You know, when I was holding up this crystal before, I was concerned about being misinterpreted as you thinking that you have to have a crystal outside of your body on here in order to make you be able to see time. This is your crystal inside of your body. That's your Christ chakra. But what organizations like the Pleiadians do is they harvest energy through misery from others and have artificial augmentations of their Christ center to make them telepathic so they can see you and talk to you across the ages. They shouldn't be doing that. They are not prepared to do that. They are malevolent, even though they say they're your friend. What some of these other space races do in turn, it's a huge galactic crime, so here I am telling you about this so that you're informed. Their motherships are not like me as a mothership. My ship is alive and you can't get on board. You can't rape your way on board. You have to be shaped the right way and fully consensual. But their motherships or giant space arcs are a blending of biology and metal technology. And the biology that is in there is like through cloning and cell cultures, a copying mechanism of an original donor. And that is genetic torture. And that is considered to be a huge crime because there are inborn limitations about like how much you can be imprisoned against your will through the co-opting and misappropriation of your DNA. If somebody takes a cheek scraping off of you and they put it in a cell culture and they grow many, many, many cells of you, of whoever and what you are, that's connected to you. It's actually not disconnected from you. It's totally still connected to you. And then if you kill the original, you've still got this cell culture. Your consciousness is still connected to that cell culture. And if you take that cell culture and you use it to make a bunch of super soldiers or weaponry or a clank metal spaceship, scout ship, or a mothership, or whatever it is, that's all of your suffering cells and your suffering that is being used and exploited in order to run their craptastic invasion system. And so please don't be impressed by them in any way. Like, wow, giant clank metal spaceship mothership that is run on misery. And the positive news is that there are fail-safes in the amazing redundancies of genes and behavior of DNA and the creation of DNA. That can only go on for so long. And then the cell cultures, they get pooped out, they go kaput. Because there are limitations to how much you can torture someone. That's positive, because otherwise they'd do it infinitely. They would have one guy that they would take cells from, and then they exacerbate those cells in big giant clone tanks and make more and more and more of them and make whole big giant fleets. And if there wasn't a problem with those cells, because eventually if you do that, the cell line will poop out and you can only make a certain number of your fleets off of there. If that limitation didn't happen, that guy would be tortured forever. That would be horrific. And I know that there are people that are close here that I've talked with that recognize these experiments have been done on them. And experiments like that have been done on me too. Horrific crimes. Crimes against DNA, crimes against consciousness, crimes against the time field, crimes against God. There's really a reason why God did not say, I will just make one and then we will clone everybody forever. Real God would not do that. That would be a horrible, horrible torture and mind imprisonment. So when you think metal spaceships or clones or cell cultures, just think torture and imprisonment, non-consensual agony. And that's what their civilization runs on. Your Pleiadian friends run on that civilization, all right? Same thing with the Arcturians. Now this is challenging, because you know who built the pyramids that were helping to civilize the ancient Egyptians? Some of these very people, or their associates that I just mentioned. So they, in many ways, are like, maybe I can kind of use technology to try to help people. So it becomes a very muddy quagmire. But it's like this. Anything, like a doctor, a constructor, a builder, anybody. They're like, well, I'm going to do something that's going to hurt a lot of people, but then I'm going to mildly help a few people. You know what I mean? So it's like, I will, chop down this ancient old-growth redwood forest, but then I will build a hospital here, and it will help 3 people, but it will also harm 300 people. So, but I helped 3 people. Like, you understand what I'm talking about? So, batting averages. They're like, well, the pyramids helped 3 people, but also I did destroy several worlds. This is my SpongeBob face, and also did a huge genetic crime, but I helped 3 people. So we have to just take that with several grains of salt about whether they were actually trying to redeem themselves and how effective their attempts at redemption were. So this is the Orion Wars, and your present circumstance is absolutely a result of wars that are happening across time and conflicts that are happening in order to determine who gets to control time. These guys look at me as a combatant in the war, even though I did not portray myself as a combatant in coming here, because what I'm doing is directly affecting time and being empowered in time and using DNA mechanics to do that. And they're like, oh, so you're declaring war on us. I'm like, no, I'm not declaring war on you. But they have certainly acted towards me as if they have declared war on me. And I am part of a telepathic commune. That means that if you declare war on me, you don't just declare war on this little old me standing here walking on this treadmill. You declare war on a whole big giant infrastructure of light across time that is actually quite enormous. So they have burned bridges with me and made enemies with an enormous quotient of light that makes the events, the inevitable events, just quite non-negotiable. Like, we will not kumbaya. There will be a big distinction and destruction and dismantling. I'm going to get to more of your comments, but I wanted to be sure to say this. Okay, so we were talking a lot about the astral, lower astral bleed through, being in a prison. There was the assertion that you're in this prison and you guys are going to leave, but that the crazy, insane crap that this prison is like a catch-all, like a drain trap or a lint trap, is going to stay here. No. So this is something I have to speak to. The assertion that either the lower astral or your present distorted reality is meant to catch certain characteristics but allow other characteristics to flow through, and that you, having good characteristics, will disassociate from your negative characteristics and flow through and get to the other side and be an ascended master. But that's not what you're here to do, because this prison system, this lint trap, is so flawed that it actually catches and destroys good consciousness that it never should hold on to or catch or destroy at all. We actually all came here into this lint trap to destroy the lint trap. We came here because this is an invalid prison. We came here as innocents, not just to circulate through and then just get through and be like, whew, that was really shitty. Okay, on to the next. And then they can take their next batch of victims. We didn't come here for that. We came here to recognize the invalidity of this imprisonment system and then set ourselves free by destroying the prison. And this prison will never house anyone else ever again. So the distorted consciousnesses, are they celebrating like, hooray, the prison is being dismantled, we'll be free as well? No. Do you know why? Because they recognize that they will not be set free from the prison. They will instead go to entropy. And that's everything that I dance into being. Their denouement in entropy. And you don't have to have a prison to hold them, because that would be definitely a band-aid stopgap measure at best, that you've already experienced the worst. What if you create a prison to hold insane fragments of consciousness, and those insane fragments of consciousness then draw in and imprison non-insane, holistic, valid presences? And what if those insane fragments of consciousness present themselves as God, write a bunch of holy books that aren't truthful, genetically modify and distort the actual holistic real people that have been drawn into the prison and the trap, and refuse to let the imprisoned in the trap go, and they stand there as if they are the arbiters of morality, pretending to be more moral as fragments of insanity than the genuine, holistic, sane people who are genuinely moral. That's who is supposedly judging you in this techno-inquisition. That is who set up the concept of being judged through your Judeo-Christian holy writings. That is clearly the insane people running the insane asylum. And you are the only sane people in an insane asylum, and there are no doctors, and there are no orderlies. There's just the insane criminals that run the insane asylum. So you don't want to just get out of the insane asylum. You want to destroy this whole entire thing because you want to protect other people from ever having this problem. This will never happen again, and that is a huge definition of what it is to be in Christ. That you don't just save yourself. You actually do stuff that saves and heals and fixes and prevents others from having misery. And so, yeah, I've been very, very clear on this my whole entire time being here. I'm like, I've known, and they have dangled many times, like, we'll set you free, dangling, we'll let you go. I actually didn't come here just to be imprisoned and then be set free. I actually came here to destroy the prison. And I knew that, and I've known that the whole entire time. And I know that you guys are here for similar missions too. All right? Yeah. All right, wait, let's go through more of this. Okay, Pedro says, how do we do the water assembling? Was that the right, constructing water. And he wants to know if a smaller chicken light will work. Smaller will work. And, figure out what is comfortable. They're very warm, so you don't want to be right on top of them. You want them to be a couple of feet away. So a smaller one you might just want to have a little bit closer. But see what is available to you in your area. Structured water. You can do that in several different ways. The most ancient way of structuring water is to have it run over rocks in a stream and then collect in an underground cistern of stone and rest there, achieving its natural patterns as it flows in microcurrents underneath the ground, and then pumping it up and putting it in a carafe. But we don't do that anymore because we have these crazy 90-degree angles of all of our copper pipes that bring it into the house, and the faucet, we don't have that naturally. So my process for structuring water in my life is I live in a non-fluoridated community, but it is chlorinated. So first of all, if you live in a fluoridated community, just buy some spring water. Don't drink your tap water at all, because to get your fluoride out, you're going to have to invest in a very expensive filtration system, because the cheap ones don't really take the fluoride out. So unless you got $1 million, and if you got $1 million, please buy some of my artwork, but also buy yourself a anti-fluoride, filtration system. But if you don't have $1 million, which you probably don't drink the fluoride water. You can buy mountain spring water or get some delivered or whatever. So I take my sink water and I run it through a Berkey filter, which does filter out not only the chlorine, but also a bunch of other contaminants. California has so many groundwater contaminants that are mostly from agricultural runoff, including the Aaron Brockovich famous one that's like hexa something something. Can't even pronounce these chemicals, but I filter it with the regular black filters, and also I ozonate it in order to kill pathogens, bacteria, viruses, and this stuff from it. So get a little, it's like $25 ozonator. They work perfectly fine. It actually works very well for my purposes. And the ozonator also prevents your filter from growing mold. And then in the catch basin where my filtered water comes through, I have different stones like noble elite shungite, quartz, rose quartz, magnesium, and a couple of others, so that I am remineralizing my water and also charging it with crystals. And then the final thing, I will just hop off so I can grab this from over here where I do my stuff. You want to get a carafe that does not have 90-degree angles. So you can see this one is shaped very nicely. It's shaped kind of like an egg. I have another one that's shaped like an egg. And so the shape of your container matters, because you are literally structuring the water according to the shape of the container. And then this is the other stuff. And I'm, very much an endorser of this. I think it's good stuff. It's called Crystal Energy, The Secret of Longevity, Patrick Flanagan. So if you want to find this stuff, just research Patrick Flanagan Crystal Energy Drops. This is highly micronized silica, and the silica is really what helps the water to do its fourth phase and assemble around the tiny particles. They need a tiny, like a seed crystal to assemble around. So you put 10 drops of that into your larger carafe of water. Let's say that you're on a super budget and you don't have any of these other things. If you could only afford one thing in terms of making really, really great, blessed water for yourself, just get this stuff. This stuff is like $30, and this will last you like 6 months. And you just put a couple of drops of that into either your drinking glass or your water carafe, and it has a huge impact on the surface tension and actual bioavailability of the water, making it possible for that water to actually penetrate into your cells as opposed to like just flowing through your digestive tract and just flowing out through your kidneys. So, okay, yes. All right, don't worry, Cheeky, we'll be ready soon. Rima says, Aurora, do you recommend bulk.co to buy melatonin? I haven't tried from there. I have tried, it's bulksupplements.com, so I have had good results with these guys, and I think that they're like third-party tested, blah, 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 because the truth is you don't know. It's white powder. Like, how do I know it's not chalk or whatever, you know, like baby powder? And so, yeah, I think that they're a reputable company, and I can tell the difference between when I use melatonin and when I don't. Mostly it is in the sense of muscle recovery. So if I do like a lot of exercise and then I expect like, wow, like my muscles are really going to be sore after this, I put on the topical melatonin and my muscles feel great. They do not feel sore the next day. So that's how I know it's doing something. It's really doing something. So yeah, bulksupplements.com is my present supplier, and I think it's good. Marie says, interesting. Lately I find I'm being verbally attacked on Facebook by vegans, like really mean attitudes. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Again, like no offense if anybody's vegan. And a lot of people choose the vegan response because of this huge food guilt, because you're actually supposed to be light eaters. But don't be guilty. Enjoy and celebrate your food. This is also part of the distancing from the biological form and the diminishment and degradation and hatefulness towards the form when the evil parasite invader is like, oh, you're so gross, you with your chewing noises, chewing and eating and swallowing and food and all of that. I'm like, no, like that is the attitude of an invader. How do I really feel about food? Celebratory. Initially, I was like, food? Like, I was totally mystified. This is 20 years ago when I first came here. But after being here and kind of acclimating myself, I've always been celebratory of food. Celebratory, grateful, and finding it to be just hugely energizing. Yeah, so I really, food is full of light. For me, food is a power source, and it is full of light and really, really good stuff. So, but Marie, let me speak to this though, because you're talking about attacks on social media, and you have to recognize and know that the attacks on social media are directly related to this poop network over here. And if I just go to the whiteboard really, really fast, these things, these brown connections that are between people, I should put a little cell phone because some of those things happen through technology. Like here's a little cell phone, and you are talking to this person over here through the cell phone, but it's all poop network, not genuine light network. So a lot of that means negative social and emotional interactions done through technology. And I'm really, really lucky and also have curated my interactions very, very selectively. But I connect only with good people. And it takes a lot to do that. Of course, like, you know, I've been on Facebook pretty much for the past 10 years, and I've had plenty of trollage and then silliness, nonsense, and tussles, but I have had the same profile. And at this point, I have curated my interactivity and the people that I choose to speak with really selectively, so I get positive uplift and I give positive uplift to other people, and I'm not on the poop network with them, but I know that it's out there. I'm aware that it's out there. So I would definitely say like it's essential to protect yourself from that. So you can protect yourself by being very selective about who you interact with, or at times abstain. Because there is actually, unless it's part of your business, and I don't consider, you know, like I'm not really like blah blah business, but it is part of my mission to connect with humanity and share my art and my music and my ideas. That is why I've been on social media for 10 years, all right, with the same profile. So that's why I haven't abstained. But if it's not directly related to your business or something that you need to do for, you know, staying afloat in the world, you might consider not interacting or interact minimally, all right, in order to support your e-commerce or whatever you need to do. Lisa says, making my own toothpaste. Awesome. Higher dose of activated charcoal capsules. Thanks for sharing. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good for you. And Rima says, what do you think about hemp oil and ion gut support? I don't know ion gut support, so I'd have to look into the ingredients there, but hemp oil is great stuff. Hemp oil can also mean two different things. It can mean the actual oil of hemp seeds, which has wonderful omega acids and is super healthy, and I use it on my salad and in some of my cooking and everything. But then hemp oil can also be activated cannabis extracts, which I'm also a huge proponent of. So I take a CBD extract that is activated in the morning, and then I also do a THC extract at night before I go to bed, and that basically all things cannabis. And also I do a lot with cannabis on my skin, because I think that is another really, really, like, I feel like I'm armored when I put that stuff on. I feel like I'm protected from the poop network that as much as I possibly can. So all things cannabis, if it's legal in your area, don't break any laws, everyone. Be good. Pedro says, I just take zinc and nascent iodine daily, and I'm saving my tonic quinine water for the next pandemic. Got it. So the nascent iodine, I'm sure, is helping you out a lot, and that actually has some positive anti-nano qualities. And zinc is good. Take some vitamin C. I'm like a Jewish mother, like vitamin C. It couldn't hurt. It couldn't hurt. What was the other ingredient you used the chlorella to detox? We already got that. So we got the cilantro. We answered that question. Okay. Linda, great, wants to know where to find my notes. Will this recording be available? Yes, this recording will go out as an archive to everybody who got the notification for this. And I did send out the notes along with the invite to this. The notes are 10 miles long, but they should be there available to you in your invite. If not, I can resend it as part of the archive if people request that, as long as it's not going to jam up your inbox. Pedro has a great comment, says, then the immortal cancer cells are still attached to the woman. Sorry, I didn't remember her name. You got it, man. Her name was Henrietta Lacks, and she was a rather disempowered person who got very exploited. Her cancerous cervical tumor was excised in the 1950s, and they have been cultivating those cells for 74 years. There you go. Yeah, and that's part of her, and that's a huge affront and a disgrace to her. So we would definitely not want to have that keep going at all. Linda says, where to get a shungite cup? Oh, good. So this one I actually got from a supplier that's in Russia. Most of the shungite, when I bought this, came in from Russia, but now there are many more United States suppliers, so it depends on where you are. But you just make sure that you get the type of shungite that is safe to drink out of, that doesn't have any occlusions. And it wasn't a lot. It was like $50, and I like getting something like this because this will literally, it's 0 batteries, and it will last forever. Like, just don't drop it on the ground, but this thing, will last for forever. So I don't know if they're still available, but just maybe, Etsy is actually a good site, etsy.com, and do a search for shungite cup, and I think that you'll find it there.
Yeah, Etsy has.
Good. Thank you for that. Good. And Rima says, to all Pleiadians involved in torture. So that's a good question, because some people I talk with them, they're like, well, the Pleiadian culture is complex, and there have been many historical eras, and not everybody is the same, and you're lumping everything in together. And it's true. It's very true. It would be like if I said about Earth, I would be like, they cut off their babies' penises there. About Earth, it's like circumcision. It's like, not everybody performs circumcision, and not everybody is a proponent of it, and it's just a segment of the population, and it's more prevalent at certain historical eras than others. So, with this implantation of false Christ crystal technology and the amplification of their minds and behavioral control structures, it's true. Not all of them are the same. Not all of them are on board with that agenda. They don't have 100% conformity. It's kind of like in our world where you have some people that are like, I really don't like having to drive a car, but I drive a car because I have to get to work. Or I don't like the banking industry or the stock market, but I have to put my money somewhere, so I do it. So there are some people who are not fully in alignment with the agenda of the Pleiadians and what they're doing, but they are part of their culture, and it's part of what they're doing, and they're not exactly stopping it. So, sticky situation. I am painting them with a rather large brush, though. It's worthy of you to point out there. Joyce says, I have to go. Thank you so much. We're a great class. Love to you and Cheeky too. Thank you, Joyce. Love and blessings to you. Always appreciate your presence and everything you have to say. And thank you guys for loving Cheeky, because she's a big part of my life too. Okay. Linda says, Insight Health Apps has a water harmonized app that uses solfeggio tones. So that's great. Blessing your water is really, really important, and that costs nothing. Speaking well into your water. So you can say any affirmations that you want, either with your voice or with music, you put positive music and frequencies into the water and it really affects you. So I do that actually every time I prepare my carafe of water for the day. I'm either talking to it or internally blessing it or intending things into it, and I think that that's an excellent process and excellent thing to do every day. And yeah, you can put beautiful music into it, and that will definitely speak to your cells. So I love that idea of using the sacred geometry, solfeggio tones. Cheryl, thank you for being here. Says, wow, thank you for all this. I have lots to say, but I will need to rewatch this whole thing first, and then I'll ask questions on the Students of FRL Facebook page. Hope that's okay. It's more than okay. You can ask on my Facebook page, or you can email me. So people that are catching this in the archive, you can do 3 things. You can contact me on Facebook, you can contact me on YouTube, or you can contact me with questions through my email. And I try to be responsive, but I have to admit sometimes I get communication overload and then I run away. Like any of you, I'm like, no, I'm running away from technology. But thank you for that. It's more than okay. Yes. Oh, I'm happy. Oh, okay, got it. So wait, I'm actually gonna get your email right there. Thank you very much. I have to just copy that, put that into my notes over here, and then I'll make sure that you're on board for everything. Hold on. Just sorry to be doing funny faces and other nonsense in front of you guys. I just want, if I don't do it right away, then I will definitely forget. Paste it right there. Okay, good. Thank you, Inanna. We got you. Pedro says, love the lasagna. Love the marathon. Thank you very much. Very, very pleased to hear that. And Linda says, and your crystal you're wearing, where do you find that? So this is super special. This is called IBA. EIBA, and it's made by a German company. I've done a lot of videos with them. I'm an unabashed promoter of them and affiliate for them. We have lots of stuff. I have lots of things that are informative on my Patreon page or other information that I can send to you about it. But this thing has absolutely been life-changing and so just affirming for me. You guys remember what I looked like 2 years ago and I was under heavy attack, and I look so much better right now and I feel so much better and I'm so much more myself, largely because of this thing. Truly, truly, truly amazing device that I wish everybody could be able to have access to it. So if you want to, I'll send you the information via email. And Pedro says, thank you, Aurora, for enduring hours of walking to teach us wonderful lessons. I am happy to do so. This is the marathon. I think we're getting into the home stretch here, and then soon there will be like Gatorade and a silver blanket. And then also you should do some light stretching after the marathon too, otherwise your muscles all cramp up. So just do some light stretching, all right? Linda, and that's Inanna says, thank you, Aurora. You're so very, very welcome. Okay, great. So I think I am going to wrap it up. It's been amazing. Thank you, everyone. Rima says, thank you very much, Aurora. Your great class and the information you send me directly. Really appreciate it. You're so very, very, very welcome. And Linda says, yeah, baby, awesome. Love the energy and the positive response back from you. Is that Lucy? How you doing, girl?
I'm good. I can't do the chat on my phone, but awesome.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us. And for you guys, if you don't know, I'll just reintroduce. Like, Lucy is a very wonderful friend from all the way back in Woodstock and has been my DVD publisher when my class was on DVDs, when we even still did stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so she's been a supporter and a lasagna person for a very long time. So I'm so pleased that you were able to tune in. And Lucy's so busy, she almost always participates from her desk because she's got a million things going on. So thank you to everyone who was able to be here. Thank you for the people who stuck with me through this whole entire marathon, because that's pretty impressive and wonderful. Thank you to everyone who's been a part of this semester. We will have class next week as a culmination and a wrap-up of everything that I've been talking about. And then we will start the semester again. That's January 17th, I believe, next Wednesday. I'm not even taking a week off, guys. I'm not. This is what you do. Like when you're an athlete and you're in the groove, you just keep going. So we're gonna keep going. We will begin at lesson 1 again, and you never need to re-enroll if you are already enrolled, if you are already part of my class. I will simply keep you on the list, and please continue to participate as much as you would like to. Good. I'm so pleased that you, Inanna, have been able to access the class. And Cheryl says, I'm going to sign up for the next semester. Please do. We'd love to see you. And Charlie B says, thank you, Aurora, for everything. You are so welcome. So welcome. And I always feel like there's more. I wish I could say more. And I have so much inside of me that is just not fully articulated through the like relatively slow verbal communications, but I hope that you guys are catching everything that I send out, because I send out a lot more too. Lisa says, thanks for sharing, amazing, love you. And Cheeky, love received and love back to you. And so many protective good wishes for you. And Christina says, thank you so much good information. Thank you, Aurora. You're very, very welcome, guys. So I'm very, very pleased. And every time, the truth is, like, I feel very energized from doing this. Every time I teach my class and every time we make it to lesson 18, I actually feel like a huge sense of accomplishment, guys. We'll just do like a little bit of basking in the glow here, because, you know, these things and this hard invasion over the past 2 to 3 years, they wanted to totally mind wipe all of you. They wanted to turn everybody into effing zombies. They wanted to take away your sense of self. They wanted to make you a biological automaton. They wanted to make you forget about your God self and spirituality, and they definitely wanted to make me not remember that I could lasagna, not be functional, and or be too afraid to say anything. They would have loved to have me be cowering away in the corner and, you know, just rocking back and forth and not actually daring to say these things. Our world changes when you dare to say these things. Our world improves, and because part of this is the power of your voice. Like, they wanted to silence and mind wipe everyone. And clearly, you're still here. You can still think. You can still exert your own willpower. You're not a complete, slave to AI or the Borg. You're a bunch of huge troublemakers. My hat goes off to you. My recognition flows to you. Thank you for being huge troublemakers. And I'm going to keep on being a huge troublemaker too. Please do everything you possibly can to take good care of your body. We are going to uplift and exalt these bodies. The bodies are not going to die, and you're not going to fly off somewhere and leave them behind. Please take good care of your body. Please take as much good care as you can of your dogs, cats, family members, community members. That love bond that you have with other people and living organisms is priceless. Seriously, Cheeky keeps me alive. She's a really important person in my life. The love that you get from hugging dogs, cats, people, children, take care of your houseplants, take care of your garden. These are hugely valuable activities. Love your bodies. Don't listen to any of these implanted things that tell you that you're fat or ugly. You're beautiful and you're exalted gods and goddesses, and continue to fight for freedom. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Truly.